Joining us. That didn't make any fucking sense. But anyway, welcome to the show. Thanks very much for hopping by, folks. The thing's doing the thing. So in a second here, I'm gonna hand it off to D. It's still doing the thing. All right, there you go, D. Go for that and do that thing.
What's going on, everybody? This show is for educational only, doodly doo. You must be 21 and over, doodly, or you have to get out, doodly doodly, oakley dokley.
Diddly doodly. Thank you. What the fuck is this shit? Whatever, man. Anyway, ladies and gentlemen, thanks very much for joining us. We're here goofing off for a while, probably, hopefully. As oftentimes I've said, the show is well, first of all, for educational and entertainment purposes only, as Dee said. But we're here basically, to have a conversation with folks. We're here to join with folks from the chat. We're here to join with folks from the audience, so to speak. Is that me? Oh, that's weird. Oh, maybe it is my fucking page playing. I better not have an echo, echo, echo. Nope, it's not playing. All right, well, whatever.
That was me.
Anyway, oh, it was D. Okay, gotcha. Cheers, Bud Kilowatt. Looks like he's first in the chat. Good to see. He's giving us the green light so we can do it. Hey, RZ Banshee, long time no see, buddy. Welcome back. I feel like it's been forever since we've seen you. Welcome back. Like I said, welcome back, everybody that's joining us. Folks, do remember that the show is, again, as Dee said, we can't emphasize enough for educational and entertainment purposes only. We are medical growers. Almost all of us are medical card holders. We're medical growers in that context. It's not like we just decided to grow medically one day. We actually have cards. So, ladies and gentlemen, we're allowed to talk about the things that we're allowed to talk about the things we're talking about. We're allowed to do the things we're talking about. There's nothing illegal about growing weed, of course, within limits. Obviously, you have to keep your nose clean, but there's nothing illegal whatsoever about growing weed in Massachusetts. Oh, we just lost you for a second. In Canada, oh my goodness gracious, they can send it federally. It's federally completely legal in Canada. You could walk around with it hanging out of your pockets and stuff. It's ridiculous, honestly. Well, I'm not. Don't quote me on that, but I know you can basically get away with a whole lot in Canada that you can't even in the U.S. and California, all that kind of stuff. Oh, here comes D again. Anyway, ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to probably hand it off to these guys to say hello because all of a sudden I got tremendous cotton mouth. So I'm going to take a drink and I'm going to hand it off to D. Go for it, D. Say hello.
What's going on, everybody? Thanks for tuning into the Saturday show. I hope everyone's having a great night. 10 people already watching. I'm smoking on various different strains and hash. Cheers. Pikachu!
Goodness freaking
Go for
gracious,
it.
I was thirsty all of a sudden. Cheers, Smash. What's going on, bud?
Hey, I was just on the phone with Miranda Family Farms and shit.
Oh, right on.
He was like,
Cheers
I went
to
to
Miranda
Maine
Family
today.
Farms. Did he really?
And he was like, it took us 6 hours to get there and back.
Which for people's reference, it normally only takes a couple hours, right?
Yeah, like,
Not even, honestly.
yeah, like three. If
Huh.
you go up quick and back, maybe four. But there
Because
was so
where
much
in Maine do you go? I guess now that I think about it.
it's on the coast, Stanford most of the time.
Oh, I don't think I know it at all. Is
Yeah,
it
it's
close
still
to the bottom of Maine or close to the middle or?
it's in the middle.
Oh, okay. Oh, so
Um,
that's why it takes like 3 hours. I gotcha.
Yeah, but it's also we're on a heat wave over here. Today was fucking absolutely gorgeous, and it's
Huh, no
Saturday,
kidding.
probably first week of
How
summer.
absolutely funny how different it is. Here for the first day in many days, we've had light sprinkles, a couple times here and there, but today for the first time, and I don't remember how long we actually had a pretty normal rain, like a serious rain all day long. I don't know how much it was, half an inch. It wasn't like a deluge or something, but like real rain and pretty chilly and stuff like that. So how absolutely funny that completely across the different coast, it's totally different weather.
Yeah, I'll show you. Check this shit out. Fuck, it's supposed to get up to 100.
Check this shit out. Cheers, Dr. Leave Me Alone. Of course, our
We're gonna get,
illustrious.
oh shit, I think 75 tomorrow. Or no, 85 tomorrow,
Hmm.
which is awesome.
Hmm. Yeah, D, of course, is a big fan of the Heat. Oh, yeah, look at that. 95. Holy cow.
84, 95,
Nice.
87, 98, 86.
Huh.
That's awesome.
Right
Some of
on.
them were saying 100
D would be
maybe.
so happy.
But
Oh,
it's
look at
only
that. Bud Kilowatt's having a good night. He's saying, having a great night. Just BBQ'd a steak, corn on the cob, and mac and cheese.
Mm.
Yum, yum. Right on, Bud. Bon appetit, buddy. Sounds like an absolute feast. I got to grill some corn the other day, but then everywhere I've gone, even the farm stand that I go to sometimes, they've been out of corn. So I don't know. I guess it's just in between corn times or some shit. So hopefully we'll have corn again. Oh man,
We
later in the summer, it's gonna be wall to wall corn. All the freaking stores are
What
gonna have it.
channel are you on?
Pardon?
What channel are you on?
What do you mean? Oh,
Are you on?
Fumidoro.
Okay.
Fumidoro.
uh,
What's Eddie?
we're in asparagus season right now.
Oh, that's right. Yeah.
Yeah, and it's
Uh,
good.
oh,
Nice
what
and
a
fresh.
shame. Yeah, my old house had asparagus. It probably would have been ready to harvest this year. So it is. It takes a couple of years when you plant it. You basically have to give it a couple of years. Dr. Leave You Alone says, getting corny again. Right on, bud.
Corn.
Hop on, folks. I'm gonna post the link here. You guys are more than welcome to join us here.
Mm.
This is
Show you guys
definitely
the
the takeover
jungle
night,
in a
so you
few
guys are more
minutes.
than welcome to hop on here. I'm probably going to hop off here in a little bit. I might go bake some banana bread and stuff like that.
Oh shit.
I've been meaning to for a couple days and I've just been putting it off. I'm actually going to try this one. I'm going to try a banana and cherry bread. So I finally managed to
Ooh.
harvest my cherry tree rather. I have two cherry trees. Kind of a funny story between the two cherry trees. So
Oh
I
yeah.
don't actually quite know the varieties. I have to one of these days figure out which varietals they are. But thankfully for me, they're both sour cherries. So they're not overly sweet. Like for example, Bing cherries I think are quite sweet. Nothing wrong with them. Absolutely nothing wrong with them, but I prefer the sour cherry. Excuse me. Anyway, so I have a far bigger tree, obviously a much more mature tree, but it's definitely not like a commercial variety. It was probably like a home cherry or something, or whatever, just a cherry that basically people passed around with each other. It's still probably grafted, but it's basically the nice thing about it is the cherries are really delicious, but they're very interspersed. So, for example, like you really have to work like a fucking animal to get any goddamn cherries off that fucking thing. And most of the cherries are way the hell up there. I just don't even have a ladder that tall. The other cherry tree is far smaller and obviously was a commercial variety because the thing basically only has one main branch, which really worries me. I'm like, oh shit, if there's ever a big storm, I'm going to lose that goddamn cherry. Because the branch, I shit you not, if I showed you a picture, it looks like grapes. It looks like a bundle of grapes. And that one goddamn branch, I pulled off, I just, one sub branch. I still got to get up there and harvest the rest. I pulled off like 5 pounds, and the rest of it easily probably has double that. And I'm like, from this one little cherry tree, basically. I wish I had that cherry tree for the other cherry tree as well. Anyway, but so I made some, I've been eating cherries like a motherfucker every breakfast, basically granola and fresh cherries and stuff. It's been amazing. But made some cherry preserves. Oh, they've been spectacular. So I'm gonna make more, but I just made one big jar of cherry preserves and been mowing down that. For example, with
Oh
ice cream, shut the fuck up. It's incredible. But I'm gonna try to do a banana cherry bread with that, basically. I'm going to
shit.
replace some of the sugar,
You got
and I
my
hope it's not
address.
going to be too wet. Basically, that's my main
That's what
concern.
she
Of course,
said.
that's a nice one, D. Fuck was I going to say? That I'm going to replace some of the sugar as well as some of the liquid with the cherry syrup, basically. So I'm going to try
Mhm.
to measure the volume so I don't get it too soupy. So we'll see here. I'm going to try to do that here in a
That
little bit.
sounds that sounds
Should be
good.
good. Yeah, it should be fucking super good. If I had walnuts, I'd throw them in there too, but I don't have any fucking walnuts, so it is what it is.
It's
I
cherry
could go to the
season
store,
here
but I'm
too.
not gonna. Pardon? Oh, is
It's
it? Right
cherry
on.
season here too. I forgot to
Right
mention
on.
that. Yeah.
Yeah, nice.
Mrs. D's
Uh,
going crazy.
oh, that's cool. Do you guys have cherry
Me
trees?
too. We don't have cherry cheese. That'd be pretty sweet, but we just buy them at the store. Ontario grown.
Uh, I wish I had a chili cheese tree. Um,
What?
what was I gonna say? Because I think that's what you said accidentally, chili cheese. So I was like, oh shit, that would be cool if you had a cheese that had like chili or tree that had chili cheese on it,
Oh.
like a nacho cheese tree. But
Mhm.
just the fruits drip nacho cheese on your plate. Anyway, fuck was I trying to say? Anyway, I'm happy
Okay.
that there's cherry trees. It would be
That's
lovely
sweet.
to clone that really redonkulous cherry tree and grow it with a little bit more light. I have actually a great spot that I could plant it, but it would take a couple 3 years for it to fucking do anything. So I think I'll probably be gone from here. Well, I can still plant it, but what's Smash saying here? He's
Oh,
saying,
I'm not even on that page. Oh,
huh, probably not for me. Really? From
okay.
me?
Now I get Lauren. Okay. Hmm.
Is that you?
Not me, but
Uh, I guess that would have been me. Yeah, that's weird that
Oh,
they would
okay then.
charge you
Now,
money
now
for
I
it
okay.
because it was proper postage. It was just an envelope, basically. If that's because now that I think
oh,
about it, I forgot to ask you if you got a package of seats, basically, a couple packs
So
of
that's
seats.
it. I'll go get it.
oh my
But why the
God.
fuck are they charging you? That's absolutely
It
bizarre.
says 375
The fuck?
postage, whatever, $3.
Uh, it was an envelope that I posted. God, the postal rules have changed so much. It's
And
absolutely
that's the thing. It
bizarre.
doesn't say letter or large envelope. It's checked off as package.
I'm
That's why I
lost,
was so
dude. It's
confused.
literally a quarter inch envelope. I'm just like, what in the
Okay,
absolute ball sack?
I'll call them.
Whatever, dude. It's a couple fucking packs of seeds. Fucking go
I'll
pick it
call
up,
them
man.
Monday. I'll
Yeah.
call them Monday
I
and go
hope they
get
didn't
them.
leave it in the fucking 100-degree heat or some shit.
No,
I
I'm
mean, I
happy
don't
they
know with
did.
the post office these days, dude. No, for real. And so basically what that means, yeah, don't show the address, please. What that means is that basically like a regular fucking envelope costs $9 because I think I spent $5. I don't remember exactly what I spent on yours, but what the fuck? And so you can, and I use the machine. So, whatever. Anyway, Bud Kilowatt says real corn on the cob season is September. Yeah, 100%. There's like the early harvest that people do. But there's been good corn for the last few months. The white and yellow mixed ears are best. Good white corn will be the best later in the season. 100% the super sweet corn. Oh yeah. Yeah,
Yeah, I
yeah,
was
dude.
worried someone sent me something without me knowing, like flowers. I'm like, I'm not going to get that.
I've had
Yeah,
that.
it's,
I've had,
whatever. If it's in the post office and it's sent to you, I mean, I don't know. I suppose everyone's different, but once it's in Massachusetts, I don't think I would worry about it too much. You know what I mean? Like,
Yeah,
what are they
that's
gonna do? You're
true.
picking up fucking weed that's legal in the state. Like, if anyone did something wrong, it probably was the person that sent it. So it's just like, are they really gonna hunt that person down? I really doubt it.
Yeah, I'll have
If
to
the, if you
call.
were getting hundreds of packages, that'd be one fucking thing. But I'm just like, dude, I don't even know.
I'll have to call them Monday and go pick it
I would
up.
just go in there, honestly, because you were talking about planting those seeds. I would say the sooner the better. So I would just go in there.
Are
It's
they open
really
tomorrow?
frustrating that they're charging you extra, but
that's
whatever. It is
the
what it
end of
is.
my time.
Are they open on
Uh,
Sunday? Are
Pardon?
they open on Sunday?
Probably not. Most
I
post
think they
offices are
are till
not. Although
noon.
some are, actually, some you can check, but most they'll be open on Monday. Cheers, Bingus. Good to see you, buddy. Paulie Figs in the house. Did I post the link? There it is right there.
Yeah, come hang out.
Hop on, folks. Join the conversation. Join the takeover, whatever the fuck this shit is. Goof off show, whatever. Probably not gonna have a guest on Tuesday. I haven't arranged anybody, honestly. So unless a miracle falls in my lap, we're probably gonna do what we were talking about the other day. I'm gonna try to download an episode and of the past, basically, and we'll rebroadcast it pretty much. Hopefully, one of the old interviews. Goodness gracious, we have all kinds of different people. People talk about Mr. Trees all the time. He's been on the show, I think, a couple
Yeah.
times. Who else? Gosh, I really remember the Breeder Steve episode was super fun. Dozens and dozens and dozens of episodes with Coot. On and on and on. There's tons and tons of episodes that I had to take private because people were just sniping my channel with reports, and I was going to get banned from YouTube. So. Anyway, we're going to rebroadcast them and honestly hope for the best, I guess. It does frustrate me quite a bit that some of the folks that are on some of those shows, like with Coot and now that I think about it with Steve, are definitely no longer welcome on the show anymore. But it is what it is. The conversations existed in time, and it's like a museum piece or something. You judge history by its times. There were plenty of friendships we used to have that we don't have anymore. It's not like those friendships were bad at the time or something. They were friendships. It's like when you break up
People
with
stayed
somebody, it's not
apart.
like I mean, sometimes you shouldn't have been with somebody. There's plenty of people I shouldn't have been with in my life, but there are plenty of relationships you'll have had that just didn't work out for one reason or another. And if you're mature enough to admit it, you just move on with your lives, both of you. And it wasn't necessarily a bad thing. You can remember it fondly and everything else. And so I feel like that with plenty of the friendships that we've had in the past on this show. And that reminds me, well, this show and my other show, obviously, if you remember the flavors. That reminds me of kind of a weird thing that's been happening lately. I don't know. I've been wondering whether or not to bring it up, and I'm like, dude, I don't know. It's rough out there sometimes. I don't know. It's a weird day, obviously, right now. So I don't know. I guess I'm being abstract, but I guess I don't talk about it too often. But yeah, I don't talk about it very often because of the consequences of talking about it. So I'm a Jew. I was born a Jew. I'm not Jewish in the sense that I'm religious. I guess I'm Jewish because you can't really avoid being Jewish. But It's one of those weirdly subtle things that people don't really understand. They're like, wait, what do you mean? So
Yeah.
but you're religious, right? But it's like, so you follow Sabbath and stuff? No, it's just like you don't wrap your head around. Your mama likes to wrap her head around a lot of things. But what am I trying to say? You can be ethnically Jewish. In other words, literally. I mean, the kosher laws actually literally say that you're born to a Jewish mother. That's essentially what it is. You can convert all that kind of stuff, but essentially, when you're born to a Jewish mother, you're a Jew, basically. End of story. If you're born to a Jewish father, it depends, basically, depending on where you are. Um, if
Really?
you're like a super high, yeah, 100%. If you're like a super hyper, fucking, one of the Hasidic guys, I used to say they dress up like penguins. I'm kind of a disrespectful Jew, honestly.
The crow?
They oftentimes wouldn't count the person that was parentally Jewish, but they would count the maternal Jew, right? Anyway, so it has consequences in in the sense that people will send you fucking hate mail, basically because of me bringing it up right now. I bet you anything I'm going to get a couple fucking hate messages. Maybe not, it's one of those things. Maybe nobody will fucking watch it, but there's been plenty of times in the past where somebody stopped watching my show and then sent me some fucking hate email because they're like, "You fucking Zionist, blah 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 blah." And basically, where was I going with that? It got me thinking of. Uh, so that's the kind of extreme part of the story that I was going to say. But a minor part of this story that I was going to say first is that I've been losing friends over the last few years, basically to TikTok. And I shit you not, I've been basically losing friends to TikTok. It's not just TikTok, but to TikTok and Joe Rogan, essentially. And so I'm like, you could write a fucking interesting fictional book about this because it's like, how do you lose so many friends to essentially like basically fictional entities? Because Joe Rogan effectively plays a character. He's admitted as much. He basically is a character on TV or on his podcast. Anyway, and TikTok, of course, is it's not real. You know what I mean? Anyway. So yesterday I was chit-chatting with what I would say is a very, very, very good friend, and I think we're on the same page about a whole lot of different things, and we're chit-chatting, da 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 da, and we've talked about, among other things, we've talked about Israel because she knows maybe not every single detail, but she knows most of the details of what I went through about a year and a half ago, coincidentally when the fucking war in Israel broke out when I was in Israel, and so I've told her about, some of the stuff that I know, and I've told her a lot of the stuff because I experienced quite a bit there, which was quite eye-opening and actually changed my opinion about Israel quite a bit. And so I've tried to illuminate my friends as much as I could, especially, sort of my best friends. And I thought we were kind of on the same page on that, da, 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 and all of a sudden she comes at me basically with TikTok trash. And I was actually literally cooking at the time, and so I was a little bit busy, you know what I mean? And all of a sudden she comes up at me with this fucking TikTok trash, and it's basically about how Israel is committing genocide and da 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 da. And this is an incredibly complex story. It's like even like I said, my opinion changed about the situation last year. But even then, in order to explain it, you really have to go into some depth, you know what I mean? And how do I say it? I have researched this. Like I'm not wrong about what could I guess I probably will save everyone's time. It's probably not worth going into it. But how do I say this? Like I have researched this. It's not like I'm making this shit up? But my friend comes at me basically like, "Oh, but you haven't seen what I've seen on TikTok." I think she literally said that. She haven't seen what I've seen on TikTok. And I'm like, after this, I kind of I was a little bit brusque because I'm like, I'm literally cooking. I'm just like, I don't have time for this shit. I kind of politely tried to tell my friend like, you know what I mean? Maybe we'll talk on the phone one of these days. Da, 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 da. And she's just coming at me again. And I'm just like, dude, I don't. So I was just like, you know what? I'm busy right now. Bye. Which I would never have ordinarily told my friend. And I didn't respond at all today. She texted a couple things. I didn't respond at all. And I'm like, is this a deal breaker or not? I don't know. Cheers, Bingus. What's going on, buddy? Is this a deal breaker or isn't it? And I'm not really sure. I'm still kind of mulling that over, because essentially it's a weird experience in this world to go through life being a Jew. And I'm one of the least Jewish people you could ever encounter in your life. I eat bacon cheeseburgers. It's one of my favorite foods is a bacon fucking cheeseburger. You
Mhm.
almost couldn't be more
Hell yeah.
unkosher than a bacon cheeseburger. Thou shalt not eat milk or a calf in its mother's milk. And then also you're not supposed to mix milk and cheese, and you're not supposed to eat pork at all. I mean, what? Yeah, I would eat a lobster bacon cheeseburger. That's how much of a fucking unkosher Jew I am. But I can't even begin to tell you how many times people will come at me basically as if I'm the representative on God's earth for Israel and I'm somehow accountable for Israel. And where I get to that is a very much more disturbing thing. And I think I'm going to read this guy's email to you because this shit was unhinged. It was unhinged, dude. So this guy is mega butt mad because a few weeks ago, a couple weeks ago, he and his dipshit friend who ripped me off for thousands of dollars a few years ago at this conference. I've always been very coy about who these people were, and I'll be coy about who the main dipshit is who ripped me off for thousands because he's just a fucking fuckface with legal teams. He has as far as I understand, his wife's father is quite wealthy, and well, you can draw your own conclusions. Anyway, he is quite litigious, evidently, in his real life. So he threatened me with lawsuits and lawsuits and lawsuits. And I talked to a few people, and they were like, in what state would this idiot sue you on and on and on? So anyway, but still, the threat of a lawsuit is worth taking seriously. So fuck that guy very much. We won't even mention his name. But this particular idiot was mega mad because why can't I think of the guy's name that just passed away? Wade. He was the CBD guy. Wade. He was always on Hash Church. You guys know who I'm talking about.
Oh, yes.
Super wonderful. Nice,
Yeah.
nice guy. Who am I talking about? Do you know who I'm talking about,
Wade.
D?
Yeah, I know who you're talking about.
Why can't I think of his name?
His name's Wade.
Yeah, but what's his last name? Wade, so
Oh,
because maybe people don't know who I'm talking about.
I don't know.
Anyway, legend in CBD. Oh, I'm literally forgetting. Was he Charlotte's Web or the other one? A medical CBD, basically. And towards the end of his life, he got very, very, very sick, and sure enough, he actually died. Well, as everyone does, I guess. But he died of illness, I guess, chronic illness. And he was one of the miracle workers, I guess, that basically popularized and selected out CBD for people, cancer patients, and so on to work. Anyway, so at this conference that we filmed a couple, 3 years ago, that basically I filmed with this idiot's help because he was the stupidest employee I have ever had in my entire life, and I'm being generous. When I picked him up at the airport, this is a story I still struggle to wrap my head around. Flora and I laugh about this from time to time. When I picked him up at the airport, we were supposed to drive down to California to film the California conference because there were two conferences we knew for sure we were going to film the California and the Michigan, and then potentially also I think the Maine or whatever it was. We didn't end up filming the Maine one. But we were literally going to drive down to California, to Humboldt County, and on the way we were going to stop by Coot, which we did, by the way. And we couldn't use any of the footage from Coot, by the way, because Coot spent the entire time ranting. So, by the way, if anyone wants to know what kind of personality Coot has, I brought weed over. I brought some of the weed that I'm alleged to have stolen from him. We smoked it literally. Oh, it's a whole story that they've made up that I basically stole Coot's seeds and stuff. He handed me some seeds in a parking lot. That's a whole different story. The weed scene is full of weird people. I can't even begin but that's a whole different. We're not going to talk about that because actually I think Coot's wife is Jewish. It doesn't matter. So he would be the last person to participate in this fucking shenanigans. So anyway, we were going to drive down to California, and I told this guy beforehand because we were planning this, right? And I had all the cameras, like I brought all the equipment, all the cameras, the computers, you name it, right? And I'm like, so my car's stick shift. That's not going to be a problem, right? Oh, no, 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 not at all, not at all, not at all. Mind you, this guy doesn't regularly drive, as I turned out. He occasionally borrows his roommate's Prius, but he doesn't actually have I'm not even 100% sure he has a driver's license, actually, but no insurance, doesn't regularly drive, just bums his roommate's car. So we get to I pick him up at the airport, and he sits in the car and he looks at the stick shift, the shifter, and he says, "Oh, I know how to drive stick shift in theory." I love Bingus's expression. I
We
love
have,
Bingus's expression.
I think we have a
Bingus, what would
problem
your
here.
reaction to that be if you now have to drive about 600 miles with several stops
I'm driving.
overnight?
I'm driving.
100%, right? And by the way, we were supposed to, yeah, so I ended up driving the entire time. I ended up doing basically everything the entire time, on and on and on and on. Anyway. So, we were running low on gas. Since I'm going to tell these stories, I might as well tell these stories, right? We were running low on gas and we drove all overnight. We were super late. I don't remember why we were running so late, but we hung out at Coot's place for a little bit and smoked a couple joints. And we were finally able to film a little bit. Basically, the only usable footage that I could use was what I posted on my Instagram was the footage of where we were smoking joints because Coot shut his fucking mouth long enough to put a smile on his face and pretend that he was having a good time. The rest of the time, he was ranting about I have this shit on tape. ranting and ranting and ranting and ranting. Don't ask me why. Anyway, so it's like I don't even remember. It's like fucking 3 o'clock in the morning or some shit, and we have to get to California. I don't remember why, but I think the conference was starting or whatever the story was. We had to get there that morning, or we had to meet with the conference owner. Doesn't really matter, honestly, right? But the point is, we had to get there, and we're running critically low on gas because I didn't realize how much the area had shut down over the last few years with California legalization. And I shit you not, grocery stores, gas stations, I mean, everything, dead, 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 dead. It was crazy. So after Grants Pass, turns out there were no open gas stations at night. And so we're like literally going to run out of gas. I'm like, we can't push the car far enough to get to fucking Humboldt County. So I'm telling this fuckface that's literally just sitting there in a passenger seat looking at his idiot phone, doing nothing useful, right? I say, hey, find gas. And so he's okay, I'm on it. I'm on it. And so he looks, he looks, he looks, he looks, he looks. And he's like, okay, I found gas. It's off the road about 10 minutes. And I'm like, dude, we don't have enough gas. Like if we get off the road, like we have to, I mean, there's going to be gas on the road, right? That's surely because we're on one of the main roads, right? I don't remember the name of the road, but people will know what I'm talking about if you drive from Grants Pass to Humboldt County. So we pull off. He convinces me because we're really, I mean, basically I can see the fume sign, if there were a fume sign on a car, right? And so we pull off and we drive 10 minutes and we get there. And I have a bad feeling already because we're in the middle of nowhere. And we get basically to where he says it is. And I see and I have a sunken feeling. And I shit you not, I almost told him to get out of the fucking car and walk. And I was serious. And I had to sit for a second. I literally stopped in the middle of the road. Thankfully, it was 4 or 5 in the morning, so nobody was behind me. And I literally just stopped in the road and thought for a second because what he took me to was a commercial natural gas pumping station, literally natural gas. You would have to have never pumped gas in your life to have basically taken me to a natural gas pumping station 10 minutes off the fucking road. But that's literally what he did. So then we had to come back to the road and somehow we did eventually find a gas station. I shit you not. But by the way, that gas station ripped me off for 50 bucks. Somehow there was a keylogger or something. I never got that money back. But anyway, at least we got to fucking Humboldt thanks to the goddamn gas. By the way, he didn't pay a penny for the gas. So by the way. So anyway, we get to Humboldt, da, 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 and Wade from his hospital bed calls in, and it was a touching moment. And honestly, it really would have been lovely to share it. Like the funny thing is, I agreed with these two idiots when they emailed me for opposite reasons. He called in and talked literally from his hospital bed, essentially his home hospital bed, and just chit chatted with the people. It was a big organic conference, so it was, kind of all his friends and stuff, and said some very, very pithy things. And it was really a genuinely kind moment. A bunch of people had tears in their eyes because they actually thought he was going to pass away. I'm sorry for laughing, but they thought he was going to pass away basically back then because he looked pretty worse for wear. Thankfully, he basically survived another, honestly, 3.5 years or something. So anyway, these two guys who ripped me off for thousands of dollars, and so consequently, I still have the footage in hard drives that I paid for in my Pelican cases over there, just sitting uselessly. Like the whole conference is right there on 2 hard drives, just doing nothing all this time. They tell me, this fuckface emails me, "Hey, stop being a dick and release Wade's footage. We want to." And I just respond to him, "Shut the fuck up!" Like, yeah, like what? That's ass, eat my ass. You know what I mean? I responded politely, but that's essentially what I told him, while being polite. And we go
Amy.
back and forth for a little bit, and he comes at me with this weird Zionist shit and da da da, and I'm just like, eat shit Nazi. At that point, I was just like, okay, the rudeness filter is off. Eat shit Nazi. And then he responds something about, well, at least I'm not a fan of the Holocaust or some shit, right? And I'm like, by the way, this is from his official company account. So if you were to email him at his aquaponic blah 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 blah, this is his email, and it says at the email da 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 aquaponic specialist. So a couple days ago, I'm minding my own business, and I think I even told him just don't email me again, By the way, the other guy tried to mooch off this video off me, and I basically told him, and I told him, I think, a very fair thing. I said, in principle, I agree with you. It would be very touching to have this guy's video on the internet, but what? You want me to edit it to you and then give it to you, and then you're going to post it on Instagram, and what? You're going to credit me on your Instagram? I'm like, no,
No,
you ripped me off the first time. Second of all, I don't want your
it's
credit.
your footage. You
Third,
want
I
back.
wouldn't want my name in yours next to yours in the fucking phone book. You know what I mean? So no to all of that. But if it's so important to you that this video sees the light of day, release the footage to me in perpetuity, and I'll do something with it. And you know what? They didn't even consider it. They didn't even consider it. All of a sudden, he gets rude. Fucking
You
what's his
own
face?
it, don't you?
100% I own it because they didn't pay for it. That's how it works. They didn't pay me for the fucking footage. They didn't pay me for the rest of my work or the
This
rest of
is
the
true.
footage. So they
This
can
is
eat my asshole.
Yeah.
It belongs
Well,
to me.
this is
Now, whether or
true.
not I can post it, that's an ambiguous question. And I have opted on the side of, nope, it's in a fucking case. I don't want to take even the chance of an injunction or anything else. I just don't even want to bother, right?
Yeah,
yeah.
fuck
But
them.
long story short, yeah, fuck them, basically. But it is a shame because there's all this
Yeah,
wonderful footage that essentially exists nowhere else except for on those stupid fucking hard drives. Ridiculous. And to this day, those hard drives, I could use them for other stuff. But no, they just sit there with this stupid fucking conference. So anyway, a couple days ago, after Israel, everyone knows there's a war between Israel and Iran, right? And there's all these different opinions I was talking about. It's a very complicated situation. I could say a lot more about the issue and probably change people's minds if they were open to the situation. I was surprised that my mind was quite opened when I was back in Israel back then. Anyway, but all this guy really knows, and he knows for sure, by the way, that I'm a Jew because we were actually friends. We hung out together. We went to Koot's house. Da 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 da. Da. And I don't remember how it came up, but it came up somehow. I know about his parents. I know about his family. Da, da, because we used to be friends. At least he used to be pretend to be friends anyway. Uh, what am I trying to say? So he knows anyway that I'm a Jew, but that's basically all he knows. He may well know that I was in Israel for all the catastrophic shit that happened to my mom, but I'm not even sure about that because we weren't friends by that point. So he would have only heard third hand or something. Who would he have heard it from? So he emails me after Iran shoots a ballistic missile. So whatever your opinions on the Israeli-Iran conflict right now, whatever your opinions are, Israel has been focusing on hitting military targets in Iran. The atomic enrichment facilities, for example, ballistic missile launchers, surface-to-air missile launchers, on and on and on and on and on, right? This has been in the news that they've been focusing on these things, and they have established air dominance, da da da, over Iran. Well, Iran, in response, has been bombing civilian targets, partly because they don't have the technology to actually accurately hit, apparently, most military targets. But ironically, ballistic missiles actually are accurate. They're apparently meter level accurate. So when a ballistic missile hits something, unless it was a misfire that you can see, that happens every once in a while. SpaceX just had a missile misfire the other day. It's kind of obvious. It just goes boom. They hit within a meter. You know what I mean? So when a ballistic missile is targeted, it hits its fucking
are
target.
those
So Iran hit a hospital the other day. By some idiot miracle, they had, for other reasons, evacuated that floor of the hospital, and as far as I know, nobody was killed. But this shit stain emails me from his company account. He emails me, and I quote, absolutely hilarious to see the Israeli hospital get hit last night. They cry war crimes. If hitting one hospital is a war crime, I guess destroying all hospitals in Gaza is a Holocaust, right? Why is he emailing me this? I mean, first of all, why? Out of anywhere would he email me? Am I the Israeli ambassador? Who the fuck am I? Who the fuck am I? Why is he emailing? He's emailing me because it sucks to be a Jew in this world. That's basically what it is. You don't tell people about it because then consequences happen, like this fuckface. Oh, by the way, who's this? This is Potent Ponix. If you guys wondered, it's because it says his fucking name. I'm not going to say his full name because genuinely fuck him in the face. But potentponix.com, this is his official email. It says the contents of this email and attachments are confidential. Fuck off, they're confidential. My asshole, they're confidential. When someone emails you something like that, that's for the world to know. Ridiculous. Ridiculous. Just out of nowhere, out of nowhere. And it makes me really fucking wonder like where the world is going. Like what am I supposed to say about that? How am I supposed to respond to him? First of all, we're not friends. You know what I mean? How am I supposed to respond to him? And so in other words, what he's trying to do is just basically terrorize me with anti-Jew shit. I
You
guess I
know,
guess it kind of works because it essentially makes me feel like trash. You know what I mean? It's ridiculous. What the fuck do I have to do with any of this stuff? Right or wrong? Right or wrong? Whatever your opinion on the Israeli-Iran conflict, Israeli-Palestinian conflict, I don't care. Why would you bring it up to some random Jew in Oregon? The fuck do I have to do? Is my last name Netanyahu? What the fuck?
it's another example of how belief systems separate people. All right. He obviously wants to jab you because he's butthurt over something, right?
Yep. And that's kind of where I was getting to with that whole TikTokification of everything. They get basically like I lost a couple of friends. I was alluding to this. That's how it got onto this thought, I guess. I'm not going to mention who because, I still respect the guy. I think he's still a chill guy. But there was a guy on this show that I think made a genuinely good contribution for a really long time. And little by little, I actually saw it happen in real time. Apparently, was listening to Joe Rogan, basically above all during COVID, and essentially went down the red pill rabbit hole of deciding that vaccines are fake and bullshit. And essentially, it's not worth going into more than, but basically, we stopped being friends anymore. That's all it is. I don't know if we're enemies. I don't think we're enemies, but we're definitely not friends anymore. And how do I put it? That's a mild version of this weird TikTokification, this weird rabbit holification. And I guess where I was getting to it with I don't know. Maybe I'm assembling too many disparate things because obviously what Steve did is different than what my friend did yesterday. But it's just very, very interesting because they're getting their information from the same sources. They're being essentially radicalized from the same sources. A lot of it basically is literally Facebook, Instagram, and these days TikTok, social media essentially. And my friend's TikTok algorithm is constantly showing her stuff that basically makes the Israelis unrepentantly bad. And again, it's a complicated situation. We could go into detail if anyone would like to know. I think that's probably the last thing anyone wants to talk about right now. But fuck, it's my show, so I'm like, shit, I wanted to get this shit off my chest. It is, how do I put this? For example, whether or not, like I've never liked Netanyahu. I can tell you how exactly awful he is in about 15, 20 different ways that most of you have probably never heard of. But in the meantime, a douchebag can still do something right occasionally. This might be the only opportunity for the world to slam Iran's nuclear program. Whether or not that's a good thing, I don't know. But this might be the only opportunity. This might be one of the big reasons why they're doing it right now. I don't know. But anyway, we can't have a substantive discussion about those things because someone is just going to start yelling slogans. Someone is just going to start yelling about TikTok shit. Because I was in fact, we weren't even talking about Israel at all with my friend yesterday. We were having a perfectly interesting political discussion. And then all of a sudden she brings this basically to jab me. She was like, by the way, Israel is committing genocide in Gaza. And I'm like, can we discuss this another time? I don't know, man. First of all, why would she bring that up again? Why would she bring that? Why would my friend bring that up? And again, it's essentially to jab you. you know? And I think it's this really fucked up social mediaization of the world, and people have kind of become, they've started to see the world almost as a video game. And this is common, by the way, that people see other people as NPCs, non-person characters. So the non-person character is a character in a video game that has some level of autonomy. They're not really AI characters, although I'm sure they'll integrate AI when they can now. But they're characters that have been given a script that they kind of go around the world, and you can interact with them, but they're not an actual person, obviously. They're not one of the fellow players, for example, right? They're one of the targets you might shoot, for example. And there's Elon Musk famously thinks that most of the rest of the people in the world are NPCs. That basically, this is, by the way, main character syndrome. There's actually a psychological condition named after that. But anyway, there's a lot of people in the world that effectively think that, essentially, if you're a name on the internet or just some person on the internet, you just don't matter. Your emotions don't matter, your feelings don't matter, your experience doesn't matter. We see this all the time. This guy, by the way, that I was talking about, one of the biggest trolls on my channel. For sure. I've known this for I don't even know how long now. He reports my channel, other people's channels, on and on and on. The guy has no fucking life. So he sits there with his three fucking idiot monitors and just hates, just hates, just hates. Very intriguing that someone would live a life like that. But hey, whatever. Everyone lives their own life, I guess, right? He does that because he doesn't see people as people. It's a frustrating part of the internet now. I don't know. I don't know. Maybe it's a genie we can never put it in the back in the bottle. Oh, I just almost banned D. Sorry about that. I just right
Um,
clicked on D. Don't ban D. Don't do that.
Don't give me a band-aid, bandy.
games are already
Don't ban D. Don't ban
games have
something like
added
that.
AI.
Hey,
Right.
do,
No.
Trumador, I I'm just gonna, because I'm laughing inside because you have a beautiful way of explaining and making my point about how belief systems just divide the world
Mm.
in every which way, shape, and form. Once a long time ago, friend finds out that you have a certain belief that he doesn't agree with. Now, guess what? No longer friends. He's a
Not even a
shitbag. You're
belief,
a
actually, because
shitbag.
he doesn't know my beliefs. Because I guarantee he
Oh,
doesn't know my
yeah,
beliefs
he
because when
has a
we were
belief.
friends, my beliefs actually were different. So he doesn't know what my current beliefs are. He
He
only
has a belief.
knows my ethnicity that I can't do shit about. You know what I
But he
mean? When
has
you're
a belief.
born brown, you're brown. When you're born Jewish, you're Jewish. That's it. The world
He,
considers you Jewish. That's it.
he has a
Uh,
belief. This is his belief that he's defending. Whatever it is. Who the fuck cares, to be honest, in my opinion?
I
Because
don't
it's
even
just
know,
all,
honestly, if he had. I know what you're getting at, Bingus, and I agree with you. I'm not trying to argue with you. My perspective on this is that I think that these people are actually bereft of a belief system. I've said this before that conservatism, for example, this is not necessarily conservatism, but among other things, conservatism is not actually an ideology. People consider it to be one, but when you dig down into the details, it's really essentially just all vibes. You can't get most conservatives to nail down on policy positions or really anything else. I mean, how long have they been trying to repeal and replace Obamacare? It's fucking 15 years now, motherfucker. I mean, they still have concepts of a plan, evidently. It's been 15 fucking years. If there were an ideology behind it, they would have a fucking plan. No, they have just vibes. So where was I going to with that? That this guy's system, I doubt he's particularly like I mean, I don't mean to say this pejoratively, but I'm just like, what does he care, generally speaking, about Arabs? Like, I just kind of established that this guy is a guy that doesn't have all that much empathy. So, like, what does he particularly care about the plight of the Palestinians or anybody? Nothing. He doesn't care about them. That's just the cause du jour. That's the one that he knows ramps people up right now. So he goes around the internet trolling. It's not even his belief system. It's essentially a troll system. You know what I
You
mean?
know,
This is one of the reasons why I hate the new internet because I really value authenticity. Whatever you are, right or wrong, good or bad, at least be authentic. And there's so many inauthentic people. There's so many inauthentic cannabis breeders. There's a ton of cannabis breeders I wouldn't have on my show with your cameras because they're inauthentic. They're essentially lying to you. They're lying to themselves. They're lying to you. I hate that. If someone is an inexperienced breeder, I would rather talk to them and talk to them authentically than to talk to someone who has been lying for 20 fucking years. You know what I mean? I would rather hear the new truth rather than the old lie. And I can't stand that the internet has become basically just kind of a miasma of lies, you know? I don't know. Am I making sense, Bingus? I hope I'm not monologuing too much.
you again, you're just making my point. I just see this in microcosms throughout everything in this system, and it it's hard for me, to be honest, to deal with. I don't go out, I don't venture out. I try not to be too opinionated uh, because people are wrapped up in their belief
Cheers,
systems,
bud.
and they will defend those things till the death,
This was
whatever the belief may be.
that was the frustrating part of my friend's conversation because it's one
Hi,
thing if
bud.
she believed one thing, but she basically said the words, uh, "There's nothing you can say to change my mind on
Yeah,
this,"
see,
and I was like, "Oh, so
yeah.
in other words, why?" I
Why?
was
Yeah.
thinking all of this, but I was like, "So why did you bring it up? Why are we continuing to discuss it after I have a couple times now politely asked, hey, can we talk about something else or talk about this another time or whatever else? Why are you continuing this, right? And that's part of the reason why I'm like, oh, this might be a friend deal breaker, which makes me really sad. But it's one of those things we talk these days about shared realities, and it's one of the reasons why people, married couples, for example, when they have radically different political opinions, it usually doesn't work out
That's
because
fucking
effectively they
hell.
don't have a shared reality.
That's
That's
hell.
basically what it comes down to.
Yeah, that's
Or, for
hell.
example, someone who is super religious and someone who is atheist, it oftentimes doesn't work out because they're effectively living in concurrent but not shared realities. You know what I mean? It's a tough one. And so it's just one of these things. And I have to be honest, I'm really struggling right now because I don't know where to go from this because I can't sit here and painstakingly correct everybody about every single fucking point they're wrong on. I can't tell them my experience. Da, da, da. First of all, they're not even going to believe me because that's the reality now is that people just won't accept new opinions. This is kind of the part of the new internet. The people just get stuck in their opinion and they're stuck there forever. And they're not really even informed. This is something that's driven me fucking nuts my entire life, is that most people's opinions, whether it's based on religion, politics, I don't care what it is, growing, it's based on three or four facts they picked out of a cereal box. And that's it. And they ran with it. And they don't have a depth of information that actually informed their opinion, blah, 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 blah. They just get stuck on some dipshit opinion that they just got literally pulled out of their ass. You know what I mean? I don't know. Perhaps I'm monologuing too much. What's going on, bud? Oh, by the way, before we say hello to Bud, I'm gonna smoke
Well,
some because perfect weed for the occasion. I'm gonna smoke some Oblivion. No, I didn't breed this intending for the end of the world, ladies and gentlemen, but this is Memory Loss by Coot Special, and I keep losing pieces of it.
well,
This is quite delightful, actually, from Jones and to Grow. Really nice, heady high, very pine sol. Really love it. So kind of a hazy kick of a high because it's got that Face Off OG from Archive in that Memory Loss. Good stuff. The Memory Loss is Amnesia Haze to their Face Off banger. Anyway, Jones and
well,
to Grow
that brings
seems to have
me
loved it
like
quite a
a
bit. Go ahead,
similar
bud.
experience that I kind of went through. So when I first moved down here, my wife Sabrina's girlfriends were boyfriends were Mike and Gary. Gary, my partner, not anymore, but and Mike, and we go back 25 years. Me and Mike at some point were partners in a place he had going. When I had to go to prison to do my violation for 7 months, every other week he came to visit me, and that's how I had weed in prison the whole time. He would leave it in the trash in the visiting, and it would get to me. Like so, like we had like a very close bond. Now, from the beginning of uh, the long hair, mandolin playing, music guy, deadhead, all the things. But he came from Arkansas. And I guess it was his family that where his political beliefs came from. Yeah, he was like a Bush supporter, where I was not. And we used to have these debates and all this, and have our discussions for years, no problem. And then when like 10 years ago, when it became Trump's thing, I remember the day where like he came over like usual, we were hanging and doing the normal debate thing. And yeah, I tried to establish like, well, we at least can both agree on this. And no, we couldn't. Like there was no commonality of fact that we could like agree upon and then build a discussion off of. And next thing you know, like that day, that was the last time I talked to him. And a lot of, we had a lot of common friends, and people after months were calling me, yeah, dude, what's up? You won't talk to Mike? I'm like, no, it's like, it's pointless. Right. All these years went by. He had two kids. Uh, my wife got married. A lot of things happened. Nope. I didn't talk to Mike. Gary and Mike are still like, they went to junior high on together, played music together. So I knew Mike was around. Well, Gary spends half the year in Germany. So Gary texted me, it's going about 6, 7 months ago. Would you please serve Mike? Like, he needs some weed. I was like, all right, give him my number. He texted me. Oh, we've seen each other like 3, 4 times, hung out for about an hour. We didn't talk not one bit about any of that other crap again, right? Even though, oh yeah, I'm well aware that he's still hardcore on that train. But like, yeah, I remember thinking like, yeah, it was a hard thing to do. Like he was like really a good person to me in my life, and like over that, I decided, yeah, well, if we can't even agree on like a basic like because that's something in those debates with people. Like if you can't agree on like some kind of basic fact, and then we can at least okay, we can agree on this. Okay, now we can talk about and what I learned there is yeah, part of the tactic of people caught up in I think it's brainwashing at this point. Yeah, that's one of the things they won't even agree on like a basic, common starting point, a fact, or way it is, way it has been, and yeah, but then we're able to like, well, we meet up. I don't know, our friendship's damaged, I guess. I missed a lot of life of his kids. one
You
kid's
know,
a girl
one of
that's
the
like super tall and is destined to be a professional
That's one
volleyball
thing that
player.
this Trump era, whatever your particular opinions on it will be, this is probably something we could agree on, ironically, is that a lot of interpersonal relationships will have been irreparably destroyed just because of this one particular politician. Whether or not you support him, again, whether or not you support him, I think a lot of people are going to be aware of that. I've lost friends because of it. I know a lot of people, I don't have any family left, but a lot of people have lost their family because, for example, dad believes in this and mom believes in that, and da 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 da, or the parents believe in this and the kids believe in that, and they won't talk to each other anymore.
And most of the time when I was young,
what,
I
you got
just
to
did it
raise my hand to
for like
get a point in me?
Thanksgiving.
Sometimes
I guess
when,
so.
when
All
Bud
right.
gets on a
I
Oh,
roll,
I'm
mean,
sorry,
sometimes you
because
do.
one of these things, one of the reasons I come here, all right, is Bud in particular, you, Fumador, very in particular, you have very strong opinions, as you call them. They're actually, in my opinion, beliefs. All right. And
Sure.
it creates walls, right? Because the guy that you're throwing rocks at is now throwing rocks at you. At one time you were friends.
Well,
Bud's
but
given another
you have
example.
to stand on something, Bingus. If you don't stand, if you stand on melting clay,
Oh,
there's nothing to stand on, you know what I mean?
dude,
Or on mud.
that is the biggest cliche in the world.
Would you
All right.
say?
It is a cliche. I mean, your understanding of humanity, all right, should be more towards unity. But we are separated because we have all these
But opinions are part of
ideologies.
life, Bingus. Opinions are
Uh,
part of life.
but they're
Perspectives are
not.
part of life.
Opinion isn't doesn't is a finite line, let's say, whereas belief
Yeah, but
encompasses
everyone's
it.
brain's different. Everyone runs different.
Exactly. Thank you. Thank you.
I think maybe we're talking about different things, perhaps. Or are we?
Well,
That's my
I
wonder.
again, my
So
my
when I
thing.
say, for example, a shared reality, I'm talking about a shared factual reality. So I'll clarify. Something that really drives me nuts. Thankfully, it's kind of dropped off the cultural radar or something lately. But people used to say a lot, especially women would say, "This is my truth," or "I'm speaking my truth," and it would drive me fucking nuts because essentially there's basically literally one truth. If you look up the definition of the truth, it's the reality. You know what I mean? So when people say my truth, they're effectively saying their version of reality, which is an opinionated version of reality. They're twisting reality to their perspective. That's not reality.
Would
They can
that not
have
also be a
beliefs, they can have
belief?
opinions,
Would that not
they
also
can
be
have
a
a
belief?
perspective, but the reality, and this is one of the reasons, this is what Bud was talking about, we currently don't really share a reality anymore. We don't share an actual truth anymore. And so there are people who quite literally don't believe the earth is round anymore, right? You hear about these flat earthers. You hear about vaccine deniers. You hear about RFK apparently, literally does not believe in germ theory. Mind you, we've had microscopes for 150 years that could see germs and see them be born, live, and die and separate and all this different. We can even see viruses now. But he still doesn't believe in germs. He believes in miasma theory. I shit you not. Look it up. That's true.
Okay,
So
do
we're
not
in this
beliefs
era of
but
my truth.
don't beliefs influenced by strong opinion?
Sure.
Okay. That's my point. All right. When you have a strong opinion and you refuse to be flexible within it, you've now formed a belief, right? You've crunched it down to, hey, this is
I see
the
where you're getting at.
truth. This
Yeah.
is the truth. Well, that's your truth.
An inflexible belief. There's a word for this, but I can't think of it. I see where you're getting at.
But
I
then,
agree with you, actually, because one of the hallmarks of a properly intelligent debate and properly intelligent thought is that the people are willing to both convince and be convinced.
Thank
They
you.
will they will fight for their argument honestly, like a knight, basically. They won't lie, cheat, or steal. Like, you're supposed to. Of course, all the knights were pieces of shit, but in the Camelot
Opinion.
version, they were honest and forthright and da da da. Thou shalt not tell a lie. On and on and on. So in that Camelot sense, you debate in good faith and try to convince the other party. But if the other party convinces you, you accept at least the new information. You don't have to convert to their opinion necessarily.
Thank
But
you.
for example, if the opinion is sound enough, you convert to their opinion. But the problem is these days that most people don't debate in good faith anymore. They're
well,
essentially just talking until the other person gets to talk.
Yeah.
I just don't even think it's these days. I just think it's a civilization thing. Like, there's always people
Unfortunately, I agree.
arguing. There's always people fighting. There's war. Like,
Yeah.
civilizations have crumbled because of people. You
Yeah,
know what I mean?
unfortunately, I agree.
You shall
Anyway,
not
Yeah.
pass.
Thou shalt
Yeah.
no,
I
you
like
shall not pass.
I
Humans,
like I like heated debate and opinion. I like this kind of thing. That's why I come here. It's hard to get a word in edgewise, to be
No,
honest.
I didn't go to
That's the
college or
problem when people
school,
are opinionated, as you were saying.
but
Go ahead,
like
buddy.
in true debate, like when you have that as a class or something, there's a parameters around debating,
Yeah,
right?
yeah,
Like,
yeah, yeah.
right? You can't just,
Absolutely.
run amok over somebody
There's rules to dueling, yes.
yeah. Which like I think the internet is like cross like where some of this I get that some people's thing is they like to get people's goat. If
yeah,
that
but there's also a bunch
makes
of
any
fucking
sense to you.
bots
You
too.
know,
Yeah, that too.
there's bots, but like even amongst friends, like what I realized with a couple people is, yeah, they knew that shit rubbed me the wrong way, and they would just casually mention something, and the next thing that would trigger me to respond because that's
Yeah,
my belief, whatever, and that was like part of like what got them kicks,
yeah.
right? Like, and it seems like the internet that there was always people like that, instigators or whatever you want to call them. On the internet really like drove that to like a much higher level.
Yeah,
It's
you
like
throw
there's no
politics
bots.
into it or any
Yeah.
kind of real touchy
I
subject.
mean, a
Fuck.
lot
Yeah.
of people
Sports,
are having these debates and going crazy with bots. Like
religion.
it's not even a real person that has
Yeah.
engaged them,
No, it's a
you
real
Yeah,
know?
thing
yeah,
too.
yeah.
There was just a
And
story the other
like,
day that Iranian and Russian bots are all over Reddit.
here's something that's kind of been sad to me the last couple of weeks. I'm not a Reddit person, but I whatever I did, I have enough Reddit that it sends me like email saying, "Oh,
Mm.
this whatever story." And so, like every day, like today, oh, ICE is at the Del Mar Fair.
Huh?
They're running like ICE. That's the
Masked up as always.
Yeah,
uh
dude, it's funny.
thing. Oh, they're in Hemet. They're here. Like I live in Southern California, and this thing is still ongoing. And like even one
On
of the stories I thought was funny is because like the protesters have found out like this is the hotel they're in wherever town.
Oh yeah,
So like there's this one video I saw where a bunch of mariachi bands got together and went to this parking lot of the motel or hotel where the
and
ICE
just
agents
played
were
all night.
and played loud all night. Like, yeah, like
right on.
okay, that's like some
Seriously. Apparently they're
but
hitting them
like
with glitter bombs in Portland and stuff. Yeah, that's the way to
earlier in
do
the
it.
week they
If
were
you
at
think
Dodger
about it,
Stadium, and like if you don't really live in SoCal or don't have enough experience with it, this is that issue is way different here.
Hmm.
Like when you
No,
start
it's a
hearing
gut
ICE
shot, and they know it. It's a gut
yeah,
shot for places in the
like
Southwest, and not
like
just
well,
California,
it's
Texas,
sad. I don't know
Arizona,
if
you
oh
it's
name
yeah,
it.
true or not,
over here
but
too,
they
man. We
say
got them all over the place.
and
ICE is
Texas and
everywhere in
Florida
Massachusetts right now.
have way
But not
higher
only that, but immigrant
populations.
workers is what Bud is talking about. You're hitting
Uh,
people where they live. You're hitting the entire culture, the society where it lives. And whatever your opinions on it, because I've talked to people about this for many, many years. I grew up with migrant laborers and stuff at school. So like I've been aware of this for a long time. It's kind of a shitty system that we effectively create a permanent
well,
underclass that is basically responsible for our heavy lifting in terms of meat, some of the shittiest jobs, the slaughtering, basically slaughterhouses, meat packing plants, jobs that
All the
hardly
farms,
anybody wants. Not a butcher that gets paid reasonably well, although they've really
all
cut
the
down
berry
butcher
well,
salaries.
pickers.
and then that issue, like,
And
okay, so I've been
farm stuff, yeah.
friends with Masonic. Most people know Masonic, but really, Masonic is white. Diana is a big part of who Masonic is, right? And so I follow her. And she's into like poking. She's into her thing, right? But like she's like what they call a true dreamer. Like she's 30 some years old, had
Mm,
3 kids born in the United States, been married since straight out of high school to Masonic a lot of years, but that
yeah.
doesn't fix her
Mm.
dreamer situation, right?
It should though, because well, it might not because
Well,
she
wait, like
supposedly
part
came
of
here
what she
illegally.
explained to me is
Uh,
when you signed up to a dreamer, she can't back out of the dreamer
uh,
application and like
mm,
apply like, oh, all these years have gone by.
Spectacular.
Probably could have been like approved through other means,
Yeah.
money, and going through this other system. It takes a
Yeah, but
lot
if
of
you get
years
married,
and whatever. But
Yeah.
like, okay, it's not the Comic-Con. There's another convention in LA coming up where all the artists go. I forget. I don't even know how to pronounce the name. And like, just out of the blue, she posted, "Do you think Ice will be at this event?" Like, she's
Guaranteed.
afraid to fucking go to this event
Fucking
up the road
guaranteed.
from her house.
Yep.
So,
Tiger's going to be there.
at
I
30
seen a
some years
video.
old. Oh, I've lived here since she was like 3 or 4 years old.
Yeah.
She's a true dreamer. Signed up for this thing when she was a kid, and here she's still in limbo and all this crazy shit going on around her, where she's like afraid of like where she can go and not go.
I
That's a
seen
fucking
this video
travesty.
of, I believe they were Mexican American family. Their mother was going into immigration to take her test for her citizenship. Her two sons are soldiers, and they made sure they walked her in to the place so nothing happened in between.
Yeah. And really in Southern California, and for the most part, there's a blurred line. Like, unless you really live here and know, like, they're called Chicanos. Those are Mexican Americans, right? Within a family of them, there could be a few outliers that don't have their paperwork right, but for the most part, they're
Hmm.
Chicanos, Mexican
It's been
Americans,
a long.
generational. Some of them have longer history generationally than most other Americans, right? Those people are threatened in their day-to-day life by this bullshit. And
Yeah.
that's the majority of the Latino culture of Southern California.
Yeah.
Like, that's sad to see that this whole thing is like disrupted. Oh, there's kids that parents are keep them out. Oh, they go to schools, elementary schools, and try to round up the kids that they can't, start there. Like, some of these tactics are just, yeah, they got to stop. Like, I don't care what side of the argument you're on. Like,
Yeah.
wait, this is America. We were built on certain principles. We're all immigrants.
Yeah, Ellis Island used to
Had
be
ups and
something we
downs.
cherished. You know what I mean? The Statue of
And
Liberty.
then to like obviously just break that all away and have these things happening
Mm.
in like not just a couple days of it and then back out. It's the way they're gonna operate. Yeah, no. And like they say that we spent hundreds of millions in California, and they're all in California, the National Guard, but the two biggest states that have higher populations of immigrants are Texas and Florida. And, oh,
Yeah.
nope. You
Nope,
see any
leave them
operations
alone.
there? Limited. Like, so the corruptness of it, and that you really just, and
It's an internal war,
California
basically.
has, like, you got to remember, like, it's not even that many years ago that a huge part, like where I live, was Mexico.
Yep. All the names are
There's much,
Spanish. San
For a
it's much
Francisco,
long
more
San
time.
Diego, Los
developed.
Angeles, the
Yeah,
Angels, City of the Angels, right?
yeah.
Like these are
No, you
all
can't
Hispanic
break this
names. You have to
apart.
go to like what Palmer. You have to go to all kinds of other places to actually find places that are not Hispanic,
You
and they're
can't
usually
break that
new
apart.
cities.
Like, who in their right mind would try to break that? That's culture.
Mm.
That's SoCal in its essence,
Yep.
right? If you don't like it, then move away from it. But like, that's what it is. And for the
Yep.
most part, oh, other than outliers, gangs, and criminal types and all that, oh, all these people have gotten along just fine together for centuries.
I
Mhm.
mean, to an extent, yes. There's always been internal conflicts and conflicts with others, but
Well, right.
for the most part, it's
Sure,
been
but 100 years ago is not today. You know what I mean? And we're not
yeah.
the same people as was 100 years ago.
What has changed, Fumador? I mean,
God, a
you grew
lot,
up.
man. We
What's
spend more
really
time with each other. Our society is simply more prosperous. That's a big part of it. We do have a tremendous amount of inequality, but we have a lot of people that basically are able to meet their basic needs. So that removes a lot of the impetus for hating your neighbor, hating other people, et cetera, et cetera. But the big one really is just exposure, I think. And our culture has really just changed, even just in the last 20 years. You know, people used to say, oh, that's so gay if they wanted to say something was stupid.
Well,
Well, you don't
I
say
think
that's so gay anymore. That's completely
we
inappropriate.
might be
You
able to
don't say
say
all
that
kinds of stuff that was appropriate 20 years ago, 30 years ago, you know?
we're more prosperous, except that it's like, I think you can boil it down to, it's like the difference between now and 20 years ago, 30, it's like dog eat dog. Like, it's like to stay on the
Well, then you would think, I mean,
above
I
the
know what you mean, but
waterline
you'd think that the culture would be even more
is,
vicious, not less
you know,
vicious.
like
I
okay, a
get a
good amount
weird.
of people can manage to stay above the waterline, but oh, that waterline is right there at all
Keeps getting
times.
higher and higher, yeah.
Yeah,
So
I
and
have
do you think the explosion of information has changed everybody's focus?
yeah, yeah.
Oh,
Like
100%.
there's
And then also social media. Most people now get their information exclusively from social media. So, for example, my friend who thinks that she's very informed, I mean, that's the thing. She genuinely thinks she's very, very well informed because she gets her information from TikTok. And that's now basically the majority of people. And I hate to
But
say
is
it, but that
TikTok any
information is
different than
not very
Facebook
good.
and Meta
Yeah,
and
it's all the shorts
the
and
other
shit.
apps? I don't go to TikTok, but it seems like similar parameters, like postings and stuff. Like, so those like Facebook and Meta and Instagram and you name them all. Yeah, like everybody has their, not everybody, but yeah, social media is like, and the regular news is a bunch of bullshit, both sides.
Oh,
Like
yes,
they
yeah.
capitulated into this, like the major network or
Because
whatever.
they're
They're
all owned by
feeding.
billionaires, people
Oh
forget.
yeah.
Yeah, it's like a profit
Every single
ratio
network.
thing.
So
Like
do you
you
think
know,
do you think
considering
there's an
the,
overall design for this, Bud? Do you think that there's some people at the top that are
I think it's just
designing?
like so complicated, went off the rails a long time ago, and there's a lot of so many angles. It's complicated as fuck.
I think the
But
worst
the
part
simple
of the
thing would
world
be,
is that dumb people can take charge of the world just as easily as smart people, maybe more easily. And
yeah,
right now we're
okay.
seeing the consequences of
But with
that.
the media conglomerates,
I
there's
mean,
Well,
look at
only a
Elmo.
couple that own it all, right? They should say to them, yeah, okay, and you guys can also still be in the news business, but the news sector is not for profit. It's not about advertising. It's not fueled by that
it's run by the
because
CIA.
yeah, who at this
Oh, sure,
point who
bud. They
the
could
fuck
say that,
knows
but they
what's going
won't,
on? I
you
know
know.
one thing. Don't think that the CIA, I don't even care, Tulsi Gabbard, whoever thinks they're leading it, isn't still operating at a high level.
Well, to control the behaviors of
That's a
humanity.
meaningless statement, bud. But the reality of it, I think, is that there are no adults in charge, you know, and a lot of these grand plans that we thought that the world has, no, we just
Well, I
kind of
mean,
have
it
some
sort of
dipshits in
started with
charge.
like, yeah, I don't pay attention, but oh, I said, oh yeah, I guess we did some change happen, and he gave some speech at 7 o'clock. I didn't really involve the details, but I know
Yeah, you
one
didn't
thing.
say all that much.
Yeah, like okay, what's the no one, not even the other. What's the end? What's the end game? Like, okay, regime change. What? Okay, that's not as simple as that. That's what got all this started in 1950 something. Uh,
Did he mention, D, you watched the speech too. I didn't see the first couple minutes. Did he specifically mention regime change? Because I thought he was just talking about specifically what they did.
No, exactly what they did. I didn't
Yeah,
hear.
yeah. So don't
yeah,
when
but
you talk about something, this is part of the problem with discussions these days. People bring in way too much stuff that isn't part of the discussion. So part of the discussion tonight is they bombed the nuclear facilities in Iran.
okay,
Evidently,
okay,
that's Trump's
I
version
got a
of
weird question.
de-escalation. That's my assumption because he's obviously not sending boots to the ground that so many people were afraid of. That would probably be a catastrophe, honestly, because Iran is like a living fortress, basically, among other reasons. But hitting the nuclear facilities, okay, that's a logical endgame. That's a logical point. Iran, basically, everyone agrees, cannot get the nuclear weapons. It's the regime that would use them or give them to terrorists for them to use. Everyone knows this,
so
right?
basically, it's like let's rough them up and then back to business as usual. Right.
I guess that's what he's hoping.
Okay. I mean that. Okay. I might better sign on to that because like anything else gets that's where it gets like yeah okay
They're
like
gonna want to
first off
retaliate.
like we would probably take Putin out but oh we're worried about the vacuum like history
Yeah.
shows us that right so yeah like uh, I guess by him not signing on to taking out the Ayatollah whatever when they offered well I mean because yeah what kind of that like wow I don't even like
It
I've
sets a
listened to
really bad precedent. Yeah. Then they would
yeah
try to come
beyond the
after our
fact that
president and so on
like
and so
yeah
forth.
it's not like oh there's these other leaders that have been sitting on the side poised ready to go to bring this country of 90 million people that the people are actually nothing like their leadership right like they're educated
Yeah,
they're
it's a
young
famously very
they
literate
have a
society and so on. Yeah.
right like they deserve better than this but it's up to
Unfortunately,
them.
history has told us when people come in from the outside, it's not very often a good thing. There are exceptions. For example, basically all of postmodern Europe, postmodern Western Europe, post-war Western Europe with the exception, I guess, of Spain, but was occupied in one way or another and funded basically by the Marshall Plan by the U.S. So, for example, West Germany, France, the UK, all of them owe their existence, their modern existence, basically to the US, effectively setting up regime change. Okay, no regime change in the UK, but definitely in France. It was formerly Vichy France. Obviously, the Germany was controlled by the Nazis, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. Of course, the Soviets took over Eastern Europe, so there wasn't anything the US could do about that. But what am I trying to say? And those were arguably failures too. So regime change forcibly by the Soviets didn't work out because all of those countries, every single one of them, I guess you would say, with the exception of Belarus, switched over to democracies as soon as they possibly could in 91, right? 80, 89 or 91, depending on the countries. But in the US, for example, West Germany kept the system that the US gave it, right? Same thing with Japan. The post-war Japan basically was occupied by the US for a very long time, and they've kept that system. They didn't overthrow it, right? What's that, D? Anyway, what was I trying to say? But not to justify it because I don't think it really would work out in a place like Iran because honestly, it's a country of 90 million fucking people. It's been this crazy autocratic theological fucking regime for 45 years or something. I don't even know how long now. Crazy, almost 50 years. It's inculcated in their society. Like they're going to probably have to do it to themselves. But I guess the logic perhaps of Israel, well, I don't know what, I don't think that Israel is actually shooting for Israel, regime change, to be honest. But if the Trumps are, if the US is, my logic is that if they weaken the government enough, and especially weaken their mechanisms of power profoundly, then the people could rise up and take over. I don't know. I
Yeah,
would hope
and
that
that
that could
that
happen.
crazy government has uh, state-controlled media, and like I saw a story. I mentioned it a little bit, but we defunded like Voice of America, all these
Mm,
agencies that okay, they spent a lot of money. It seemed like, except that Voice of America brought back like all these people that the Farsi end of it because they reach 4.5 million
mm.
viewers a day with a different side than the state sponsored media that the 90 million people that live there. If they're just told whatever from the Trump government or the eh, religious zealots or whatever it is. It's hard for them to like come together for the change. And so those organizations were like critically important, regardless of what millions of dollars it costs. And yeah, you call them whatever, but like, yeah, that was one of the things Elon right away got rid of all that shit, right? Luckily, those people stood behind their missions and were able to quickly come back on this one
And
issue
sure enough,
because
these Doge
that
dipshits, several of them are on record now talking to the media saying, "Oh man, we looked into all this stuff and we actually found out the government really didn't have a lot of waste because they're new to this." These guys were 19, 20-year-old fucking college. I mean, I swear to you, these are the people that fucking Elmo hired. The one guy's
well,
name
most likely you could have
goes by Big
instituted
Balls.
a longer term, like go through each of these agencies and try to like clean up the budget a little after 50 years of it and save some
The
money.
thing is, that's people's assumption, but the reality of it is that most of these government organizations do run lean already. There's already the Government Accountability Office. What do they call it? Yeah,
Yeah.
GAO. There's all these different agencies around the country that basically already trim the fat. The one big one that nobody seems to really talk about, in fact, the Trumps basically even raised the budget, is the Pentagon. The Pentagon famously has never actually passed an audit. They famously have lost multiple trillions of dollars over the years, on and on. It's basically a black box. But nobody really stops to think about that. They would prefer to
Now
talk to you
wait, the
about how
Pentagon's the
the
CIA,
duck
right? Like
rangers
that.
are wasting
Well,
everybody
it's got
money.
multiple different branches in it.
Pardon?
Yeah, but ultimately it's
Well,
the CIA, right?
Uh,
Like when you talk about the Pentagon and them losing all this money, like
no,
the
the CIA, I guess, is their own agency, to be perfectly honest.
they haven't.
okay,
I
The
think.
Pentagon is more the military. That's the
yeah.
I think everyone has an
top of the chain for
office
the
in there
military.
though. Like
Well, I
the end.
remember hearing
Probably.
like what's that guy, White Underbelly had this interview of a guys from involved in the rack shit. And literally, I mean, it was on the news. We had to see like our big transport pallets of $100 bills, brand new, being shipped into that country and like doled out in
Yeah, it was
any
supposed
kind
to
of
be
way
bribes, but they
to
ended up
try to
losing
like keep to
several
keep
billion dollars. Yeah.
whatever that was our war effort. Or like, wait a second, beyond that we had private, black like Jesus Christ. Oh, boots. I'm glad we're not thinking boots on the ground again. But
You gotta
hey,
remember, dude, the
uh,
military.
that generated a huge
I,
growth in the military budget over those years. That
Yeah,
is
but the
still
military budget's been inflated for the fucking longest time. They paid
I'm
$12,000
gonna duck
for
out
the
while
book.
I'm unscathed.
Later, later, Bingus.
See
You
ya.
say Bingus.
well,
You
yeah.
know what I
Well,
mean?
that would be the first agency that you could probably go through and clean up a bit, right? Uh,
Sure,
yeah, but
DP.
God, even to touch that would be like, as a politician, like a end of your career type of thing. I mean,
Hmm.
but
Sure, what it
I
seems
think
like.
this is a
there
picture
was
of you
ever
guys
a place
together.
where, like, yeah,
Hmm.
that's where a lot of these billions and some of these guys' stories is, yeah, like officers involved in it helped themselves to like money and came home on like that money wasn't even accountable. It was just like use it to try to keep yourself from getting killed. Like that. Wait, we have a $1 trillion military, and that just that so many years ago we were just throwing money at it to try to keep a lot like that's a pretty sad state of affairs. And a lot of that money was never accounted for properly. Like billions went, and they're not even sure where it all went.
Right into some colonel's pocket.
Well, yeah, there's plenty of stories that say that, like
I've
even
been,
within the agencies, like so I listened to an interview with this 30-year DA guy, and he said, yeah, like the way they do it, when they find money, they don't even count it. There's these certain bags, they go in it and they seal it and they call Brinks and they get the cash out of there, right? Because over
Motherfucker.
the years they found, yeah, if you want to like have problems within your ranks, that money becomes a issue where numerous stories and situations where people can't help themselves. And so to eliminate that, they have like the system that basically like the money's just evidence. It goes in these bags. It gets counted. It doesn't get counted there. Like the one guy said when we started for years, sometimes we'd have 6, 8 hours with 10 guys would be sitting in a house we took counting the millions of dollars, like by hand with machines. And then by the time it got to the next level, oh, it wasn't that same amount. You know what I'm saying? Like, yeah,
do you know?
Rampart's an example of that in LA, like where the cops they were just straight busting people taking money and leaving.
I seen a really interesting debate last night. Um,
Fuck.
it was what's harder, a 9 to 5 or streaming?
Or me for your mama.
It was
What's
a
the
really
second one?
or streaming, like making money off
Streaming?
streaming.
Well, I mean, that's what
I guess it
more than a
depends on the
nine to
nine to
five,
five.
isn't it?
Are you a money farmer
That's
or
what I
what do
said.
you
It
do,
all
right?
depends on the job.
Yeah.
And a lot of things about 9 to 5s
You
is
work in a call
you find,
center, or is it retail, or are you a restaurant line
oh,
chef? Do you work
a
factory
lot of those
assembly for
jobs
Yo
people
Mama's
work at
dildos? What is it?
till they retire. And even the big, I don't know, what was that one guy that was so big,
Going to
uh, giving out all that money, made a chocolate bar and all that?
Mr.
Oh, fuck
Beast.
that guy. That guy. Don't talk about that fucking guy on my show.
Well, or a guy like that. Like I
I
remember
think
when it was like
Casanet's
a
the
popular
biggest.
thing. I don't know. I can only imagine that guy's hit his prime in it. Like having a stream that has longevity and viewership for longevity. Oh, that's a really hard thing to do. Having like a 5 minutes in the sun, you know, like that's what that ends up being. Like even whoever
Yeah, but a
gets
lot of times, as much as they do work hard, it's not to take anything from that. They're so gifted at what they do that it kind of comes naturally to them. It's just that's what they do. It's like a great musician or something, like
Mhm.
I don't know. What do you want them to do? Be shittier or something? Like
But
they
what?
do what
What I
they do.
realized is all these years before that, there was the show, the basic format. You had the host. Like, now, like anybody, even with hardly a budget, can present that same format. Like where it used to be only the TV networks had the ability to do that. You know what I'm saying? Now, like I watch some different podcasts or people's like own thing. Yeah, they have the same format. They have the one host, the other host. Yeah, uh, so it's opened the door, like, cause it's not something that special. Like if
So,
but
uh,
to have something, keep it interesting for week after week or day after, that's hard because
uh,
people like they get into something and they drop it as fast as they get into it.
no offense to anyone older, but a lot of the older generation doesn't really believe in like playing games and making money off of like video games and stuff. I'll put it this way. I'll just use my own self as an example. My mom does not believe in streaming, does not believe in YouTube, doesn't think there's any money anywhere to be made. You know what I mean? She says get a real job type shit.
Uh,
Well, I
I've seen
could
people
see
say that
that.
for a long time. Yeah, I actually am quite frustrated at my parents when I grew up because they said very much the same that video games and stuff are not real jobs, et cetera, et cetera. I have had a lot of friends over the years that made actually quite a bit of money in the video game industry, for
But wait a
example.
second.
And now, of course, the
You
industry is quite
speak
a
to
bit
that
different. But
older
over the years,
generation.
God, you could make millions in some cases anyway.
They didn't like have the gaming world to do it, but there were people that were bowlers, pool table, pool people. Like there was all these other sports, I guess you call them. That if you were good enough, like bowling's not a big thing anymore, but there was always the guys that got so good at bowling they were on the tour and made a living bowling. That's no different than someone making a living off of whatever game, right? So it's not like the older generation didn't have a sector of people that
I'm not gonna
that
lie, like my mom.
made their living off of games. I mean, it's just they weren't online. But like, what's the real statistic? Like, everyone wants to be a rock star or a football or play,
I
whatever.
mean, depends on
The
how high level
odds
you
of
get.
like of in the
Oh,
all the
one in
people that
a,
have thrown
yeah,
their
very,
hats
very low.
in
Oh,
trying to
And not
make
only
some
that, don't forget,
income.
for every LeBron, there's 250 other basketball players. I don't
Mm-hmm.
remember exactly how many are in the league, but plenty that make a good living, but it's definitely not enough to,
Yeah,
it's
yeah,
not
yeah,
fuck you money, you know?
yeah.
Yeah.
And I have a feeling like, if you were gaining some success independently doing that, there's a lot of roadblocks and shit that all of a
Yeah.
sudden
Oh
you
yeah,
realize this
dude.
game's a
Stream.
lot more complicated now that I got 100,000 people and this other company has control over my destiny with the way they
That's the
algorithm.
changing reality of it now, you know? And so people like your mom, for example, Smashed, a lot of people, it's not just your mom, are way behind the times. There are plenty of times, and of course, your
I
mom
love
is
my
always
mom.
behind things.
your mom.
Uh,
Your
Many
mom.
of us like to be behind your mom, on the other hand.
Yeah.
But the reality of it is that a lot of the new work these days is essentially just the same thing as streaming or anything else. It's gig work, it's non-contract work, it's not guaranteed, there's no pension, there's no stability to it, blah, 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 blah. And this is something that increasingly people are just starting to understand is just part of life, right? Increasingly, CEOs are threatening their workers. Just the other day, the Lowe's CEO effectively
Oh yeah,
threatened all his workers by saying, "Stick by the cash register. We won't need you because we'll have AI in the corporate office," which is delusional because the first person you should replace is a fucking CEO. They do literally nothing and they are paid the highest in the company. Anyway, somehow these CEOs always forget that they could be replaced too. But anyway, where was I going to
Well,
with
wouldn't
that?
it, AI like that if it was the CEO, all the data reports, everything was
Dude, an
compiled
AI
into
might
it?
do the opposite of what these dipshits all do because
God,
all these
can you
dipshits
imagine how
followed Jack
profitable a
Welch's
company could
famously
be?
poisonous system where you basically stack rank your employees. Amazon to this day still stack ranks their employees where you are mandated to remove 10% of people no matter what. So the teams end up fighting against each other. They end up competing with each other in negative ways
yeah.
instead of collaborating. This is famously the reason why GE is now a garbage company instead of an an industrial powerhouse because of Jack fucking Welch. Anyway, if an AI took over, I bet you anything they would change the policies and say, "Oh wait, we actually
Well,
make
I'm
more
not
money
like
when the
really
workers are
personally
stable and
have
happy." And they
experience.
would give them more fucking sick pay. They would give them more time off. They would give them higher pay. I guarantee you, productivity would shoot like a fucking rocket.
In the real job market. But over the years, what I noticed is some of my friends that, that's how they, you know, raise their kids and whatever. It's not, there's a lot of these like 30-hour jobs, like what they consider part-time. So that means you really need two of them, right? Where like when I first grew up, people had one job. And if it was a 40-hour week job, uh, that was it. That was a full-time job. A lot of jobs that you think should be full time at this place, that place, very profitable places. Oh, they don't really offer full time jobs. They offer part time jobs, even though it's 30 hours. It's just right at the cut of what they consider full time and part time. And then you're not eligible for a lot of the things that having a full time job does, as far as like the amount of vacation time you have, the amount of sick day, all kinds of labor laws and pension and other things, health insurance. Yeah, and these are huge conglomerates that practice this shit. Like that's how they're so profitable. Is we don't hire full time. We just have a bunch of part time, like Home Depot, Lowe's. That's most of those jobs where you work at the store. That's not a full time job.
Hey, ¿qué pasa? You work?
Which okay, it sounds good. Oh, my schedule's only this, but that leads you to have at least around here, second job. Like a lot of people that work there, they also work there.
Hmm. Or the people that work at Walmart famously don't make enough money that they have to go on food stamps, Medicare, all that kind of stuff, because
Dude, I
Walmart
worked at
physically
Walmart.
won't pay them enough. Yeah, and it's
So,
evidently a really terrible job. Like the
oh my
customers are
God.
garbage, and yeah.
When you go
And
into training, they show you a video that says pretty much run away from anyone talking about unionizing. And it was a well-known thing in the company that they would not give you 40 hours just so they didn't have to give you any more like insurance or anything.
Yeah,
well,
crazy.
yes, Friday, I had to have a ultrasound. So I was at the hospital, and I went to the cafeteria. And when I walked out, it was downstairs, but it was the glass, all the mandatory postings, federal government and the minimum wage, state, all this. I remember walking across and looking at it. Oh, right there, it was like $7 and something was the federal minimum wage. And then as the next class over was the state's issue,
Yeah, the West Coast is quite a bit
16,
higher.
1620,
Yeah.
right? I thought,
Seattle, I
yeah,
think, is even
well,
higher. I think Seattle is $20.
okay. So like for sure in this state, if you could somehow pay those people $7, wow, that person would need five of those jobs.
Yeah. That's the thing. In a state like California, it's physically not enough money to work, you know.
Yeah, no, that's just and a lot of it's the fact that I guess it's called globalization on the international scale, but we have some like conglomerates that are so massive and break the
That's what,
uh monopoly with their antitrust suits. I mean, if Marvell had to be broke up, if Standard Oil had to be broke up, those those were like simple, pale in comparison to the level of shit we got going on today. And just about all sectors are controlled by it, whether it's entertainment, whether it's products like Bear, uh, grocery stores, and yeah, no wonder we don't have small business. No wonder we have a fucked up economy. No wonder there's so much inflation. That would all go with that. Like, oh, it was good in the years when
A
there's
lot of the inflation just
competition.
literally comes from COVID.
Some of that. I remember the first days after they shut down the global the economy, basically. There were economists that came on TV and said, yeah, we can't quantify what this is going to cost the United States and the world's economy. Like when we have the few days where they don't sign the budget deal, right? And that costs whatever per day. They can quantify it to a number. It's a lot of money per day that by them playing this charade
Chris, I have so much dog
costs.
fur on my
But
sweater.
that's like just this little teeny part of the world economy. Shutting down the whole economy of the world for whatever, even if it's just a few hours, wow, that was going to have a ripple effect. It's like for sure. And oh, we're in those years after that. Like even though it's getting on some years now, oh, that was a big thing when like I mean, it didn't seem like you could still buy shit at the store. It was weird. It wasn't like the whole economy completely didn't operate, but officially they shut the whole economy of the world down for a few minutes there
Yeah.
or longer. Well, I remember
Yeah, and
economists
it took a
saying
while to
straight out,
restart too. Yeah.
like, there's no way, like they didn't even have estimates. They could say you can't quantify what this is going to cost because it was never something that was even considered.
And it's had long run consequences just in general in terms of apparently kids learning. And so all kinds of kids are way behind in socialization and literacy and all kinds of stuff. That's going to have knock-on effects for decades.
What's funny,
You know,
there's this
none of us probably will ever see the end of the consequences from this, you know?
there's a
It's going to be
viral
bizarre.
video that I saw a couple days ago. It's RFK and his whole squad, like his full protection,
Did
right?
the
So it
brain
looked
worm
like
make an appearance?
yeah,
Hello.
he was at a tanning like a
Fucking idiot.
small like tanning salon business that he went to, and he you could tell he came out he'd been tanned
Yeah,
at
that's
the
why he's so
tanning salon.
brown. Yeah.
Like
You don't get
like
that brown. Well, he's
you
rich
look
enough,
at
I guess,
like
that you could
this
go to
like
Saint
before he
Tropez,
even
but
came out. There was like this whole prep officers. There was a
yeah,
bunch
makes
of those
sense.
SUVs, like five, six of them. You know, it's not like he just travels light. And there he was at a tanning place on
No, these guys are
whatever
apparently
street.
living the high life. That's been one of the small scandals that people have been talking about. There's so many big scandals that, nobody pays attention.
Well, I
But the dude that
remember
runs the FBI, Cash Patel, evidently he spends all his time in Vegas instead of DC, and he's basically made it like a mobile headquarters or something around his house because he goes clubbing every night, and he apparently flashes his badge to ladies and stuff. He's like, "Bro, I'm the FBI chief." He gets laid based on his fucking FBI badge.
one,
And at first
maybe
you're like, yeah, cool.
one
But
of
then you
Elmo's
realize,
rockets,
okay, how
like
many of those are Russian
totally,
spies that he's
well,
bagging?
like a couple of his rockets is like blown up, right,
Hmm.
in the last few months. I was just thinking, I remember they knew exactly where he was. Oh, he was in Washington or he was at Mar-a-Lago. Where's he at these days? He just went back to regular life and is cruising low. Like he was so part of every minute of every day. Now all of a sudden,
Wait, who are you talking about again?
Elmo.
Oh, yeah, fucking Elmo.
Where'd
They
he
had a
go?
breakup. Yeah, they had a fucking breakup.
Yeah, but where'd he go?
Boyfriend and
What's he
girlfriend
doing?
no longer. People forget that Trump always uses and loses people. He uses you up like a tube of toothpaste, and then he throws you away and calls you a loser and whatever else.
The
That's
one
the inevitable
that
process. He
makes
does it
me
with his own
know,
fucking kids.
as much as in his head he thinks he's like a gangster, he thinks he's like, just look at his relationship with Michael Cohen.
Hmm.
Like that was his guy. That guy would have thrown his life down
Yeah, I
for
would
him.
have taken a bullet for him. Yeah,
And you pardoned every jackass you could. You not only made
except
that
for
guy
him.
do
Yeah.
full time, you fucked
Not
it,
that he's
made
a
it
good guy,
harder for
mind
him
you.
even to do his time.
Yeah.
Yeah. I sometimes listen to his podcast. Oh, he's still like, oh, one thing he hates Trump now, right? But how would you not? Because like, oh, even part of why that guy had to do time was initially trying to cover up the fucking Trump.
Yeah.
And then wait, he didn't get pardoned. Like even post, like you can pardon him so the case those like he can't practice as a lawyer. It's all this shit, dude. And
Yeah.
if anybody was like the most loyal of loyal, and
Yeah, he
then
was like their lapdog. I saw him on TV just frothing at the mouth, defending him and
God,
everything. Yeah. Yeah.
and the one thing, but that what is it, Stephen Wright or what? I know. What's the
Stephen
guy
Miller's
that's
still there. He's apparently the
Miller?
Svengali
Yeah,
now.
he's still there.
Take
Like
this tomorrow.
because
He's
like
apparently the guy
just
behind
about
everything.
everybody, the relationship always ends the same way. Like like 100, half of them are books.
Hmm.
I that list started with the guy that used to be the CEO of Exxon. Remember him? They called him a moron. Uh, who somehow stepped down from Exxon to be the secretary of whatever the fuck. And then when him and Trump had their problem, he went right back to in charge of Exxon. Oh, is she?
Jesus, there's so much.
It's a lot of foliage. Go that grass,
9
man.
o'clock yet? Oh, not yet. The room is dark.
It's like a park.
I got a huge jungle going on.
Should call it Smashed Park.
That's blueberry. This is blueberry kush. A whole corner of blueberry
I like
kush right
blueberry
here.
kush.
Um, this big one right here is the Donyeti donut, the donuts, and then I just bent this little plant down so it got a little bit more light. Same thing, donuts. Um,
How's that donuts coming out, do you think?
that's
Looks like they're
good.
about what? About halfway through?
Uh, last I looked, I was at 26 days,
Oh, okay, yeah. All right.
and then I
Plenty
got
of
an
time.
auto flower that's probably.
Hmm. For some reason, I would have, if someone had asked me before the show, oh, what week is Smashed Garden in? I would have been like, oh, week 6. I don't know. For some reason, I remembered them way, way more advanced.
Well, I got. Hold on. What's that? I'm running out
Oh,
of
yeah. A
pumpkin.
couple of those are a little bit more. Yeah, I guess those autoflowers. Yeah, right on. Yeah, like that would be maybe week 6 or something for a
Yeah,
regular
I
plant.
think that one's coming down kind of
Yeah,
soonish.
right
Let
on.
it. I'm just giving them plain water, letting them just chill.
Oh, Jesus. So, do you want to hear a stupid human mistake or a stupid Fumi mistake or something? Anyway, basically a rookie mistake that I made thanks to, I'm going to blame my puppy. It is kind of his fault, but it's not 100% his fault because it's my fucking fault. So I'm just going to tell you because it's this stupid. It's literally that stupid. I can't even believe that I did this. So setting up the tent next door. I had a puppy, and my puppy, as you can imagine, was still in the crazy phase where he wasn't completely house trained. So I had to take him outside, every 15 minutes so he fucking doesn't pee in the house. Da 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 da. Setting up the fucking tent, I set up and I shit you not, this is so stupid. You're all gonna laugh. But don't do this. Like, follow my horror and don't do this. I set up the fan for the exit because in this case I basically want negative pressure and whatever, and I'm just basically sucking, not blowing. Your mom is really good at blowing, of course, and I didn't need that right now because we got that taken care of last night. So I got the fan on the exit side, I suppose you could say, exiting out air, pulling out air, basically. But guess what I forgot to do? Guess what I forgot to do? Just the most obvious thing. I forgot to create an inlet. I forgot to literally put up a fucking hole for the goddamn thing to fucking breathe air. So this whole time I'm busy with a puppy. I can't even get away from the fucking puppy for more than sometimes 5 minutes. I shit you not. And so I literally, like my whole garden, basically, I would just do like 5 minutes of this, 5 minutes of that, 5 minutes of that, because I got to go do something with the puppy again. I kept wondering, why is the tent so hot? Why is it so fucking toasty? Da, 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 da. Because it's sucking air in from the seams, basically. So anyway,
Yeah.
now I finally put
And
in a fucking vent and everything. The damage is done though, because it's like halfway through flower, so
for a lot of
whatever.
years, I ran just moving air, and I had like high
Bullshit.
CFM, like 2,000 CFM in, 2,000 out. You deal with a thing called positive and negative pressure, right?
And that's
And
the
try to
problem.
keep it
Looking at the tent, it still had negative pressure. So in my little 5 minute dabbling with the tents, watering, da da da, I didn't fucking notice. Piece of
right.
shit.
But here's and it probably in a tent wasn't that strong, but in a room, like if I ran like there's a threshold, I'll tell you that just think of it as gravity, weight. When I had because I'd always be trying to play with negative pressure, and a lot of times fans you would try to set it up to work good for 6 months with filters, and it declined over time. So keeping the CFM uh, ratio, you never wanted it positive pressure because then that'd be like pushing air out of the room to every crevice. So a little bit of negative pressure. But if you had a little too much negative pressure, like they would stunt plants. Like it was like if the plant had extra weight on it. You know what I mean? Because technically, yeah, in that room there was that pressure, like you were pushing down on, it's like pressure is what it ends up being. Now, most of the time, it's you only off of like, a hair to make it work right. But I remember time when one side the circuit blew, so the exhaust, yeah, the exhaust didn't come on, and I couldn't even push the door open because, like, yeah, in that room, I had 2000 CFM in and 2000 CFM out, which was a lot for like it was an extended bedroom, I would say, high ceilings. But yeah, if one side of the air didn't come on, it's like same thing. If it was only
Better Jones.
sucking, you couldn't close the door. So
We
having
had that
like
problem with your mama
right
last night. Yeah.
now, I run sealed rooms so I don't move any
Easy
air,
sleep.
but I use the same filters, just like filter the air. They
Tease out like a light.
don't have to. Oh, good. The lights just turned on. Perfect timing.
Oh shit.
I changed all my genetics though. Like I'm running a lot of lemon cherry gelato.
Hmm.
Like
Old
one
school,
half
yeah.
grape.
I used to have that clone. Huh.
I have two different phenos where I'm like, we're probably the same, but I'm gonna find out this trend.
Hmm.
Mainly made choices where, yeah, yield over some other things. Like and lemon cherry gelato's grown right is pretty damn good. It's been
Hmm.
kind of played out a bit, but like, no, these ones yield a lot. Like I already have a couple in this room where I think I saw. So and over on this under here's the first time I grew out the cap junkie, which somebody sent me the clones. Uh well first sent me a little bud of it. It's so fucking tasty. And then he sent me these clones and that
Hmm.
this is week 6. This room is exactly last night I changed the water and it turned out exactly week 6. But the difference in this room and normal, these aren't like in here, it's a whole tray of the same variety, 18 plants. Here, okay, see, remember I used to cull a lot of my moms? Like it was like they were redundant. Well, this last run I had a lot of, there's only 2 short trays in the back there. I cut these back, like stripped them all the way down right before I flipped them. And then because they're older, so they're in here per size. So like on any given tray, it's a mix of plants that fit. When I set the room, I didn't do it by kind. I did it by like what plants would work best next to each other. And even though it's the smallest, I should get out there and taste it. Right in the middle is the Skittles, which it's being like the space is being taken over. Wait, I can reach it. Yeah, that's it. But
Hmm.
it's like that plant is a troubled plant. And
It's just, I'm struggling
oh,
with it right now too. Yeah, it should be doing fine. It's in beautiful soil. It's a nice environment. It's vegging basically next door, and it does have an intake and an exit. That's the frustrating fucking thing. One
it
tent was
was as
perfect, one tent was
tall
not. Go ahead.
as the ones around it, but
100% is
quickly
the
early
smallest,
on.
slowest. Yeah, it's like it struggles
Yeah,
for
yeah.
nutrition. It's got plenty of food in the soil, so like
But I already know that like I'm not selling that one little plant with an ounce or two, I hope. Uh oh, I'm just doing that for myself because
yeah,
I like that flavor.
yeah.
And I have a few in veg. They seem to be doing all right, but no, they're like you say, they're like I'd have to veg them probably, especially to account for that they don't really do any transitioning stretch or any of that. I'd have to veg them like in a like what would be 3 weeks, like 6 weeks of veg time to get a plant big enough, uh, worthy enough to turn back, and then plants around it would just dominate it, right? Because I just had to peel back like every plant around it. I put it in the center, trying to get it as best uh, um, conditions, but it didn't work that way. It got dominated by plants around it.
Hmm.
All right, I got it.
Reaction to Trump's bombing Iran is not all that positive, apparently.
I can't wait to be done.
It's very risky. It's one of those things, you know. Iran is the single dominant force behind worldwide global terror, and you can expect blowback from any time you attack Iran. You know, even if the regime is crippled, if they're still around, you can definitely expect any of their proxies, and they have them in fucking Germany, all over the place. They'll start unleashing bus bombings, you name it, you know. We'll see. Helps to look at nice green foliage. Hop on, folks. I'm gonna go get I just ordered a pizza. I'm just gonna go get a pizza. I'm like, fuck it, I'm not gonna cook tonight. Oh, I didn't have that copied, so I'm gonna copy and paste the link here. You guys are welcome to join. Looks like Dee's still here. He might be asleep, so I'm gonna probably ask before I leave here who wants to be the host.
It don't matter.
And
I'll stay
you want
on
to be a
till
host,
Tuesday.
Smash?
Yeah.
Oh, by the way, I keep forgetting to tell you about those 3 packs. Do you want me to hold on to those 3 packs until I find more, or do you want me to mail them to you?
What? Send me a picture on Discord.
Right on. Yeah, for $1 million, I couldn't tell you what 3 packs they are right now.
Yeah, yeah. Let me
Um,
look at because I might just have you hold them, and when you get 10 of them, just so we don't have to pay shipping a bunch.
hmm. Still can't figure out why you have to pay shipping on that package. It's so bizarre. Anyway,
This plant looks so healthy.
it
I don't.
does. Yeah, it's nice, nice big leaves and stuff.
I
There's a
honestly,
little bit of curling, so maybe you overwatered it at some point, but otherwise, very, very happy plant.
I honestly don't know what it is. I have an
Uh,
idea.
from the leaf curling there. I mean, it could just be lack of light. Those leaves there are down there at the bottom, and they're just basically starting to shut down. So they could literally be getting overwatered because they're actually shutting down, and it's nothing that you're doing wrong. In that case, you would just prune them off, right? I know you're not a big fan of pruning those leaves. I am. In my case, anything that isn't photosynthesizing or something that is blocking other leaves that could be photosynthesizing better, in other words, like more canopy below, I'll thin out. I know Smash is the opposite. He likes to let the kind of tree do its thing. But it looks like visually a little bit of overwatering. The roots were waterlogged at some point, and again, it may not be now. You know, like it's one of those ironies in plants. The damage is done. So I was saying the damage is done here. I'm halfway through flowers. There's nothing I can't undo the mistake that I did. It's stupid, right? So 2 plants are suffering. 2 plants are still okay, but 2 plants, we'll see about those two. It's a pretty fucking big mistake. So I basically have to slap myself. I can't blame anyone else. What was I going to say? The overwatering, it doesn't look like it really affected your plants at all. You know, they always say that any stress does affect your final yield, but you've got enough yield. So, I mean, what are we talking about? Did you lose maybe 1% off your final yield? You know, maybe
I'm
that.
buying it. Not this week. Give me like 2 weeks, and I'll have a new light up. I gotta get at least I'm going for a 3 to 400 LED right here. I'm thinking about maybe the Mars Hydro, the longer one. It's like not narrow, but it's like 2 feet wide, like 4 feet long. Because it would actually fit perfect right here, and I could probably slant it over a little bit to just cover that back corner a little bit. It would actually be great, and I can keep this if I don't really know what I would do with it, but maybe give it to someone. Depends. I don't know. So I take it down and let it sit, and it's just gonna go to waste. Got the fan on. So right now it is On the ground, it's 72, 50, 57%. But I had the fans off and stuff.
All right, let's start with that.
I had to shut the, like,
Oh wait, you want more? Let's take this last one up here. And
hold
then
on. Let me get upstairs.
these ones feel like the bigger.
Yeah, I had to shut my heater off and turn the DQ on. It's so muggy.
Hmm. That's right, because you got such a heat. It's funny, again, it's cool. I'm wearing a fucking
All
sweatshirt. I'm
right.
wearing my winter sweatshirt, basically. How funny is that? Oh, and sweatpants. Like I'm in full, basically, winter fucking regalia. How funny is that
It's
shit?
right now. It's still almost 70 degrees.
That's funny. God, I remember being in El Centro, California one time. Granted, it was in the summertime, but at 1 o'clock in the morning, I tried to finally take my dog on a walk because he had to go, but he didn't like the cement, right? And it was all like cement outside of the chick's house that we were staying at. Um, they have a lot of these like my stepfather's sister, I guess would be the easiest way to say it. She had the same kind of thing, like these backyard gardens that are concreted. And I guess they do it because there's so little water, so it saves on, lawn watering and stuff, but they have tons of plants anyway. Anyway, I just lost my train of thought completely. What the fuck was I talking about?
So my garden is
Whatever.
probably 3 inches taller than the ground. And I showed you this year, like my back stays wet.
That's what she said. That
I
was a good
laughed.
one.
I knew it
D,
was
are you
coming.
asleep or what? You missed a good one.
Um, yeah. So my backyard, the water's like I'm living on a
You've
granite.
mentioned you almost never run low on water. Yeah, you could totally dry farm. I've probably told you that before. Yeah, you could totally dry farm your plants.
I can to a certain extent. So normally I gotta water them to get them down the roots deep enough, and once they're deep enough, I don't really have to bother
Hmm,
unless we have a crazy drought.
interesting. Yeah, that's fascinating.
Yeah, I love it. I barely have to touch it.
That's what she said. Uh, but no, what an intro. Everybody has their little grow circumstances, right? And you have to adapt, or the plants have to adapt, or sometimes the soil has to adapt. Very, very, very interesting.
I'm gonna take another.
I need to throw some
Oh,
nitrogen in my backyard where I'm growing my weed. I put down wood chips. It was grass there, and I mean, it is a bed, but basically the previous owner just kind of let it grow over grass. And so I just basically put it over a bunch of wood chips that I got. And what am I trying to say? As the wood chips break down, they actually leach nitrogen from the soil, right? So famously, the first year or two when you put down wood chips, you should actually supplement a little bit of nitrogen. So I need to go get. I'm basically out of fish hydrolysate and shit like that. So I need to throw some down because sure enough, a couple of my plants are like pale yellow, not pale yellow, pale green.
I
Excuse
was having that problem
me. Um,
indoors.
and they're in the ground. That's why. So
Um, yeah, the plants down there were not
frosty
happy.
looking plants over at
Actually,
Bud's.
I showed them when they weren't happy. Like
I
it
like
took
the
me
structure so easy to trim on those.
like 2 weeks to get them to turn around to look like green enough to where I was like, all right, I can flip it.
Hmm. Good thing you did. Yeah, people always rush to flip things too early, and well, you'll end up suffering. It's just one of those things in gardening. It sucks. You got to be patient.
Well, if D's not gonna come back and no one's gonna jump on, I'm gonna smoke one more bowl with you guys. I gotta be up kind of early.
Right on. Bud, what do
So
you want to do? You want to hang out for a while, or you want me to cut it
yeah,
short, or?
yeah, I'm here.
All right,
I
right
look,
on.
I move some of the trades so I can get back here. This is like the first run of this called 619 runs.
Hmm.
And yeah, it smells crazy. It's pretty big, but
Hmm.
what I really want to
Sounds like a
show,
killer plant.
see, that's runs. Over here in the corner is the lemon cherry gelato. It's stacked. It's denser. You can just tell. It's like,
That's one of
um,
those ones that been around for a while, and it really kind of
yeah,
hasn't
like I
gone
didn't think I would start growing it again, but when I was at my buddy's place and he has a whole section, and my nephew who runs 1,000 Light legal thing up in LA, parlay they call it, 60% of his canopy is lemon cherry guava because like it sells, it's what it is, and it yields, and it has some strains they 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 burn themselves out, but then years later they're still like
Oh
part of
fuck!
the um arsenal, just due to like, yeah, they like, even why they got played out, like overproduced, was because it met a lot of the
I wanted to say
yield,
while you were
quality, easy to trim, all these factors that, as far as much as like most people that grow their own seeds or get plants, home growers, they don't really think they're so, the genetic pool is so based on commercial growing, but a lot of it is like
I
a
wanted to
lot
say
of
this
the
as well.
parameters that have made breeders to trying to, get in that market, license
So
out their genetics to commercial grows. Yeah, you have to meet these certain yield days it takes the flowering, all of it.
I
And I think
seen
that's affected genetics a lot.
so in New York, and I know a little bit of LA County. Um, there's specific packs that are people are charging crazy money for. And I think it's funny because it's such a gimmick. Like you get your eighth in a fucking stuffed animal, or you get your eighth in a box with a fucking mylar, whatever. I seen some
Yeah,
dude.
but that's always been like, there's always been a gimmick like that. Like
It's
I wouldn't be,
popping right now. New York is crazy. If I took my weed, put it in mylars and then in a box, I could sell it for 35, $40 an eighth.
well, a couple hours ago, my fake kid Robbie called. It's okay. So he just finished 12 hours at his booth at Mary Jane in Berlin, which is like, dude, he went last year and had a booth. He says this year it's like way bigger, way more people. His booth is one person between him is James Cloud and a bunch of other people's booths. And yeah, he killed it today. I won't mention numbers and all that. And then he said, oh, it was posted for a second, but it's been taken down. Somehow some like, yeah, Turpogs got ambushed and beat up or something. I don't know. Uh, there was some like, it wasn't where his booth was, but everybody heard about it. Uh, yeah, some kind of. I think some of that's like, oh, you want press amongst like a huge event with a bunch of people. Create one of those type of scenes. Beefs are always good for like instant press. I think some people like use them because Turpogs, they were in one at another event last year too. I don't even know who they really are.
One second.
I don't care.
All the players were there in Germany.
I'm so pissed off I didn't go to that fucking shit.
Yeah,
Whatever.
last year it was like my friend wasn't really prepared with his booth and what to sell and all this. Oh, this year he was, and like
Hmm.
he did great numbers.
Hmm.
Like he
Yeah,
said,
it's
like
disappointing to me. I speak German and
it's an
everything, but
excited
whatever.
crowd. It's an excited crowd.
They're
Like
having
and
one
this
in
is
Berlin.
like it's where we were in a lot of parts of the country 15 years ago
Hmm.
with it when it comes to events. Like,
Yeah, I
the
heard it was the
cannabis
biggest event in the
enthusiasts
world
that
right now.
now have
Yeah,
like this is like new to them, fresh to them. The
yeah.
whole expo and this one's huge. It's like
Hmm.
so much bigger than like any of the scale that we have in the United States going.
Like Jewish people say next year in Jerusalem, maybe next year in Berlin. We'll see.
Yeah, and
All
it's
right, I'm gonna
odd
go get
that
my
it's like
pizza. But I
in
just made you
Berlin.
host. I made Smashed and D. Welcome back, D. We had a couple of
Irving,
killer
what are you
Yo
doing there?
Mama jokes that you missed out on. We're gonna. You guys are both co-hosts, so whoever wants to stick around. Bud is the host. So remember, Bud, if you drop off or something, it's gonna make D or somebody the host. I'm just gonna leave the show so it doesn't
All
confuse. It
right. Well,
might
have a good
maybe
night. It was good
go to someone else.
talking to you, and
Yeah, man. Cheers,
like
dude.
usual,
Be safe.
Later, buddy.
Drive safe.
hopefully
Right
something
now,
good comes out of all this
Later.
craziness.
What's that,
right
Smash?
now, right now, Dave Portnoy's having his pizza fucking festival in Boston.
Right on.
Oh,
Oh, that guy's a douchebag. He's up Trump's asshole. I used to watch him on YouTube. He had the
The one
pizza
bite.
reviews and stuff, but then
Yeah.
I looked into him. I'm like, "Oh, this guy's a suspiciously douchey guy." Turns
Oh
out he's
yeah.
the Barstool Sports guy, which is fine, but he turned into a mega motherfucking douchebag. So fuck that guy with a hammer. I don't know, whatever. I mean, it's not like he doesn't know pizza, like that's the irony. It probably is a killer fucking pizza festival. That's the sad part, but fuck the
Yeah.
world that douchebags have to control everything good. Like that's my problem with it. Like, why does a douchebag have to be the main pizza guy? Fucking asshole. It's pizza. Pizza is for everybody. That
I
should be a
wanted to
t-shirt. That
go.
should be my slogan. I'm taking it back. Pizza is for everybody.
I had pizza for dinner.
You see? Literally, pizza is for
Yeah.
everybody. All right. All right.
all
I,
right.
I
Enjoy the
like
conversation,
that.
guys. I'll catch you guys on what, Tuesday or something? Yeah, Tuesday.
Yeah.
Yeah, maybe.
Any preferences, D? Well, you know what, D? This is a question for you because you actually have access to the channel. Any preferences on who I maybe download and rebroadcast on Tuesday? You don't have to answer right now if you don't want to.
All right, I'll look into the vault.
Sweet. Right on. Later, Gators and deep fried taters.
Yeah.
I'll see you guys. Hey, man. Cheers.
Hasta luego, amigo.
Hmm.
I can't wait.
I think there's a pump this out.
Yeah, every year around this time, like I think this is the first official week of summer where every school is out of school. Um, because Marina Family Farms was driving to the Cape or to Maine today, and almost took them 7 hours, which is a long time. And it always happens every year. We get that influx of tourists and shit. But it's funny, D, because they say hotels aren't selling out and stuff on some of these beaches up in New Hampshire and Maine because Canadians don't want to come over.
Yeah, that's right. A lot of us Canadians are even selling off our snowbird place where we go for winter here. There.
That's like how? Like that doesn't even like what the fuck reality is that?
What is it?
Like somehow because of one stupid guy's ignorance, people of Canada and the United States somehow have a issue with each other. Like something's wrong.
Actually,
Yeah.
I don't think there's an issue with the people as much. I think
Well,
it's
wait, if people are selling their things and don't want to,
Because of taxes and shit and tariffs. And
yeah, I mean, that becomes a thing, right?
we love America. I love Americans. Or we do.
Well, yeah, I mean, the
One
people
person.
overall, I think, win out, but
on that
I don't know.
on
Douche.
that on that No King's Day protest, whatever. Michigan or Detroit on the other side of the river where it goes to Canada or wherever. I think it might have been Detroit. Where it goes to Canada, they were protesting too.
Cool.
I'm making a cheeseburger sub.
Oh, nice.
Oh,
I'm rolling up a joint.
Yeah,
Maybe.
while you're gone, I only have garlic breath right now. I think I'm
Nice.
going to pick up carbon fiber blueberry smoothie,
Ooh.
apples and banana candy.
Ooh. What's
Oh
is
my,
it? What's the is it gone? Fuck. Is it purple candy crossed with apples and bananas?
I don't even know, man. Um,
Purple candy is good.
says it's really good. I'm kind of mad. He had this rosin I got. It was $25 a gram, which is a pretty good price for good rosin. And I hit him up and I'm like, "Hey, do you have a 8 or a 7?" He's like, "Oh, we sold out." Fuck.
Yeah.
I would have bought more, but I have to drive home. I have to try it. I just don't want to buy 7 grams of rosin for me not to like it. You know what I mean?
Yeah. I did the kind of same thing with hash when I ordered from this new place. It's mail. Yeah, it's a mail order delivery. Mail order. I ordered eighth of each kind just to try them out. See which one I like them. Which one I like the best.
I'm gonna eat, then go to bed. I hope you guys have a good night.
Later,
all
Smash.
right, fans. Have a good
Be safe.
weekend.
See you Tuesday. There's a foot on the floor.
All right.
Come on, guys. Come hang out. Nice for the butt.
Yeah, my twin has been working on teaching the cheese, which I've been smoking last week, but he just started on the cream, so I'm gonna go grab another that.
Right on. It's a maze.
Herbies.
Huh. What's everybody smoking on in chat? I'm smoking on extra right now. I just didn't feel like cutting anything up.
All right.
I want to get some more apples. I want to find some apples and bananas next. Get some of that again. It's been a while. You should go to bed.
I'm not tired.
Oh.
This
Right
is
on,
the
bud.
cream.
The cream?
Yeah.
Cool.
It's like a purple candy type thing.
Purple candy is good strain. I like that one.
Yeah, beyond like getting a bunch of the other strains, the one strain I also started to grow, I got like a tray of pets I took, um, biker kush. So
Oh,
I'm hoping
nice.
that's like, oh, I saw my friend's version of it and smoked some. Yeah, it's that. And he gets a good yield off of it. So I was like, yeah, we take some snips of that. I don't know, there's a few others. I thought I'd remember them all, but they all have initials. That they're just rooted. Like I took snips like a week ago at his place from what I liked that I saw there. And then yeah, I labeled them all like abbreviations, but now I don't remember them all. There's like a
Yeah.
oh, no, this other one that's another Sherb, but it's Sherb cocktail, so it's Sherb GMO. And it was real fat. And Gluttony, uh, the other trimmer who trims at his house has the Pinnacle, which is like one of the new strains. It was like minty, uh, piney type of kush, like rounded. nubs.
Uh-huh.
I smoked like a joint, like it wasn't even fully dry yet when I uh, toted it up. Yeah, I should get it back Monday. I know he's done. It's just a matter of logistics. He used
Yeah.
to work here, but his wife has Alzheimer's and he cares for her. So we make an
Oh, right on.
exception and send, send it out to him.
Oh, the bad.
Yeah, he's a good trimmer though. Sometimes, even though they're different strains, and if people trimmed them, I could just look at the way they came out. Somehow, when he trims, things that are different almost look the same.
Uh,
Like he's that consistent with the like this. He has a certain style. He
mm-hmm.
used to grow a lot himself and trim them all himself. And he doesn't, because of his wife's situation, he doesn't end the business, but
Yeah.
he's a damn good trimmer.
Christoph, are you smoking the hashish tonight? Christoph? I got some hashish still. I'm gonna smoke some after. Hop on, everybody. Hello, everybody in chat, by the way. 24 people watching. Hope everyone's having a great Saturday. Here, Mrs. D.
Yeah, this next room is just a fucking jungle, and a lot of the leaves are resin rail. A lot of times when we harvest, we spend like I try to say less than 5 minutes on each plant, bucket it, like just taking the big sun leaves off, uh, real quick before you hang them. Um,
Yeah,
a lot of times in that sun leaf, oh, some of them are just sun leaf. You wouldn't want to save those, but some of them, the inside is like coated with resin. And since I have these washing machines, I have two of those like 5 gallon bubble and brand new bags.
nice.
Uh, and I emptied out
Put
my
in the-
freezer, so I have a 10-foot freezer. Yeah, normally
So,
we have a gray trash can with a uh, bag in it, like a full size. And yeah, it's almost two bags or a bag and a half. It's just like this leaf. And I think half of that has like at least something worthy of like shaking off in a wash and then just make bubble out of it. Like I don't have a freeze dryer and I don't really even have the desire to do that much work on it. But instead of just like bagging it up, I'm gonna freeze it like right then.
yeah,
Like as we take the plants down, every few plants, make a paper bag of the good, the better. Now it'll probably be 10 minutes per plant because you're gonna ask whoever's doing it, helping you do it. Oh yeah, throw those leaves away. Put this leaf safe.
yeah. And you're
And
talking
you
about,
don't really want to do any wet trimming. It's not like you want to like I try to say, yeah, if it has a stem, a petiole, take it off. But it's if the leaf is at all part of the bud, just leave it on and then let it dry that way. I don't like to. I don't know. Oh, shit! I
you
just
should,
rolled over my joint.
you should pick.
Wow, it didn't rip though. I
Nice.
think it's going to end up smoking even better because one part of it's going to be like condensed.
So then so what you're doing is you're collecting those leaves and then you're sticking them in a bag and putting them in the freezer.
Yeah, after I hit this, I'll go and show you.
That's
I'll try to
awesome.
do close up. Like a lot of the leaves have that having like
Yeah,
I call them resin rails. They're just mainly toward the inside, about
yeah, yeah,
halfway up.
yeah.
A
That's such
lot
a
of those leaves are connected to the buds, which that's not what I'm trying to do because I've long learned that that's why I used to just do whole plant hang, not even take the ones with the petal, but any of leaf that has like a stem, like a
yeah.
whatever you call those leaves,
The fan is like
not one that's like, oh, the stem's at the center of this nug. Because like you disrupt that or cut into that, there's the sap, and I think it affects like the curing and drying thing, right? But all those sun leaves that have rails on it,
That's
I
awesome.
mean, it's not like, oh, I just want a little couple chunks of it myself. Because like when I'll show you in a minute. Like, yeah, some of the a lot of it is because there was 2 cycles where I didn't even know it, but we weren't running CO2. The sensors were fucked up. Now I got all new sensors and CO2's like dialed in. Yeah, the resin rails come from the CO2. Like, because for the couple crops without the CO2, I remember thinking, yeah, there's hardly any resin rails. And as soon as I put the CO2 back in play,
That's nice.
holy shit.
Right on. Yeah, that's an awesome idea.
And I don't push CO2. Like tonight, I raised in the one room because it's like right at week 6. I brought it up to like 1250, but
Uh-huh.
then now it'll be on the decline until it's 8 week, 9 week. I'll just get it down to like 600, 700. The other room's only 1 week in, and it just went from like 600, 700 ppm of CO2 to 1050. No, 1150 because now it's week
Uh-huh.
2, 3, 4. But like
Yip, yip, yip.
it can go higher, but I don't like it higher. Plants don't like it higher. There's a point of diminished return, like almost with anything. Like that's the key to growing. Is like I try to be less is more. I start there as your baseline and work up rather than start at the high end and try to work down.
Mm-hmm. That's
Start
awesome.
with less and then go from there over cycles.
Mm-hmm. That's awesome, Jeff. Yes, that's a good temperature. It's gonna be like that here tomorrow. Actually, it's gonna
What
be.
temperature is that? 70s, 80s,
Oh, it's
sunny and clear.
84 Fahrenheit in his greenhouse right now.
Oh,
It's
Fahrenheit.
not bad for it's winter right now.
Oh, yeah.
We're having a
And I
good
mean, there's a
time.
difference. Like if it's in a greenhouse and that's the temperature, it's still a protected temperature. If it was outside, more elements, that temperature is lower to the plant. You know what I mean? Because there's wind chill and there's other things that having a greenhouse takes away.
We're gonna get we're gonna get up to 86 tomorrow. That's awesome.
Yeah. Now you're saying 86 Fahrenheit, but on day to day you don't use that, right? You use metric.
Yeah, we use Celsius. I'm just using the conversion because most
Yeah.
of you guys are American in here.
Well, I mean, it's been like 6 years now. My girl Mina, she lives in Abu Dhabi. Everything when she
Oh.
tells me it's in Celsius. And
Yeah.
then every time I tell, oh, it's like 80 here, I'm in, and we sort of know the numbers a little, but like I was thinking a while back, like, yeah, one of us needs to just like go the other way. It's probably me,
Then.
like Celsius. Like
Hmm.
it seems like, and it's not that hard to compute the difference.
Yeah.
But
I
there,
just
it's like in Abu Dhabi and Dubai, it's really hot, like 130.
nice. See, I like that.
No,
That
you wouldn't.
I actually might go shirtless in that kind of weather. I might actually
Yeah,
take my
yeah.
shirt off.
No, you wouldn't. Like it, like 100, like right around there, 110. Anything above 110, I don't think humans are really cut out for, dude. Like
Oh
some
yeah,
people
yeah,
can
yeah.
function in it, but 130, dude. Yeah, that's not. That's
I
an oven.
usually, but
Like you're living in an oven, dude.
yeah, but I usually walk around with long pants on, a t-shirt, and a sweatshirt, even in hot weather, like my hot weather.
And both
So,
these cities are like coastal and have like high humidities on top of it.
mhm,
Um, so it's not that, but like most everything is underground and at night and air conditioned.
mhm.
Like They're so rich. I wouldn't be surprised if they have the first city that has this gigantic spear around the whole 100 miles of it, and it's all air
Golden
conditioned.
Dome. Yeah,
I mean, they have a place called Ferrari World. It's like a amusement park. It's the size as outdoor Disneyland in Anaheim, but it's
crazy.
a building. And from space is the Ferrari emblem.
Yeah, that's crazy.
Yeah, they have like a ski mountain thing, huge ass building. Like, like everything's there because there's no living outside, functioning outside when it's 130 degrees. Even the people that are conditioned for that and wear, yeah, that's why a lot of their clothing is the way it is, like completely covered. 'Cause that kind of sun and that kind of a lot of times there's a lot of sandstorms. A lot of the weird architecture there and stuff is to try to prevent the buildup from the sandstorms.
Yeah. I
Like
forgot.
it's like I think it's only like 50 some years old. It was like an oil outpost or something. It was like inhabitable. No one thought of fucking ever living in Dubai or Abu Dhabi. But
Hmm.
with the right amount of money, yeah, they became these mega modern, like crazy. It's crazy.
That's awesome.
Like most people there, yeah, you go out eating and shopping at night, like 9, 10, 11, 12 at night.
Yeah, when it's
You don't go in the
cooler.
fucking daytime. Yeah, no, the daytime
Yeah,
is unbearable.
daytime.
Most of
That's
the
the
year.
summertime.
Sometimes it's not, but it's always over 100. It's never like, oh yeah, it's a nice 70 degrees. It's hot as fuck there. But it's like Vegas, more like that. You like, if
Ooh,
you don't
Vegas
want to,
is
you don't
nice.
live, you're in air conditioning. They have these buildings and underground
Yeah,
uh transportation and shit in the city. It's all air conditioned. Everything has to be.
I like Vegas weather too when it's that warm.
Vegas is bearable. Like Vegas, it doesn't get 130
No.
that often. Where there, it gets 130. It's like, oh yeah, that's
I'll be
135. Yeah. Now that's unbearable. There's a point where nope, humans aren't meant to survive in that kind of. They couldn't unless you had all the air conditioning and all that. You couldn't. People wouldn't live there. If, even
uh
people that were like that's why that area had the small population for this. They were like desert dwellers, like because yeah, you don't humans don't do well in that kind of heat. It was 130 and up. Holy shit.
Yes, please.
I mean, just like plants have like a little window, so does humanity.
Hmm.
You live around people or closer to them, and I just see them on TV that like live through the craziest, coldest winter shit, and it's like nothing. It's like minus 40, minus 60, dark periods for like months.
It's
You
90.
don't have like wood and food stocked up. Oh, you're done. There's no going out and trying to like that to me is way harsher than like someone trying to survive in too much heat.
It's 97 right now in Abu Dhabi. Abu Dhabi.
Yeah, but okay, right now it's
Ugh.
what time is it? Nine. Okay, it's like nine
Yeah,
thirty there too in the
yeah.
morning.
It's early.
But that's not a bad temperature.
Yeah, they're not.
Like I don't think like they have their seasons. I don't think this is like oh the worst of the summer right now.
Well, yeah, just like Thailand.
Yeah.
Thailand's the same. They have rain season, monsoon, and really hot, melt your ass off weather, which I like.
Well, I
110.
think you would probably, as much as you think you love all this heat, yeah, in the 90s to 105 and dry heat over humid heat. Like really one of the better places is where Green Fingers, that area, Palm Desert, Palm Springs, Uh, it's hot there, but it's a different kind of hot.
Hmm.
Or sometimes Vegas is also that way, but then also Vegas sometimes this humid hot.
Yeah.
And like Vegas, when it's hot, you realize for sure it's hotter in concrete jungle than out where there's like more agriculture, more like dirt, desert ground.
Mm.
Like all cities are that way. Like there's this huge amount of heat created by the city, the asphalt, the reflected heat all day. LA is sometimes that way where, oh yeah, it's hot, but oh, in this area, there's all concrete, asphalt, buildings, mirrored buildings. It's 10 degrees hotter.
There we go. Roll another joint.
Yeah, I only hit a couple hits of it, but yeah, the cream is really stony. Everything's stony to me.
Right
I don't
on.
think like a couple things I grow I'm not that into. Now, I don't grow them that long, but I'm pretty easy to please. Like I don't, as long as it's stony, like I read.
I
Or
wasn't
you're not
too.
like, yeah, you take a couple hits, you're like, yeah, I don't know, did anything even happen? No, I like weed where you're like, fuck, I just took 2 hits, and I'm totally stoned off it. But now
Yeah.
some of that switching variety, like I've been
That
smoking
too.
cheese for the last couple days. Oh, it's the first joint of something good. I think it's got to at least be good of a different variety, whatever it is, like phenotype wise, whatever, it's different. Uh, yeah, that's
That's.
the first few hits of that always gets you this like stonier stone.
Mm.
Like there is a thing where, and I remember years ago where you didn't have so much variety, you smoked the same shit all the time. Yeah, you could have the best weed, but after a week or two of it, it's lost its like you would burn
And, that,
out on it.
and that's why I get like the variety of like 4 or 5 different
Yeah,
kinds at one time.
that's why I try to grow a variety and have no problem having
Big variety.
like even in my thing, I have 1 or 2 plants of this like he chose to trim the cream because it looks easier, but the others 3 biscotti plants. Now, I haven't pulled the trigger and grown like a whole biscotti, like whole trays, whole pounds. In spite of the purge, but I think I have some other ones that outperform it. Um, but then a couple days ago, it was still on the little fresher side. No, it was dry. It hadn't been trimmed yet and cured. Uh, I smoked some of that. Yeah, that's why I keep it. For me to keep a genetic on deck, I have
Yeah.
to grow at least 2 or 3 of them. Not in both rooms, but in the one room, the bigger room where I have a little more area to play with the plant count.
Yeah.
Then otherwise, I mean, I guess I could just keep culling them, culling them, but eventually, and the whole idea is you're looking for something that you possibly might want to. Now, I've grown in 2 or 3 biscottis numerous times, and it yields pretty good. So I've had a few ounces that I've sold to a couple of my 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 patients or whatever, and they liked it. They asked like, "Oh, is there more of that?" I was like, not right now." So it's got, but it doesn't yield. It yields all right because it grows big, um,
Mhm.
but not fat and dense and internodally. Like there's things that better at that.
Yeah. I
I,
really like
to be
that.
honest, like when I ran my own place, it had different financial parameters for years. I never thought of any of these things. Like I knew that these were factors, and I knew they were factors here. But then over the year, it's over a year now, that like went from just helping do the work here and be like the minority partner that I've been forever. To me, this taking over the whole thing. All of a sudden, I started to think exactly like they did.
Mhm.
Like I realized, oh, no wonder they made that decision or chose to grow that or grow the same thing over and over, right?
Mhm.
Because now all the parameters are like on my plate. Oh, yep, that's a lot of things made sense now that I didn't look at. Like my, oh, let's grow that. Let's grow a little bit of this. Like even I I grew less cheetah piss. Actually, I'm probably gonna stop growing cheetah piss. This is like it's been I've been growing it 4.5 fucking years. I like it, but it doesn't mean everybody, right?
That's
But
right.
okay, so the last amount I've been setting less and less of it. Um, it yielded, I think it was only like 6 plants, 408. So it isn't quite a pound. Oh well, okay, now no problem. I was there, whatever. But like my main guy that just takes everything, boom, boom, one transaction, it has to be whole one. He doesn't want, oh, it's only 408 of this. Oh, let's calculate. No, that's not how it goes. He wants whole, 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 whole. Ah, I came up short. If I planted one more plant, yeah, or those grew a little bigger, I would at least had a whole one. But whatever. I'll probably make $1 or two more overall, but it won't just be like cut and dry.
Yeah. I
Or
really
yeah, I've been doing this so long. I like cut and dry. Like I'd rather give up a X percentage to have one thing all done and done. One one morning, take care of it, and then you're done for that month. Like that part. Because I don't like that. I'm over that part. I just want to like have more energy, more thought to the garden, not be distracted by all this other shit. Which for
yeah.
like a year, that's the way I had it until like, oh, we don't want it anymore. If you want to keep it, it's yours. I'm like, all right, sounds good. And then it comes with like it's only been a few months of it. It's all right, but it's like I miss not having a care in the world. Like when it came to all that, I didn't have like none of that was in my mind. None of that was part of my calculate. I didn't have to calculate. I just had to pay attention to, oh, this reservoir needs to get changed tomorrow. Oh, this, that, the supplies are low, whatever. Oh, it's time to take phones. It's time to defoliate, time to harvest, whatever. I I like just that. Where you could get a job where that's just that. That's not that easy, really. But they're out there where you work for somebody else and you just do that. They have other people that do all the other stuff. But as like an independent, whatever, oh no, you got to play businessman for a few days, then you got to this, then you got to that. Like even today, okay, I didn't have to, but I have a few people that are like been around a lot longer than the guy that takes everything. But they're all their own pains in the asses. So it's nice not to have to do them. But okay, Gabe, I was like, all right, I'll sell you one. Which kind? All right, this kind. Okay, I got it. I tell them, well, the price is this because that's the, if you don't want it, then I got to take it. I don't need to sell to you. But I knew that wasn't going to be the end of the discussion because I've dealt with Gabe for fucking, and today point out 10 years and he's only 28. He's a hustler. Like he has 2 kids, whatever. He supports himself. Oh, it had to be. And like in the end, just because I was like, no certain parameters of the actual transaction, I gave up $50. All right. So instead of getting this, I took this 50 left. Yeah, I'm bothered. Like I feel like I know why I did it. So it was like at 2 in the afternoon. I didn't want to fucking go back and forth anymore. Right. And he said all the same dumbest things he's been saying forever. Oh, there's my other guy out here. I get him for 9. I'm like, dude, if those ones were any good for 9, you'd be getting that. Say, he knows, I know, no, none of that matters. Somehow, like what I realized with him, and I don't do this to other people, then you have to start a step higher because this guy's like to make the deal happen, you have to make him think he's getting over on you.
Yeah.
Because like, oh, in the lead up, I made it clear. No, it's this. But I knew in the end because I've known Gabe for 10 years.
Mm-hmm.
And he knows that in the end, you can go back and hee haw do this certain routine with me and you'll win every time for like $50. Like it's not like I give up the world or nothing. Right. And
Mm-hmm.
some of that's just like, oh, I don't like and I love Gabe and Sam like doing deals with them is the pain in the ass because that's all part of it. It's like whoever taught him or however he, you know, got to the point he's at, you know, and he's not any different than a couple, I know I usually avoid that. Like I don't like you say one thing, okay, yeah, I heard you. And then that don't mean anything because when it comes down to it, you're gonna like hem and haw for $50. I can't stand that. Like I'm so over that.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
You know what happens? Oh, I'm glad you got it that time, dude. But next month, when you're asking me what I got and I don't respond, well, think back. That's how I do it. I laugh about it and get over it. But then ultimately, like, yeah, you think, like, it used to be that got my position was always in the driver's seat for like 20 years straight,
Mm-hmm.
beyond the driver's seat. And then all of a sudden, in the last 10 years, they flipped the script. That's how I describe it. So I laugh about it, try to hold my ground. Been lucky to have like good things, certain things happen that enabled me to step out of like they always are telling you about these other ones they get. Sometimes you've seen it um, for like 200 or 300 bucks less than yours, but they care so much about you. I'm like, no, dude, this week's better than that week. Can't you ever admit that? No, dude, they're white out. They have all this bullshit lingo. I've been doing this like I'm 63. At some point, I was selling weed since I was 13, probably. Some part of it.
Thank you.
I hate that shit. The deal. But I love the deal in other ways. And I couldn't stand like the legal definition of a deal. Like that seems like I don't want to be part of that. Whether it's a retail transaction with taxes or a metric front or whatever this stupid shit works inside.
For the back.
I don't know, like it's getting paid is the hard part in the whole legal thing.
Mm-hmm.
You have to wait terms. You're the first person that if someone goes belly up, oh, they just don't pay off anybody. He's really, Dave. I already know his hustle. I know him 10 years. He wanted me to let him run with it for always. Just a couple hours, dude. I'm like, yeah, well, that's going to cost this amount. If you want it for this amount, cash me out. Because it's never like he's not paid me ever. That's gone 10 years. But what he does is, okay, so nope, you aren't getting it in 2 hours. You might be getting it in 4 days because he's going to quickly he's going to flip your money once on some other deal. Okay. If you told me that from the gate, I'd be like, yeah, well, that's why you pay this little more. But then there's always the he and hawing of getting the low prices and using all this fucking half the time bullshit. Like if you could get something as good or better for 900, and I'm asking 1150, you're gonna take this shit for 900, dude. Shut the fuck up, right? I'm trying to make it like, you know, like, but you still have to like straight face go, all right, dude, as you're smoking a joint for the 500th time with the same scenario, right? And in the end, okay, boom, and bam, and it's all good. Part of it. Yeah, I've come to a point where I don't like that part of it. I don't like $50. I don't like having to like even keep it as low as 50, not a hundred. Oh, I remember him going, well, how about that? Because he ended up having the money, right? So now he's like trying to say, well, you want the money right this second? Well, yeah, it's crazy, dude. Well, then I have other people that like have always been this way. If they got something on deck, they'll just all of a sudden I'll cast or it'll be in my cell where they like give me the money because like they just want it like if I don't have it for a week or two. Oh, here, good. I'll take it. Those are the people you're like, all right, let me see where they're sitting. Rather than the people that are like hem and haw. I call it hem and haw. But but if you're a dealer and you're trying to feed a family and you're got all the bills that everyone has, oh, we're hem and hawing. I respect it. I'm just too old for that shit. Like sometimes I think, yeah, this is all good for all these other deals you do, dude. I don't even want to go through this movie. I know you're gonna say you get these other ones for this. I know you're gonna say this. I know you, and then you just still have to go through it and go, oh, no, in fact, I only give up 50. Yeah, all right. But what I realize now is, oh, I need to just go up higher so I could give that up and not feel like I gave up anything. I don't know if that makes any sense.
Honey, honey, no, come on. No, come here, no.
I guess that's called the art of the deal.
Yeah.
There's J5 Silent Truth. We'll summon him
Oh
here
wait,
for
let's
you.
admit him. Who's that? Somebody's coming in. Oh, what's that? Johnny Five? That was like a what do you call it,
It's
transformer?
J5. That's what J5 really looks like. Move, fuck off.
Good evening, my friends.
Oh, Big
Bonjour,
Force is
Christophe,
here.
comment ça va?
Ça va bien, bien, bien. Thank you. Ça va.
Très bien,
Merci.
mon ami.
Ouais, cool.
You know, I don't think you'll understand me because I don't speak French, but I think it's baller that behind him on the wall is his picture of him, like very, like whatever it is. It's obviously like, years ago, but that's baller.
That's pretty cool.
I'm curious, Christoph, is
Christophe and
that
Christoph.
like, is that a newspaper or what is that behind you with you, your picture?
I think it's a picture of his family. I know it might be
Oh,
his
and I only
daughter,
see him.
Christoph, his daughter,
Ah,
and maybe his wife.
and what the fuck is that? A boar's head up above him?
Looks like a cuckoo clock.
No, that's like a. A boar's head.
Oh,
Big
maybe.
head.
No,
All right. He speaks French. We got silent
I
coming
don't.
in.
I honestly
Ouais,
don't.
ouais.
I can swear in French.
No, but Silent does. Silent Truth is with us. He speaks a little French.
Good,
silent, right on. Bonjour,
good. Speak to French.
silent. Bonjour, silent. Comment ça va? Silent truth.
Now,
Well,
probably one of
nice,
the
nice.
best interviews Fumi could get would be with Christoph with full interpretation. I would be dialed in for every hour of it because I want to know the story.
Sweet. C'est bon, Christophe. That's awesome, man. I don't even have one of those yet.
I downloaded the actual Zoom app, so maybe I can do stuff on it now.
Oh,
Oh,
sweet.
well, you're in here twice.
Hi,
It
Silent.
doesn't matter. Wait, I can probably take.
There's two of me. Wow.
Yeah, I let you in, and then
Oh, yeah, there
I
is.
don't want to like.
Yeah, I can kick.
I
Oh, no.
yeah, I don't. I'm not good at any of that.
Oh, there
But
we go.
it'd
It's
probably
one.
help him bandwidth wise.
You know why? I can't hear anybody. I'm gonna put the ding donger on. Hang on.
Well, I think somehow it came to me. I heard the ding and then saw the
There we go.
Oh,
comment.
you both let. Well, I left to go. I had to turn the access for the camera on or something in the phone, and I had to come
Oh,
back.
yeah,
That's why.
yeah. Well, we
Yeah, I
got rid
got
of
it
the one
fixed.
because that's eating your bandwidth.
I got it fixed now. So if
All
anything
right.
else comes in,
So
I'll hear it.
ask him what animal head that is behind him.
It looks like a boar. That's a wild boar.
Okay, and that's his family, his wife and his kid. Now I
Okay.
see the whole picture.
Yeah.
No.
It's funny how Christoph
Nice.
sits. It's Christoph and Christoph. It's like a shadow over his shoulder.
Oh yeah.
Well,
He's got.
if the picture was the other way, it would be his wife or his daughter. That would probably. But it's Christoph.
Yeah.
Now, okay, so that's an animal he hunted.
Time is it? Oh, it's joint time.
Oh, here we go.
Oh,
It's more meeting settings. Ah, see, now I have all the settings for the
Uh-oh.
audio and stuff. If I put headphones on.
What's that? Oh, it's black diamonds. We'll have to
Still doesn't say
black
anything about
diamonds.
limiting sound or anything. Touch up my appearance. Oh yeah.
I know.
Let's turn that on, huh?
I know. We get ladies.
Portrait lighting highlights you while dimming your background. Ooh, I want to do that one too.
That sounds like you got all the fun tools now.
Always show meeting controls. Show my connected time. Okay, that might be a good thing. Gets so long sometimes.
Hey, what happened to the captions screwed up? Hold on.
I don't know. Yeah, but I didn't see anything that said anything about.
Oh, someone changed the captions to
audio.
English.
Ooh,
Hold on.
there's backgrounds.
French. There you go, Christoph.
Video filters.
Someone switched the. Yeah.
Now, where is it? Somewhere I can load up a picture.
Oh, okay. So you're on your. Are you on an iPhone?
Mm-hmm.
So you want to go to scroll all the way over to where it says more.
Yep.
And click on more.
Well, yeah, I think I'm doing it now. It says I could get.
Say backgrounds and effects.
Yeah, that's where it's taking me.
And then if you look, there's somewhere there might be a little plus sign.
I have to change the settings. I have to allow it to see my photos, so I can get.
Yeah.
There we go.
Ah, tu dis Little Room Tour Garden. Mon petit jardin.
Well, here you are again. He kicked himself out, he thinks.
Yeah, I kicked myself out somehow.
All right. Well,
All right, now
Even
back
I
on
don't
the
fucking
fact.
dumb.
I don't even fuck with all this shit because I'll fuck it up. It works.
Then
Okay, leave it alone.
give you. Well. Uh-oh. Oh, okay.
There. Now, how do I get back? Just down, down, down. Work, go away. Edit. And cancel.
Oh, come on, Chutia.
There we go.
Right on, sir.
Very interesting.
Olay.
Oh, shit.
Alright. Alright, hold on, Christoph. Let me see if I can. Yeah, let me spotlight you. There we go.
Oh,
Okay, now who can
Dorman
Image
be
Poison.
clear.
captains again?
I trust my friend Worm, who I got this genetics from, and I have like probably almost a year, longer than that, tasting this cream, the plant. First, I grew it. I didn't take clones of it. The final one came out so fucking sick. I was like, fuck. I didn't take clones. I tried to re-veg it. Didn't really make it. I got new clones, and now I've been growing it. My main one guy, oh, it throws these purple candy fucking nugs. Yields good. It's
I love purple
super
candy.
strong. Like, even though I
Yes.
searched it, like it came from this place called Zen Garden. It is a nursery in Oceanside,
Oh, wow.
and it had Blackwater and it's weanage. Except that when I go online, I can't find nothing that ever says about this clone that they sold for a few years. And but my friend that gave it to me told me that's what it was.
Little Clone.
Now
Clone.
my main guy, who yeah, he
Hey,
knows his
Mo.
weed. Fucking guy's like 70-some years old, been slinging nugs
Merci.
forever. He's like, he looked at it the first time,
Oh,
beautiful
no.
pound. I thought, oh, he's gonna jump all over this one. He's like, oh no, dude, that's the
Ici.
Oreos, right? Now I've heard shit about Oreos, but I didn't grow it. I don't know. I don't even think I smoked it.
Oreos is terrible.
I know for sure this ain't the fucking Oreos. Because one is dank as fuck, and one or two hits and you're fucking irie, right? So that's not what I've ever heard about the Oreos. But like,
Yep.
because that's been declared, he don't want those units. Now, did he smoke it? Did he take? No, he looked at it. I guess something reminds him, or he's seen something that was
Oh,
similar.
strawberry.
I don't know, but like he's like, no, that's Oreos. That's not good. Now, I could see if the guy had sat down with me and smoked this joint just now, and told me, yeah, that ain't good. Oh, that's Oreos. That's some punk shit. Because it isn't. But then, like, even going forward, oh, guess what? If the main guy doesn't want that variety, well, there's 500 other varieties he wants. So on you go. Like, you know what I mean? Like, I can already tell. Yeah, I'm not taking clones of it. I'm not trying to grow whole trays. I don't want to create like units of it because the main unit guy doesn't take it. He thinks it's Oreos. And he's wrong, but like I'm not gonna try to debate it. It's not like why debate
Oreos.
that? Like whatever the customer thinks, yeah, okay, that's what it is.
I don't like Oreos myself. I think it's not good.
Well, I mean, that's why I don't think I've not
But
haven't. I don't even
Does
know.
it
I've just
like
heard things
not?
about it. But I heard it's like a purple punch in a way that it's a good breeder. It has structure. It
Right.
looks a certain way.
the good thing about um Oreos is if you use it for a cross, it usually turns out pretty good in a cross.
Yeah. Well, I mean, I never bothered getting a hold of the guy that gave me the phone because I already know. He told me what it is. He didn't like not call something else. That no, they're breeders. They're collectors for that reason. They don't. What they have is what they have. He might have had one of those if it's used for breeding because that's what they do. But all right. Sometimes there's like little. You don't have to fight every fight. Because first off, out of like dozen people that have gotten it, that's the only person that
Holy
said
shit,
that.
man.
Thank you, Eddie.
Like the rest of the gang like thinks it's great, like it.
La hate.
Christoph's got a friggin' huge garden going on. Holy cow, man.
Must be the
Strawberries.
perfect time of year.
Outdoor, yeah. That's sweet, man.
Floraison
All the different
garage.
Like what week are you in? Like, because here, just last weekend or no, a couple days ago was summer solstice. So June 20th was summer solstice.
Yesterday.
Yeah,
Dave, yeah.
That's
that's
awesome.
the big things are outdoor growing. It's not just that, not just cannabis. Like summer solstice is like a day to like know.
Yep.
Like, that's the longest day of the year or whatever.
Yeah, it was like getting light out like after 420 here.
Nice. That means time to light up.
Mm-hmm.
Well, now it starts diminishing a little per day.
Yep. Planted some
Actually, like
herbs.
I think I remember at one point being kind of shocked that it was that many minutes. I remember one time being on Google something, and then yeah, because I lived like on with views. I really was dialed into when the sun went down.
Ouais.
I think it was like 6.5 minutes from one day to the
Lemon.
next.
J'ai dit pied lemon. Plant lemon. Citronnier. Plant lemon. Plant de citron.
Orchids.
True.
Orchid.
Cinnamon.
Oh, cinnamon.
I don't know. That's what it sounds like.
Plant lemon, ouais. Je sais pas comment on dit. Citronnier.
Cinnamon. Did you know cinnamon grows from a tree? It's really cool how they peel it. They peel the bark every so many years.
Cactus. Le cactus. Cactus.
Hey, cacti. Yeah.
Yes, cactus flower. Flower cactus. Ah.
Where's all
Not
the
the good
birds?
kind, though.
Aloe vera. Hello.
Hello.
Clone, bouture, aloe vera, clone. Ah, des little petits clones. Attends, je te montre des petits clones, little clones. Mais non, pas de racines encore. Là, pas de racines.
I forgot to get aloe babies from Mrs. D's sister the other day. Maybe I'll get some from her.
Clone, orange bud. Clone, orange bud, dit. Ouais,
Right on.
comme ça. Ouais, c'est the fun. Le fun. Little baby.
Le petit baby. Regarde-moi ça, comment que c'est beau, Gigi. Oh, petit fou.
Little
Oh,
baby.
les petits bébés. Little baby. Bon, bah voilà, Didi, hein. Ça y est, hein, room tour finish, hein. Finish room tour.
Yeah.
Here we go. Voilà. Bon, j'arrête. Finish. Bon, allez, hop.
Oh, okay. Wee wee. Hold on,
Ok.
second somehow.
Bud. Big up.
We didn't see the birds.
Much love, my friends.
I hear the
Beaucoup
birds.
amour.
Wait, what? That Daniel thing says that he keeps thinking Silent has a belly shirt on because of his background. You got a belly shirt on? Huh. Anyway.
All right. Well, I guess it's your turn, Silent. Show us your garden.
Okay. Do that.
Somehow it's like a vibe. Like we just went through Christoph, and I was like, wow, all the way to the cacti, the aloe, the vibe.
Right
But
on,
I didn't see
Christoph.
the birds. I
Tiny.
want to see the birds. I want to see the birds.
Whoa. Wow.
Fire.
Fire flow.
I gotta get this picture off there because it won't work with the gun.
Oh, that's why it's best to leave all that shit out.
In the spotlight. Okay, 1 second. This is the. Thank you. Yeah, right on.
Hey, nice.
Sorry, my camera's dirty.
Be blunt.
Be better.
Right on, Silent.
Or is it some kind of effect? One of those effects I put on, making it like blurry.
I can't even tell because I got glasses. All I see is your plants. Yeah, let me turn my camera around.
Yeah, it is a little blurry.
Yeah.
Your camera could just be dirty.
I cleaned the camera. I'm trying to turn off some of those.
Oh, well, it got better in focus.
Okay, there we go. It's one of the
Yeah.
settings that was messing with it. Yep.
Yeah, now we can see.
Some clones of
Est-ce qu'ils lancent des clones? C'est des clones?
clones.
Little
Baby.
clone?
Baby.
The clones.
More baby.
Okay.
Clones. Those are
Des
all
petits bébés?
clones.
Ouais.
Grow
Yeah,
these
nice.
ones out and take clones off them. There's Super Boof, Cherry Pie, Rogue One,
Right
Blue
on.
Dream, and the Grapefruit Chem.
Nice. I like the first two. The first two sound good.
Yeah, Cherry Pie and Super Boof.
Hi, Hardcore.
Nice.
It's That's Ortega, one of the Ortegas. It's a
Nice.
Pierced Indica. Those are old
Ah, bien.
Pierced Indica clones. Sweet Skunk.
Après, basculette outdoor? Non? Sinon,
Duck.
no,
I like
no,
I
no
like duck.
outdoor?
I like
No
to eat
outdoor
duck.
culture?
Duck bacon.
Bud? No indoor culture?
Bacon.
Sinon?
Huh?
Ah,
We
bah,
need to have those translator things. Don't they make those things that you can like he could speak into something and it would translate for us?
I'm sure there is, but
We don't have it tonight.
people are
Not
blowing
on
shit
this.
up outside.
No, sorry, it's not on this budget. Show budget. We can't afford it.
Can't afford it.
Hi,
So yeah,
Dr.
if
Dank.
somebody wants to sponsor that for us, that'd be great.
Hi, Ned.
More clones.
Nice.
cool.
We'll go look at what upstairs stuff.
Oh, nice, Christoph.
La Lima River Rose.
What strain is that?
La Lima River Rose. Yes, Fumidor. Abuda Fumidor.
Well, Fumadors, right on. Yeah.
Trop bien.
By the way, go check out fumadoro.com and Fumes to Go. And don't forget to use that coupon code BRAINS. BRAINZ for a discount. Nice segue, by the way, Christoph.
Les blondes. J'ai dit, les feuilles de blonde.
Oh, nice.
Ouais,
Bring it on, man.
ouais, elle dit plusieurs parfums. Tropical, mangue, mango,
Oh, those are those
ouais,
PJs?
blue, merde, c'est quoi? Blue, blue, je sais plus quoi, sorry, my friends.
No, I don't think they are. Can you hold up the packaging, Christoph? Is that a Juicy J? I don't think it is. Oh, my camera's backwards.
Sorry, hein, dit zombie for communication, je parle pas anglais. Oh, c'est compliqué.
Can you hold up hold up your packaging? What kind? Is it Juicy J? The blunt. The
Ouais,
packaging. There we go. Yeah, Juicy J.
ouais, oui,
Yeah, it is Juicy J. Right on. I like Juicy
ouais, ouais.
J.
Ah, ça y est. Ah,
Yeah,
sorry, my
they
friends.
both.
Ouais, j'ai mis du temps à comprendre.
Yeah, those are good. I like those kinds.
Ah, c'est bon.
I used to buy
Ouais.
like really do 12 gas, 2 set wheat enough these. I used to buy these at a time, 20 at a time.
Ok,
I used to smoke those. Casting C set wheat enough these. Yeah, these.
10,
These.
10. Yes.
No, 20.
Ah, 20.
Yeah.
Ok, 20.
Apple pie. Right on hardcore. Oh, it tastes meh. That's too bad. What am I
C'est dommage.
smoking? Oh yeah. Black diamonds. Nighttime. Oh. No, that's fine. What's everybody in chat smoking on? Let us know. Oh, I gotta put this hash away. Where's the packaging?
Guy, what smoke Barghiti? You?
What am I smoking on? Black
Yes.
Diamond. Noir.
Black Demons. Ok.
Yeah. I don't know how to
Non,
say
connais pas.
diamond in
Je connais
French.
pas. C'est weed ou hashish? Hashish. Weed ou hashish?
Oh, I got hashish.
Ok. Ouais,
I
nice.
got un momento. Oh, 1 minute. Let me turn this stupid background off. I got
Ah, cool.
30
Oui.
hash.
Much black, hein. Beaucoup noir, hein. Bien noir. Good.
Hashwood wine, hash, banana,
Bien. Ah, nice.
and bubble gum.
Bubblegum. Oh là
And
là.
Moroccan. A little bit of Moroccan left.
Good quality? Ouais.
Hmm?
Good quality? Quality? Yes.
Yeah.
Okay. I
Now
like
what
me,
the
Hashi.
hell? Okay, what is this going on now? Does anybody else in the chats or in the group or in the panel see this? See a pop-up now on your screen? This meeting is being transcribed for AI companion.
Yeah, I just saw that.
Maybe it'll be better and faster for him.
Maybe. Uh,
Now you turn that off. Oh, there it is.
Yeah, little plants, Didi. Les petits plants, c'est ça, les crosses.
Right on.
Ouais.
Damn.
C'est French, French en France envoyait de seed pour me. On verra bien. On verra bien. On verra bien. Surprise. Surprise.
No larf. Does that say no larf?
yep, that's what it says.
Right on. Because the L's kind of cut off and the F's kind of cut off for me, but it might not be for everybody else.
Yeah, you have to see it on. I'll have to see it what it looks like on the computer screen.
Yeah, it looks different. It's crazy.
It's backwards too.
Yeah, but then it looks normal. It'll look normal for everybody else.
Oh yeah. Okay. Yeah, but the L's cut off. That's a bad picture. I have to
What the
retake.
hell is that? Well, there we go.
I'm gonna have to retake that. Sorry.
No, you're good, man. I understood it. I was just asking. Or confirming. Nah. Okay, I definitely don't want to spotlight myself. There we go. Was that turn that off? No, okay, I did.
Huh.
Share whiteboard.
Oh, there it is.
Turn
Of course.
that off. Turn that off. Alright.
That's why.
No, we missed the 20. Well, there you go. Right on silent.
Fixed it.
I would have just said I would have just said screw it and left it how it was. Or seasonal. That's awesome. Got fixed. 20. 20. 20. 20. 20. 20. 20. 20. 20. 20. 20. 20. 20. 20. 20. 20. 20. 20. 20. 20. 20. 20. 20. 20. 20. 20. 20. 20. 20. 20. 20. 20. 20. 20. 20. 20. 20. 20. 20. 20. 20. 20. 20. 20. 20. 20. 20. 20. 20. 20. 20. 20. 20. 20. 20. 20. 20. 20. 20. 20. 20. 20. 20. 20. 20. 20. 20. 20. 20. 20. 20. 20. 20. 20. 20. 20. 20. 20. 20. 20. 20. 20. 20. 20. 20. 20. 20. 20. 20. 20. 20. 20. 20. 20. 20. 20. 20. 20. 20. 20. 20. 20. 20. 20. 20. 20. 20. 20. 20. 20. 20. 20. 20. 20. 20. 20. 20. 20. 20. 20. 20.
Hardcore says if you set the subtitles to English, we might be able to understand him.
Was it back on English again?
It's in French.
Okay, good. Yeah, that's where we want it. And if there's any, by the way, if there's anybody in the chat that's from another country, like say if Christoph's not here, and there's someone here from like Germany or Brazil, when we speak Spanish, let us know. We can put this captions on for you guys, so you guys can understand this better. Let us know in the chat. Just tag one of the blue names. Or me. That's a good thing to mention. We should mention next time too. Nice, Christophe.
Ah ouais. La lime arrive rose, hein. Sticky, sticky.
Sticky, icky, icky. Ooh wee.
Ah oui.
Put it in the air.
Very, very nice. Ah là là. Like me, like me. Big up, mes frérots. Vive la weed.
It works that way hardcore, but then we have to switch it back and forth all the time, and it'd be too confusing.
Sorry, hein, Didi, me little ruling joke.
True.
But
Yes.
you don't see the subtitles
Hardcore.
on Zoom.
Hardcore. If it was him doing it, Christoph was doing a show and he put it to English, that'd be good. Probably. We'd probably understand him and whoever else. Okay, time to roll another joint. Another one of those nighttime ones, black diamonds. Wait, I'm gonna figure out before I do that. English English to a Francais. I think I spelled that wrong. Dimet Noir. That's what I'm smoking. Dimet Noir.
Huh. Interesting. That one of the strains that I popped in that tent there is Dracar Noir.
Black diamonds. I think I'm saying that right.
Diamant noir.
Diem Noir.
Diamant noir. Yes. Ouais. Diamant noir. Ah oui.
Huh? That's funny. That's loud too. Alright. What's this? That's the pre-show. Close that.
J'ai le nez qui coule. Lâche. Oh. Tchuss.
Very nice.
Tchuss. Ouais. Et pleine. Ça colle mal. C'est
No.
c'est con le truc là. Ça colle pas bien. Là là là. Là là là.
hear the birds.
Yeah, I hear birds.
Oh, it was a cracker. Here's a bird.
Ah.
Come on.
Hello.
Giving up some steaks early. He's been following me around under the table while I was adding water. I know because he knew there was like this piece of steak on the plate. I gave him his regular food. He just left it. He was demanding it. So I cut up some. Oh, plus I saved him this little piece on my desk for my dog. Now that's a huge piece. That'll I'll go in the fridge and might be 2 days. He's a Chihuahua, but he
Yeah.
thinks he can eat like a lion, especially when it comes to like. I think he's the type of dog that if you just cut up a whole steak into small pieces, he would eat and die. Like he wouldn't know when to stop eating.
Yeah.
He would kill himself by eating. I'm pretty sure. And he uses every trick in the book. I just give him little amounts where for like, well, he's like 14, 15 now, at least 13. Uh, for most of his life, he ate once a day with all the other dogs. They all ate at the same time. But then since it's just me and him, oh no, he basically doesn't beg me every second, but way a lot. Like he's always wants something. He's a little overweight because of it, but no, that also like gives him the will to stay alive.
Sounds like Prader-Willi's disease.
I've always been that way with my dogs, but
I can't see it. Yeah. Scissor hash. Oh shit, mic dropped me. There we go. Happier. Hardcore. What do you call two lesbians in a closet? Hardcore. And everybody. A liquor cabinet.
Oh, yeah.
Ah.
Classic.
I'm here all week, folks. Don't worry.
I got the drum set over here. You need me to do a couple. Make a sample. I've got a sampler. I could just sample it, and then I could play it on the sampler every time.
If I wasn't too lazy right now, I could just bring up. I have a sound effects page with set effects. but I'm just too lazy. Rim shots. Just like the way your mama likes it. Ew. Boom. You know. Hmm. Hello, everybody in chat. Hello, all you lurkers. People doing some gardening. Like
Leave
Doctor,
gardens.
Leave Me Alone. Holy shit.
Oh my god.
That's crazy, that guy.
An animal.
Yeah. Man. Oh, hang on. Oh.
Damn, that's some strong shit.
Yeah, it sure is, man. Must be, eh? Isn't that what she said, hardcore? He'd hop on and show his plants, but they're so tiny there's nothing really to look at. That's what she said. Wow. Thank you. Come back again.
All right, let's liven the party up. What's going on? But
I'm
I
trying.
keep pausing
I'm
and
trying to buy.
pausing my video because I'm eating a Macintosh apple that's scrumptious. No, it's a pink lady.
Ah,
That's what it says on the sticker, actually. But it's a good one.
I'm trying to buy fish tickets still for tomorrow. Cash or trade.
Pastor Trade?
Yeah, it sucks.
Well, yeah, I mean, East Coast, middle summer.
It was the opening weekend of the tour.
Yeah, they sell out. They ain't no joke. They got full crowd.
There's nosebleeds behind the stage on Ticketmaster right now, but I read reports that it's very smoky in there and hot. And
But sometimes that's a ticket in, and then you just got to
yeah,
use your.
I know how to do that.
Yeah, sometimes it's easier than not. But if you're really going, then you're going. Cash or trade sometimes it's like a luck of the draw.
Yeah,
And sometimes it's like in the hours before the show.
yeah, it's usually right before the show.
People that this happened, that happened, they're not trying to make any money or you can't make any money. And like, yeah, I got to. Well, yeah.
Equadoro.com. Get yourself some awesome merch like that.
Even at worst case, I mean, it's not like Cash or Trade's a scalping site.
Yeah,
You can't sell tickets there for more than the
that's right.
face value. So,
Yeah.
What
sometimes
show?
there's a lot of them.
People try to sell platinum ones though. Still,
Well,
Silence. Go see who.
huh?
they use it as advertising.
What?
What band?
Fish.
Oh, true. Cool, man.
But my friend went up last night. He said they're playing like tickets outside, some for like $50 and stuff. So the other way, you
I mean,
just
that's how it usually gets down to it. You know what I mean?
yeah.
But sometimes you think, oh yeah, they'll just get it at the show, whatever. And then nope, there are times when this
No.
shit sold out. Now, wait,
I saw the
tonight's Saturday night show. Oh, tonight would have probably been the hardest ticket. You know what I mean?
Yeah, well, yeah, it was because I was trying and I couldn't get anything.
And a lot of times, why Sunday's the easiest ticket is that's when people are like, oh no, I got to be ready to go to work Monday. I
Yeah,
can't do it
that's
again.
usually what happens. I mean, I already saw people posting tickets that said they were taking tonight off because or something because they were too.
They didn't play it. I don't know their schedule, but I know their thing is at all time fever pitch.
Yeah.
Like they got the fish heads are, uh, yeah, they definitely fill their arenas. Also, it's not like some tour where like half the seats aren't sold.
No, no. And they sell tickets like still through a lottery and stuff. It's good.
Yeah.
And I think they made
It's like a dead ticket. There's a certain if you got the money and you're there, you're most 90% chance, you're 99% chance you're going in. You know what I mean? Have the money, like whatever that the ticket and the fees are, because somebody paid for it. And because half the people there are like either trying to get a free ticket or like trying to like pay less for the ticket than even the person paid. Just out of like, oh, that's what they do. But usually having extra tickets in front of a show like that, it's hard just because people look at it as the face value of the ticket, but they don't understand that, oh, it costs you another 35 fucking dollars to buy the ticket. The fees.
Yeah.
For cash or trade has like whatever algorithm. I mean, it's straightforward. I've had a lot of times I've gotten really good tickets when I needed them.
Yeah, I have most of them.
And like that actually that with the people, they were cool people. Like it was all cool. I mean, because even the people that use cash or trade, it's mainly all jam band shit.
Yeah.
And it's not set up. I mean, there is but it's not really. It's set up for it to be this fair and square thing. And for the most part, it's years into its existence, and it's probably the fairest, squarest thing of its type
Yeah.
as far as getting tickets in one hand to somebody else's hands, seamless, without like it being a whole profit thing.
I paid it before at an actual.
Well, I mean, because it's not like they
It's
carry every
like
concert, so it's like really tailored around jam band scene. Most all the jam band tickets are like on cash for trade, and a lot of times you're doing that person a favor. They're stuck with them, whatever.
There's like it says like Metallica comes up and like all sorts of other stuff.
Yeah, I mean, there's, but for the most part, it's jam band.
But
Like that's where it all started.
they're playing Santa Clara tomorrow.
Out here?
Yep.
Oh, I didn't know that.
With Pantera and Suicidal Tendencies.
Well, that's on Nugs. That's not my thing, so I never watch those streams. But like Metallica, they're one of the bands that get streamed. I watch their streams. These I watch everybody's streams, but that's not my thing. And Springsteen gets streamed all the time. I've looked at a couple of his because he puts on a show. Nugs is a cool thing
Oh yeah.
for a subscription thing. Like from my perspective, it's like the best $13 I ever spent per month, and I could get it like next year. There's 1 month a year you can get it like this deal, where it's like even less, like $100 for the year instead of paying like 13 a month. But you get so much like fuck. It's beyond like just all the music in the catalog, whether it's just listening or video. It's all live. Like even the artists that are in there, it's like, oh, they're live albums they did. Like, oh, they have all Miles Davis. Oh, this is live album. But the catalog of all the bands, oh, it's pretty big. I pretty much whatever vibe you're into, it's on there. That artist and whatever they did live, like their albums. And I never like have to worry about buying like the latest Dix or any of that because they post it on there like pretty quick, like right away. It's like part of it too. All those. So like, yeah, it's not like I would want to go buy half of them, but none of them really. But they're good listens, most of them, because they've been like remixed and professionally. All right, I do that. I can't lose the songs because I'm already in a couple of days ago.
What are those plants? They look healthy.
Hope they're all rooted. Clones are rooted. I have to wait till Monday to go get the rock wall. We missed getting there Friday. So 1 or 2 more days. But these are all, well, that's the strain gluttony. Behind it's the strain pinnacle. Like there's four, there's like 20 and 40 of those. And then this whole other tray, it was like I made a late decision, kinda, because I wasn't gonna run a lot of this lemon cherry gelato, but then when I decided to at least take a bunch of clones of them all, and I have two different ones. One came from one person, and one came from my nephew. So, and then in the room one we have what do you call it? Both of those plants running like right next to each other. So then, okay, if it's a world that's straight up, they're called the same thing. They should be the exact same thing. So we'll see. These ones didn't root as fast. They're called the KK. What that is behind it. Tail. All right. But they're going. They're just not as vigorous. I haven't found anything that's good. Best is to leave it alone. We'll be there the next day. These are only like a week old.
Right on.
Basically took them last 6 days. So it have roots on one of them, but that strain super vigorous. And then this last grouping is, I just did this a few days ago. I don't remember. Okay, biker cushion, and they're rooted. I guess it's more legacy strain, but yeah, I like it because it is really just a kush. It's good, and I smoked some of it and it's fucking killer. So I have these are snips. Like I just took them off of his veg last weekend. No, 20, only 20 of those, but that's a good start. And then behind it is DK, which is like Donkey Kong or yeah, I don't know. I keep forgetting the name of it,
Speaking
but
of, look at Christoph's shirt.
something. They're still like months away. By then, I'll like know the name and care about the name. Like at first, some of that is I don't want to get attached. Like here's the DKs. So I've already have these and I have them carried back. So I'll actually have some finished. These are like in case they finish really good, then I can take clones off of these. And this is this other one called Pilato. I'm waiting for it to finish. But so far out of Pilato, Run, and Lemon Cherry Gelato, the Lemon Cherry Gelato was grew the biggest, fattest, smell, looks killer. So that's why I took a bunch of those clones. Like these clones are 6 days old. These are only 1 day old. I took them on Friday. Because I only had like a few of these plants. These are the last two I saved back for moms. To take more clones soon. But yeah, the smells killer, grows killer, yields like 25% more. Clones and what do you call it? Tops and behaves like that. And then also I'm like fond of this cap junkie. And then these are all the cuts that I took. And those ones are like week 6. So I haven't taken clones of these yet. So if all of a sudden that comes out really super good, it's not like I'm ready to go with it. I'm like, we'll have to build the stock. Somehow these Skittles they took longer to root and all that, but they're growing. But this is how much they grew compared to how much these other plants grew. Like that's not like oh, it's growing and I can clean it up and try to get it. No, it's so finicky. It doesn't even like being like cleaned up. It's like I'm surprised they're growing this happy right now. But other than it being some like little one plant you run for yourself, yeah, I can't. I wish I could because I've heard it cars higher value and all this stuff, but I can see why. Oh, fuck. And as much as you think plant like this also can like have an issue halfway through and you lose the whole thing because it's just like barely alive in the first fucking place as far as like vigor and health and like real growth. Like even though I just cleaned it all up and took all the under crap out, most plants would respond positively to that. Nah, this plant like it don't like to be touched. It's weird. But whatever. It just grows slow. So like for me to grow that to the right height to make it worthwhile, at least yeah, like 6, 8 weeks. Where other plants go 2, 3 weeks. Like that room's on week 6, and these are the clones for it. Because there's still 3 more weeks. They're rooted, they'll get moved into these. These are like redundant moms. Some of them we might cut back and use, but in 3.5 weeks, when that room's ready to be reset, uh, these will be exact height, topped. Like it happens fast, actually, because as much as this room has its potential, it's unruly. Like I've spent 3 sessions of full defoliation, and it's going to yield a lot. But already I see like sections that are not getting leaves that are in the way of other. Sometimes it's like this room I just set. It has like more potential because it's all level. It's all the same thing. Well, this has 2 pines on it. The back half is the cream, and the front half is lemon cherry gelato. And this is gluttony and pinnacle and more lemon cherry gelato. This is all sure crash with bread. But these came in all cleaned up, the right height, in my mind, the right height to maximize everything. With these, oh, it's been unruly in here from the kid. I'm not even, some of it is are you really getting enough airflow? As well as that. But it's gonna yield a lot. It's gonna be like no more work for trimmers because there's as much as I clean the shit out of them. No, there's a lot of what I call unders. This is like massively a jungle where it's probably easier to control that overall. This is gonna hit a big number, but a lot of it is all different kinds. There's like sections of 3, 4 of this, next to 3, 4 of that. But it's coming out good. Like, wait, that little indentation area, that's all Skittles. One plant. And then the rest of it's all kinds. Like right on the edges is mule fuel. This is mule fuel. And then the last slats that were growing, like we stopped taking clones cycle ago or two. So these are the last 2 slat plants. And they're fucking good. We grew that for 4 years. And then this tray's all mixed up with like tester things, the gap junkie, like I said, slats, odds and ends. HPS light doesn't do good with cameras, but
Whoops.
if I go down here, then like this is all under LED. Maybe it's easier to see.
Your camera's off, bud. Accident doesn't
right.
I hit the wrong button. You meant to hit spotlight.
Oh,
there we go.
This is under LED. I don't know if it shows better or not than that section. And this section is LED. And this is like a bunch of smaller. This my friend at Extras of the lemon cherry gelatos.
Looks good.
And then the other pheno lemon cherry gelatos is beast on the other side. it's under really 1,000 watts, but it's creeping on it's getting a good blend from both the
Mm,
infrared's on this edge.
yeah.
That's lemon cherry gelato, but from the other pheno. So, and then this tray's like slaps. So farewell to the slaps. And a lot of times when it's the last batch of whatever, oh man, it comes out good. It's
Mm.
just the nature of it. And wait, oh yeah, that's another cap junkie. I knew that. I thought they were all up here, but there's one back here. And oh man, that's like, yeah, it's that collaboration from Capulator, with Seed Junkie. And they called it Cap Junkie.
I'm out of here, everybody. Have a great night. We'll see you Tuesday, 7 o'clock Eastern Standard Time, or Pacific Time, 10 o'clock Eastern, with the pre-show on my channel before that.
Night, D.
Later.
Good night, D. My trimmer, last night he turned 21. He went out
Bye bye,
drinking with
Gigi.
his friends. I'm surprised he even came in tonight. He took a couple power breaks. And he got a good amount done. He says, "Oh, is it all right if I'm done for the night?" I'm like, "Fuck, dude, I'm surprised you went this far." He's like hungover. He doesn't drink, but it was his 21st birthday.
Mm. I was a little
80s.
hungover today.
All right, 86. All
You
right,
can't.
just give me a minute to wrap this up.
Oh. Okay. You can't. Yeah, because your camera's off. The camera is off. Hardcore. Do you know any jokes in French?
Looking good as always, bud.
Hello, Arco.
He's muted and camera off momentarily.
Christoph, show us your birds. Caw, 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 caw.
Smoke clean.
Hello?
Oui, fumidor.
Can you guys hear me?
Yes, I can hear you loud and clear. Ow. Oh, my hand.
Montre nous les oiseaux, whatever she said.
Is that what he said? I feel like I need to get one of those. What is it? They got those easy language learning things on tape now, or CD, or your
Yeah,
Kindle or something.
I forget what they call what the names of those are.
So I guess we started World War III today.
How do you call that? One bomb or some shit? World War III?
I guess there's 3 bombs.
All right. Well, it was a particular target. I don't know. What do I fucking
Well,
know?
the
I'm
nuclear.
against war, but
Well,
like,
I guess the nuclear material had already been removed from the sites.
yeah,
So,
I mean, you're playing cat and mouse. And who the fuck was that part? I mean, didn't we like ultimately Iraq? We were sure he had the shit. He didn't. He bluffed
oh
us
yeah,
and didn't even
of
have it.
course, yeah.
So I mean, our history with this whole thing. I don't know. We got our shit together better now. Hopefully, we learned some lessons in the last 20 years and $10 trillion,
Yeah,
and basically no accomplishment in it. Really,
I mean they
just
killed
a bigger mess.
Saddam. They killed Saddam,
Okay,
I
but they,
guess.
that
They
fuck
could,
that was way at the beginning,
yeah,
right?
yeah,
What really went down was like a whole other clusterfuck of like war,
yeah.
and
Basically,
that's a lot of like, oh, we're we're still trying to reconcile that.
I
That's
just
why
checked.
like, oh, boots on the ground. That's a big thing because hey, I was a news watcher. I remember the first time it only took us a couple days, but the media was like embedded. They were like on these Humvees crossing the desert. What's his name? And all of them, right? Like conquering Kuwait or whatever, the
yeah.
Kuwaiti Iraq thing, right? And it was real in and out, bang, bam. And
Uh,
then
that's where all
Sounds
the
like your
oil.
next
mom.
time, oh, you
Oh,
think they had embedded coverage before? Oh, they were embedded,
yeah.
right? And
Yeah,
that's all
Chris
part of the
Out's gonna show
show,
us his birds.
Birds.
right? Oh, I'm into the birds. Uh, and we all dialed in. You know what I mean? I mean, it wasn't like we all did, but it became a thing where, and it became long. And I remember going, yeah, what? It took us 20 fucking years, this bullshit? Like, we should have been in and out of that situation, like, within a few months.
Mm.
Like, but then again, like, oh, that's where the military spending jumped tremendously and
Uh,
a whole bunch of things changed. Post 9/11, fuck, dude. Like we're in like hyper crazy at this point. Then one big thing after another, like cultural change to the whole game. You know what I'm saying?
uh,
Like way the world was spinning. You know,
yeah.
where yeah, I'm sorry to say, but yeah, one, I think at this point, yeah, they probably don't have a nuke because if they did, they would have fucking used it. Like
I
that's
think D
the
left
fear
without
with
making
certain
anyone an
type of
admin.
regimes.
Voilà,
If you
bravo.
get them pinned in, they're going to use it. And so, like,
Oh,
I think
never mind.
if Iran really had anything of substantial value as far as like warhead and all, oh, they would have shot it off already. They're
Yeah.
not holding it back as they're getting wiped out.
Hey, bud, you should make me a
And
co-host real quick.
okay, here, wait, let me go on there. What are you
Those
doing,
sound like
hardcore? How's Minnesota? Wait, host tools. So wait, settings,
Parang,
living room. Share screen, chat with.
may
Wait, this
matipi,
must be the wrong one. Okay,
shipi,
close. That's host tools.
may
How do
matichipi.
we? Wait, go to
Lang,
more. How about meeting settings? Okay,
I think you just go to participants.
Okay, let me try that. Go back to participants. Okay, there you are. And then take you and go
Make
make
co-host.
host. Okay, I'm gonna make co-host. All right, I'm gonna make you co-host. Oh, that's easy. Why didn't I know how to do that? Thanks for helping me.
All right. We're learning stuff tonight.
See, I went down to more and went into host whatever, and those are settings, not things you can do.
Yeah.
That's what I realized. All right, cool. What do we got to show us, hardcore? You're gonna
I'm gonna
add to
spotlight.
the
Try to spotlight
Saturday night.
Christoph and his birds here.
Yeah.
Hey, so what does solstice mean to your part of Minnesota? Like that,
I guess
like in a region where you are, that becomes a big thing, huh? The longest day and all that.
I don't know, not really. It's nice to work late. I mean, like the other day, I just started fucking doing construction again, and I was on Thursday. It was like 100 degrees with the heat index and shit. I mean, it's like humidity was like 90% or some shit. And I'm kind of a pussy. I haven't been working for so long that I just kind of got heat exhausted and shit. But I worked until like it doesn't get dark till like 9:30 at night and shit.
Well, yeah, like even if you were those first few days where it shifts from like 80s to mid 90s and up, yeah, you got to acclimate. Look, a lot of
Oh yeah.
times people
I've
don't get
been sitting on
versatile
my ass.
that first day of like true heat because then
Drink a
they go,
lot
I
of
got
water.
this. But you
Yeah,
got
I've
to
been sitting
build
on my
up.
ass since like been sitting on
Once
my
you're
ass for
doing it
6
for a
months.
few
So
weeks,
Yeah.
then all of a sudden, like, oh, that's just normal. You know how to hydrate. You also know what
I mean,
foods to keep.
I drank fucking like 20 bottles of fucking water, and I had an igloo of ice water that I would keep pouring down my back and shit, and get my hair soaking
I
wet and
never
head banging
felt
a little
like I
bit. But
had
I shaved my
jobs.
head as soon as I got home.
Mm-hmm.
But when me and Sabrina was first together, we lived on this property right in Acadia across from the ocean. And Dennis and Tara were like the lanterns. Dennis was like this wine guy. He was like I don't know what you rated, higher than journeyman sheet metal contractor. And they were boys and girls clubs. And we had the contract to like lay the roofing and I forget the names of all the fucking the overhang and this whole the color and the crimping. And it was like I was just hired as a total apprentice, but it was union because it was at these boys and girls clubs, right? Contract. God,
Okay.
I made so much money, but I worked my fucking ass off on these roofs. Like I remember getting back to Sabrina going, I don't think I could do it, hun. Like you have to carry, fucking lift, shit sharp as fuck. It's
There's that.
all
Oh yeah,
I
it's
learned. I
not.
did it for about 6 months. Sheet metal work, like at the highest level. Uh, I made a lot of money. That's how we initially got our first grow and moved to this like 280 acres out in Rainbow. It was with the money I made doing sheet metal, where I was
Yeah,
already like 50 and had no experience in sheet metal, but I was willing to put in a hard day's work for. I was making like 35 an hour and shit as apprentice. But you had to work your ass off, and there was like quotas, like even how the contract went. Oh, this had to be done by this point to get paid, otherwise your pay diminishes for every day after and shit like that. Because they would have the whole place closed down while they were putting on roofs that
Big
were sheet
Ford's
metal.
pissed off.
Like you knew when you were
Yes.
doing that roof was going to last like 60 to 75 years, and the quality of it, like 'cause it was sheet metal roof. That's probably more popular and common on the East Coast where you have so much more rain. But
Yeah.
I've
out
built a
here,
lot of. I built a lot of metal, like steel sheds, like agricultural type buildings,
Yeah.
like on
Okay.
farms and whatnot. But a lot of people they build them like that, and then they just finish them out into a house, and I mean it's
Oh
so
yeah.
much cheaper.
Yep. That's what I wanted to do.
yeah,
They wouldn't let
I
us
did that for
build
for
us
months.
build the
That was
metal
like
building.
25 years ago. but I know like, oh, it's hard work, but
You
you
know,
do get
I've
paid
done a lot
good.
of like the post frame or whatever they call them when you just
Post and
put a
beam.
bunch of posts in the ground instead of foundations.
And at the time, like these were like pretty big jobs with like 10 guys on the crew. There was another whole side of the crew that were immigrant workers. That was just part of it, right? And it wasn't like they got paid $2 an hour or nothing. They got paid and they worked
Yeah,
harder than anyone.
it was kind of nice. Like, so I got to work in the morning, and normally for this, when I work for this guy, he's like he owns a bunch of properties and like a whole bunch of properties around here, and but he also
Your
does like
vocal got really loud, really loud. Like
but
either
he works on a lot
take
of
one of the
properties around
sides.
here.
All right, there you go.
Or he owns a lot of
Yeah.
properties, but he also does a lot of work on other buildings too. And I tend to just work by myself doing projects for him, like that garage that was building last year. I don't know if I could show you the house
Yeah.
on a lake I was building last year too, but I went back to work for him this last week, or whatever. And on Thursday, I got there in the morning and I tore off like half the roof and fucking. I was like just beat already by noon. But luckily, from noon on, I got a Mexican kid that he had for me working with me. And right away, he's like, he mentioned something about the homeowner, and I'm like, he's mentioned the person's name. I was like, you got to be kidding me! It was like one of my best friends growing up, or whatever, his kid, and I used to buy weed from this
Oh,
kid,
really?
like I'll just up until like last year, like maybe 6 months ago. But I just he charges a lot, and it's like $10 a gram for mediocre, or whatever, and like I wasn't really. I just have never been pressed to fucking, he's like my last resort when I, if I want to text, pay for that or whatever. But I fucking right away I said, "Do you deliver up on the roof or something like that?" He's like, "What are you fucking talking about?" But yeah, I ended up getting weed from the guy I was roofing his house. So it was kind of weird.
Well, it's a small world, right?
Yeah. And there's the thing, I didn't even know that he had moved. Like he used to live in the town that I live in, and now this is like 10 miles away. He was fucking. Yeah, it's kind of weird.
And he can afford to have construction done in his house. Well, he must be doing pretty
Well,
good.
no, he's renting from the guy I work for.
Oh,
He owns a bunch of properties, and he also does other jobs for other people. But the majority of his work is for his stuff because he owns a whole bunch of
well,
old
sounds like the
dilapidated
guy that
houses.
you're doing
He's
work
basically a
for. It's
slumlord.
like, yeah, but that's a good guy to have as a boss if you're trying to do what you're doing.
Yeah. Well, what I'm trying to do is I want
Keep
to
a
get in on
variety of
one of his.
different jobs.
I want we had a deal last year, but he just never. I think I got to just push him more on it. But I'm trying to get to move into one of his properties to fix it up as for rent. Because I've done that a few times. That seems to be a pretty sweet move.
Yeah, my guy,
Be like a live-in remodel or whatever. And that
Brandon,
way I'm always
was
at the
working
job
his
site,
like
so he
15
wins.
years. Him and like two of his buddies, they all went to high school together. And the market's gone up and down. Sometimes they've done it on their own, where they've bought in like a house that's like, oh, tear it down, take it down to like foundation, all this stuff. And then they just live in it and bust ass and do all the work and then flip it and make money. And then real estate market's changed. He works for another boss, like sounds like your kind of guy, and that's what that guy does. And so, yeah,
I've done it
it's
several
not
times.
like, oh, travel to this house and work on it during the day and then go home. No, they do it where it's like, yeah, live in the house somehow. You guys can make it work and get this shit done, right? And they like in a short period of time, do cabinets, do this, do all things to
That's what I would
modernize
do.
that, and then flip it.
I would work on the.
Yeah, it's a
On
standard
some days
business.
I would work there for the whole day, but normally I would work on another job and then just do work on that when I got home or whatever. But
Well, in SoCal, a lot of houses are worth a certain amount due to comps, but realistically, that house
bear
hasn't been
skin rug on this fucking bed
updated.
there.
And like, you really
How
want to
print
sell your
hallway
property,
wallpaper? What the hell?
we got to tear out all the
That's
old shit and
crazy,
put in
man.
new shit.
Is that
And usually,
cow
once you
print
tear out all the
wallpaper?
old shit, You
Dalmatian
you also
wallpaper?
rewire the house where it has like proper internet connections and all that shit in the house. Because a lot of houses are worth a lot of money. They're way outdated. They weren't built with any of that stuff,
Bueno, está.
and they don't have it, even though they're worth $10 million.
Yeah, I work in a lot of old houses, but yeah, like this roof. He says right away, well, it's
Ah,
the easy one, and then you rip into it and everything's rotted out, everything's got to be replaced, and it's like, well, that adds time. And then he gets pissed off because why is nothing done? It's like, well, because you weren't here all day and see all the fucking work I've been doing, jackass.
Well, if you underbid, miss that you open up a can of worms, you ask a dangerous contractor because they get upside down quick. They get a job and then they don't realize, wow, you should have put this in the contract. Well, if all the wood's dry rotted, that opens a whole other can of worms here. And I'm not responsible for it.
Yeah, upcharge.
Well, that's my old partner. Why he's over all this, he became a general contractor. Like that's going on almost 2 years. And only has word of mouth, but oh man. But he has good work, has good subs. But I noticed as I've watched him and tried to learn a bit from him,
Averages?
as a general, that's what he knows how to do is write out the bid and cover all the bases. So it's not like, oh yeah, well, because homeowners are tricky too.
Yeah. Well, so the guy that I work for, he's what was I gonna say? He's a lot of the properties he owns himself, so he doesn't really see he's got money, but he's like to pinch his pennies. He's kind of
Yeah.
he's kind of a slumlord where I know a lot of people that lives in pretty questionable places that he owns, but it's just because he's not really making a lot of money if he puts the money into it right off the bat, and
And
until
that's
people
just how
really
landlords are. It's like, yeah, you need a new dishwasher, you need a new sink, you need this,
Yep.
you need that.
especially if it's just aesthetic stuff, where it doesn't bother, their living condition, technically. Yeah, he'll let. But at the same time, a lot of his properties, he likes to flip them and then try to upsell on all of them too, but.
Yeah, well, and I mean, I don't know, your area could still be prosperous and stuff. California, flipping real estate's a big thing. Oh, it has like ups and downs and ebbs and flows, and a lot of the last few years of the economy and stuff. Oh, it's made it easier for people really at the top end, but oh no, the other housing market's all fucked up.
Yeah, no, I don't get paid the world working for this guy, but it'll get some money in my pocket here and get me to be able to do some more, go back to doing my side projects again.
And like you're like close proximity. It's not like there's thousands of jobs you could go find, right?
Well, that's the thing, he's one of the only contractors around here that.
So
And all the other contractors too, they're family operated ones where it's two brothers working with each other. It's like there's not a lot of big crews.
Well, I mean, just employment opportunities. Like I don't know, but I imagine you live in not a place where there's like 50 jobs you could go apply to and be happy with.
No, and I've told myself a long time ago, I'm never pushing buttons on a register or. I did wash dishes when that was my first job. Well, not my first job, but my first like on the books job. I was washing dishes.
Oui, je vais donner. Attends.
That was actually kind of a fun job because all the waitresses, I was only like 15, but all the waitresses would always fucking like steal bottles of booze for me and shit. Kind of fun, kind of weird. Or like every time that they would have, because they also did catering, and whenever they catered, their big specialty was like this fucking, like what a wop is, or like I don't know. It's like a fruit punch with a bunch of alcohol in it, basically.
Okay.
But they have like
Oh,
real fruit in it, you know. So there's like strawberries and fucking watermelon, all that shit floating in it,
Yeah.
and then whatever. I don't know what.
yeah, they used to serve that at the bingo place.
Yep. But they would serve that at all of their fucking cater events. So like a couple times a week, they would come in with like a couple gallons of this wop, and it would go bad because the fruit would get rotten in it, you know. And like
Yeah.
you know, a lot of times they would just, you know, they were technically you're supposed to just dump it out or whatever, you know. But like I threw a lot of parties in my little when I was a teenager, fucking with that
Well, I
wop.
mean, that sounds like the first stage of Pruno, like how they make fucking wine in prison. They call it Pruno.
Yeah,
Basically, just rotten fucking fruit.
hanging the sock in the shower so it would stay humid.
Oh man. Well,
But fucking
there were a few months I had this crazy fucking celly, and what he did. Okay, so like whatever size bottle cost whatever Pruno, which was like basically I don't know how drunk you got. I think you got sick from like the drinking like fermented fucking crap, right? They'd use anything out of the kitchen. Somehow they'd
yeah,
trade these yeast balls around, whatever. But then there were guys that would create in their cell, create this whole thing with the plastic bags, like this tent, and distill it down to like the small hot sauce bottle. And this was like pure alcohol, like boom, like it was like taking a shot beyond a shot, right? And that shit was like $10 a bottle or whatever. But like, each cell, like A, B building on the yard, held like 200 people. There were 100 cells, 50 up, 50 down, two in each. When if somebody in building two in the middle of the night started doing this shit, and then they would break it all down during like every couple hours, there's an actual physical walk with a flashlight they shine. They pack everything up and then put like the whole place would smell like like sometimes I went to work as early as 6, 7 in the morning. Be walking out to the yard before anybody's been out there, and I could tell, oh man, somebody's cooking the hooch in building three.
we
Or whichever building. Because like when
when
you
I
distilled it like that, oh, it like beyond stunk up the whole ventilation system and all that. Like the cops would know. And usually when that shit hit the yard, which was like, oh, it was only periodic. Bruno was like
like
all the time. Oh, that was like fire water. Like, oh, that's when stupid shit would happen. Fucking somebody would like get all fucked up and stab somebody or stupid shit, like violence, basically
like
get lit on like pure fucking ethanol, whatever the fuck that really becomes. And
some
you
of those
need a
guys know
ton of
they know
Pruno.
what they're doing though.
Like,
Like I don't know, like
oh
15
yeah,
years ago, I was in jail for fucking Dewey and shit, and there was like a communal shower area or whatever, and on the inside of the shower, like the whole curtain was just lined, like every single hook had like 3 or 4 big socks that would have like fucking, they were just filled huge. They looked like loaves of bread basically hanging there, and
I
there'd be like three of
basically
them
on
or four.
level 4. This is a top level security, level 4 prison. There's 1,000 people in the yard. And what would happen is certain shifts in certain buildings, which say are like older officers and more Latino, right?
This was like 40
Latinos
people in the whole
would
place.
somehow develop a understanding, right? That all right, well, we won't fuck around and do this, this, and this, and this, but from Wednesday to Saturday, we're gonna do whatever in this building, and there would be like a green light on it, like like it could be a different racial combination in a different building where like yeah, after so many years, it's not like the cops just are. They smell it, dude. Trust me, when you're like distilling,
Well, it
like
probably makes their job so much easier just to let the shit happen instead of, they got to file
yeah,
paperwork
that
and
was
do all this
part of
other
it.
shit.
All this shit, and when they used to come in and kick every door looking for Pruno, then they had to clean all of that shit up. because they have to pop these bags and fucking it's on their boots and uh, it's a mess. So like,
Well,
yeah,
they
they.
they
But then
make the
again,
prisons clean that shit up.
when all of a sudden there's a couple people that are like in some kind of violent thing, and then when they're taken down, well, oh, they're it's like, yeah, it's part of the culture. Some people like to get really fucked up and fight anybody. They don't even give a fuck. It's like part of their drunken behavior,
I knew a guy
especially
I went
like
to
in a
school.
level 4 prison.
I went to a school with a guy who's he was in prison, and his girlfriend brought him in like an ounce of meth, and apparently they'd done it many times before. Where when she would get a visit, they would sneak a really quick kiss at the beginning, and then the cops or
Yeah,
the guards would automatically bat him away or whatever. But like that first quick kiss is when she would put it in his mouth, and apparently that particular day they made him wait in his waiting cell after the meeting for a while, for longer than he normally would. And apparently, like, the bags popped or something like that in his mouth. He ended up fucking. They found him dead in his cell when they came to pick him up, and
yeah. I mean, people did this.
she got charged with murder, and she went to prison. Or no, maybe she got
Yeah,
charged
no,
with
they're like,
manslaughter. I think she got charged with manslaughter, and
no.
she went to prison for like
Any
5 years or something
crime
like that.
involved with the prison, there's like this other unit within the thing. It's like the cops of the prison yard thing, and then they write
Yeah, because
up crime in
now that I think
prison
about it,
is
I've
like,
seen her name
oh,
on Facebook
any,
lately. So
what do you call it? Because like, oh, there's conjugal visits. There's most likely most of the drugs coming in through visits with women, whether it's their wife, girlfriend, gang affiliated, and oh, they got a million ways.
oh
Like
yeah.
drugs come into prison like so easily, it's
Well,
not
nowadays
even
with
funny. And
drones
then
and shit, I mean, they come in with drones in the middle of the night and drop them in the yard. It's like they can't see all
and
that
and
without. I don't
and
know.
during I was only in there 2.5 years, but somebody that has been a teacher inside the prison system, but only at this facility a couple years, the main teacher, he got busted inside job. He was selling tar heroin to the black people. Like they busted him, right? Uh,
The thing I thought was the
shop
coolest was
guy that
how
ran like we had whatever real jobs, and it was like installing and making the juicy fruit gum, uh, uh, metal things that hold all the gum. That's what they did at the prison. They got paid like I don't know $1 an hour or some shit, where everyone else got 6 cents. Um,
yeah. The jail that I was in was they
the
also housed
they called them
state inmates.
free workers or whatever. They worked for the company. Oh, they busted down that guy. Some of them weren't always with drugs. It was with ink. Ink was like a super commodity. And a lot of times, like if you broke down a cop to sell you shit, oh, you start with ink. And if you got him to sell you ink, you got him. And cigarettes and tobacco, because that shit was banned and worth like fucking $100 a pack.
Yeah, like what I thought was cool was like, or I don't know, but cool, but interesting was that fucking some of the guys that were like lifers or whatever, or that because the jail that I was in, they were also they housed um what do they call it? They housed prisoners there too, because the state prisons were overcrowded. But
Yeah,
because they were state prisoners, they like they fought for the right to have the state canteen, because like the state canteen was apparently like a whole like catalog worth of shit, whereas just like the regular jail stuff was maybe like 1 page of paper. And so
yeah,
like
sure.
they would have, so the jail had like a whole bunch of extra canteen that you could get, but I can't. I'm sure I was broke,
I
so
mean,
I
even
wasn't buying a whole bunch. But I can't remember if the regular
in
jail
the
people were allowed
90s
to buy from their thing. But the food that
in
they would make with
California
that
prison,
fucking holy shit, they were like 5-star fucking chefs making like just taking
yeah.
like
Well,
bags of like shit that you
the
wouldn't
in
ever think.
California prison, each
Take
inmate
some
gets to go
spam
to
and some
school
Ritz
once.
crackers and make a fucking
once a month, and then they could spend $140 at the store, and then sometimes groups telly people would like work together, but like most of it was with soups, ramens. Like they could make a
Yeah,
thousand different things
they would make pie
with
crust out of it and
ramen.
shit, or pizza crust.
Like I've had ramen a couple times just by direction, but like in prison, oh, they put mayonnaise and jalapenos and fried beans, or they could go sweet and sour, and they would use spam or they would use whatever, right? Some shit stolen out of the kitchen, but like most of the time, they called them spreads when they uh people would like make like a 50, everyone would give, oh, I gave
Yeah,
10 soups, I gave 2 soups. People would
when I
contribute, and it'd be like
yeah when
a thing.
I remember there was one
Dude,
guy that was always like the chef, and everyone would contribute to a meal. You know, and they'd come around and ask you, they're like, "Hey, you got something down on this fucking meal
yeah.
tonight?" You know,
And
you can
this
either
is like
give him
what
cash or
like
give him, whatever.
the
And but
worst quality and the
he would take the
worst
ramen and
like,
like crush them into a powder and make
oh
like a
yeah, dude.
pizza
Things
type
you can
crust
do
out of
with
it. He
ramen,
made some weird like
unless you've
Mexican dish
gone to
that was like
prison,
had sausage and shit. You'd like take
unless you've gone to prison,
jerky sticks
you
and
have
grind them
never
up into
seen
it.
the variety, like the true variety or complexity of the ramen. And like when cigarettes got banned, that used to be like the currency in prison for like decades. Cigarettes get taken out and banned. The currency becomes ramens.
Yeah,
Like
you could still
everybody
smoke when I
gambles.
was in there. That's how long ago it
I
was.
forget I forget how much like from the even from the store, and like the store sold like compared to jail had a lot of stuff on it, but like
You can get a
when you're in
pack of
there for
ramen for
2.5
like
years,
25 cents.
oh no, it's way less. Like you buy 'em by the case, like it's
By the
actually a
case, yeah,
pretty good
it's
deal.
5 or 10 cents. But I think at like the dollar store, they're
And
like
yeah, no, soups were I think
five for a
seven,
buck
8 cents.
25.
But people made money because then they would sell them for, oh, I got it. Because then when people didn't have store, there's lots of currency in there. Oh, a lot of times people, you give me a soup now and then I owe you 3 when I go to store. You know what I
Oh
mean?
yeah,
There are people that learn how to make a living
oh yeah. They'd pull out the
being
book out of
a
their back
dealer. It's
pocket and
like
they'd like,
whatever.
type you down in there.
Yeah, I mean, it was like a whole thing to it, and you know, a lot of it was like a lot of the violence was like over small things, like oh, somebody owed somebody $8,
Yeah,
and
I knew a guy that
when
went
they
to.
went to store, they didn't pay it off. Well, okay, take him, do whatever. That's the price you pay because like for the most part, people whatever you said, you kept your word. That was like your word was all you had in there.
Yeah,
And
one of
if
my
you want to get
friend's
crossed
dads.
up and in the middle of some shit with different groups of people, yeah, have your word uh be put in question
Well, yeah, one of my
or
a
owe
friend,
somebody, whether it's for a cap of weed or soups, whatever it is. I learned
a
that
friend of
like
mine's
right away.
dad. He went to prison for manufacturing meth. Like this is again like 15, 20 years ago, and he would tell me stories about how he ended up being a banker in there, or like apparently they had uh I forget what they call them, like coins or like oh fuck, they would be like they weren't like real quarters, but they'd be worth 20, like they were script, I think you call it. It was like I don't know, but like apparently they had like pop machines and candy machines where you could pay those quarters in them, and but they weren't worth anything on the outside. I don't know, but in any case, he said that because he had money when he went in there, so he would just like buy the maximum amount that you could every week, and like within like by a few days after that would happen, he would fucking like double his money every fucking week
Wow.
on fucking making loans out to people, and like because he was in there for a long time because they don't look kindly on that shit, and he was in there for like 7 years or something like that, and he ended up being like a fucking I don't know, like he was kind of like a big guy in there when he left. or from the sound of it. But then again, I know you can say, tell me all the stories you want, I guess, but he would tell me,
Yeah,
like, he
my
was really, really
experience,
interesting. He would talk to me for hours about fucking
I,
all the things he would
the
do.
most influential thing, like it changed my whole life, how I live, how I feel, was going to prison. I don't think I would have like at the rate I was out there at lunch before I went to prison, which was in my 30s in 94. 2.5 years on a 5 year sentence. There was from a case from in the 80s that I just never like took care of right. I had a joint suspended and then I violated it by being out of the county without a pass. And
without
they
telling them.
gave me the 5 years and okay, I went to prison. But like in orientation in the county jail, the prison comes and asks you, okay, you're first termer, okay, what skills you have, this, that, and the other. And I said, oh, I type. I didn't really type, but I typed. Um, so
I used to
the
type like
prison, they had this
120 words a
huge
minute or something.
riot, a level 4 prison out in the middle of fucking El Centro, Brawley, called Calpatria. You can Google history of it. Dude, they killed the lieutenant. Like, this was no fucked up. This is the case where they bust all the people that were involved with killing the lieutenant up to some other prison in like when they got off the bus, basically beat them to shit for like 24 hours, two different shifts of officers, and that's not fulsome. It's this whole story. But when I finally catch the chain to go to prison, I'm like, I'm on the thing. I'm thinking, oh, it must be level 1 because I would have been like, because of the 5 years, I could have been level 2, but I'm level 1, right? Which is like low level. First term, I have no gang, this violence, nothing. Somehow 3 in the morning when this bus comes, I'm on this bus. There's a few guys in the caged up part with green wristbands from the county. That means, oh, you were like a fucking murderer. Already like chained up to go out to Calpatria. I'm like, what? People on the bus, like they all knew, like, oh, that's Calpatria. So like, I catch the chain, I go to Calpatria. Holy shit, dude! This was like a full-on level 4 prison. I wasn't part of level 1. I was overridden to a level 3 because you have to be at least that to be in a level 4 prison because I had clerical skills instead. And like within the first day, you're in like they put you in a certain row of cells as you're being like the medical testing and all this before you're able to like go out, be on the yard, and you know, integrate into the prison. The, the sergeant calls me in. He's like, "Yeah, I need a clerk." Says here you type. I'm like, "Yeah." I before the quarantine thing was even over. I was already the sergeant's clerk, pecking away, making lists of fucking whatever, typing up the reports of shit that went down, the 50 whatever, actions they took. And then quickly that went to like, oh, the lieutenant needed a clerk. I moved to that job once I was like 2, 3 months. Then got a job in the what they call appropriations. Basically, there's two clerks that prepared the paperwork for all the purchases the prison made, whether it was the milk, the butter, the mails, everything. And that guy was a lifer and had this job for like 15 years. And like right then we were changing from one governor to another and show all the accounts of who was getting the milk contract and that all changed because that's part of like what goes with the governor. You like right away you see the corruption of like, oh, we're gonna be changing all the the vendors
Oh, I've
because
got a cousin that
this
sells milk.
yeah. And when you have the prison system in California as your contract, yeah, these weren't people from the egg business or whatever, but they sold fucking 80 trillion buckets of fucking eggs. Like eggs came cracked already in like 5 gallon buckets. Just all this stuff. And then yeah, one thing led to another. And this prison had this rare, but she was like Latina. Her name was Sylvia Garcia, and she would wear like tight skirts down to her knee with high heels, and was thin and like middle aged, but she was like a Latino woman that was fucking good looking, no question about it, and dressed accordingly, and was warden of this prison. Like they brought in this warden after the whole other debacle, right? But but she had her reputation. She was a fucking warden. She didn't fuck around. Like if there was any whistle, anything, sex play, if she was like walking the perimeter or sometimes the warden's out and about. If the yard did any of that, the whole yard would be locked down, lose all privileges for weeks. It wasn't even like it wouldn't even be a reason. Oh, yeah, everybody knew. Somebody heard it. Somebody went, or something like that. Oh no. You sex played this warden, there was price to pay. Every yard knew it.
Okay. She
Badass.
wore she wore the sexiest thing she could do, I
Oh
bet, every
no, she
day.
was. Oh yeah. Oh no, she was that. She was that. I always used to wonder. Yeah, even in the hierarchy of the 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 other COs and all that, like you don't just become a warden overnight. You have to work up through the system. And so she was a guard once. If I seen all the pictures hanging in her office, because yeah, I became her clerk, and part of it was because now they brought me down to level one. They overrode me down, but somehow still kept. I
Did
remember
you
trying to
ride
say,
her
well,
over
now I
down
should get
there
a
or what?
transfer. I hardly, dude. She okay. They were fat. They were local, like from the area, Brawley. They were married to other cops. Um, they were her three secretaries, two of them. Take the call. 80% of what was in that office was like, I forget what they call it, but it wasn't for my eyes. I wasn't supposed to see people's C files. I wasn't supposed to know who's a rat, who's a petty. I wasn't supposed to know any of that because these ladies are supposed to do all that work. There was like a security level thing where I wasn't supposed to do and see all that. Well, basically, one or the other, when I first came into my little desk compartment thing, I'd open my drawer and there would be covered in tinfoil whatever pork chop dinner they fucking had at their house. So there were two for me and the whole everything, applesauce, everything, right? And
I used to get the same thing from like so when I was 16, um, I was roofing already. I was making really decent money roofing, and I've told this story a bunch of times before probably, but um, I would get paid half cash and half weed for working, and I wasn't really a huge deal or anything, but I had friends that I would sell eighths and quarters to every once in a while, and I had just got paid, and I went and got a fucking half pound of weed, and like 2 ounces of it or something like that. I had weighed into eighths and quarters at my dealer's house because I didn't have any fucking scale, and so here I had like a QP in one pocket, and then all these eighths and quarters and like maybe an ounce or something in my other pocket, and I was at the hardware store with my boss, and the guy and his partner or whatever. And they went to the store and like I just waited outside because I didn't want to, I didn't want to fucking have any reason for anyone to question me or whatever. Well, they came out of the store and the store owner followed them out, and I didn't think anything of that, And they were walking straight towards the big propane tank there that they had. And my boss yelled at me from across the parking lot. He's like, "Grab me those propane tanks in the back of the van." So I didn't think anything of it. I grabbed these two propane tanks, and the second I closed the back door of the van and started walking towards them, I noticed a cop came up and pulled up right next to them, and like
holy shit,
right away
where's this going?
I could hear the store owner fucking points at them, and he starts searching their pockets and everything. And by this time, I wasn't gonna just turn around or whatever because we were the only ones in the parking lot, so like the cops saw me, whatever I was doing too. And I set the propane tanks, and then I kind of started to turn around and walk away again towards the van, And the cop's like, "Well, what about this guy? What's he have to do with it?" And the store owner looked right at him. He goes, "No, I've been watching these guys like a hawk. He has nothing to do with it." And he's like, "Well, I've got probable cause to search him too." apparently the store owner thought that they were fucking stealing watches because they were trying on watches or something like that. But they just got paid on a huge job. Like they both had like $5,000 or something, like 10 grand in their pockets, in cash. And fucking I remember them doing that. Like the cop was like, where's all this cash from? And the guy's like, oh, the job we just got paid for, paid in cash, or something like that. It's like fucking, and it was like the cop's like, well, whatever. But he looked over at me. He's like, well, I got probable cause to search him, and I'm like, I haven't been, whatever. And then he went and he tapped on my pockets are just like, ballooning out. I had Jinko pockets full. And I remember he tapped on my one pocket with his mag light or flashlight, He's like, fucking, what do you got in there? And he's like, I'm trying to think what he said. He's like, do you have anything in your pocket, sir? And I'm like, oh yeah. And I remember I pulled out a bag. It was like maybe it was either an ounce or a quarter. But I remember I didn't whip it at him, but I threw it at his face, and I hit him in the face. I'm like, yep. And I said, and I'm like, and there's more where that came from. And he's like, okay. And then, well, then it turned out that they didn't know it was, it turned out that they didn't have a holding cell for me in the jail because it was just a small jail. Like they sent all their inmates to a different place in the county or something like that. And apparently there was already someone in the holding cell, so they couldn't have a minor in there. So he's like, well, is there anywhere that you could go until we can arrange for a officer to pick you up and bring you to the juvie place or whatever? And I was like, well, yeah, sure, you can bring me to my boss's place. Fucking, little did they know that that's where all my weed that I was getting was from or whatever. And I sat there on his back porch with his two kids, and I don't think to this day I've ever smoked that much weed in one sitting. Like we sat
And then
and
they came
smoked
for you?
Yep, yeah, we sat on that back porch for it's like 3 hours or something like that. I bet we smoked a quarter pound of weed between the three of us, just nonstop.
You
Just
know what I
fucking.
was thinking as you were telling that story? One of my favorite movies is Natural Born Killers. And I was like, oh, I somehow thought that you're going to bring the propane tanks and the guy was going to fill them up and uh, 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 threaten to blow them up. Natural Born Killers style. Remember? Uh, what's that girl's name? And Woody. That was the craziest movie, dude.
Selma Hayek? No, it wasn't Selma Hayek. Was it Selma Hayek?
No,
No,
no. Because the chick is still hot to this day. She plays in punk bands. She's a redhead. Uh, God, what was her name in that movie? Uh,
I'm
she has
looking
a
at
hell of a
it now.
story.
Juliette
Cause
Lewis.
yeah, Juliette Lewis. Cause she was partying and all this, way underage. Some of her best roles, she has her own whole Hollywood story, but as far as a really great actress that has played some hellified roles, yeah,
Oh,
that's her.
yeah, very good.
Yeah,
And
so
Natural
then
Born Killer. Oh, I forget their character's name. There's a whole cult around it because it is. It's like one of these
Mallory
weird.
Knox.
Yeah, Mallory. Mallory's hot as fuck. And crazy as
yeah,
fuck. Like that. There you go.
I remember just being so stoned in the back of that cop car though, because it was like a 45-minute drive to the juvie place I had to go to. But then I got felony possession with intent to distribute, and they kind of threw the book at me, and fucking I ended up going to
you threw the weed at them, so what did you expect?
well, I
And
tossed
wait,
it at him. It wasn't even
this
in the
is
report or
in
anything.
this
He
is in
didn't even bat an
Minnesota
eye at it.
back before cannabis was anywhere near legal and
Yeah,
it was
yeah.
a big crime.
This was pre-2000. This was probably
How
98
big
or
of a
something like that.
crime? How bad was weed when it was fully legal and the cops were enforcing it in your area when you grew up?
I mean, it wasn't quite Nevada, but I mean, for that half a pound, because I had the eighths and quarters weighed out. I got intent to distribute.
Yeah.
And I had a large sum of cash on me. They said, but I only had a few $100.
Mm.
But I want to say they took my money too. I didn't even get my money back. But then I had to go. I got sentenced to a boot camp, which is there's two different. There was at the time. I think there's only one now, if there even is any of them. They probably got shut down for cruel and unusual punishment or whatever. But It was one where when you would get in trouble, you'd have to cut a rick of woods. A rick of logs is called, which is a third of a cord of logs.
By
You
hand.
got to cut them by hand and split them by hand if they're larger than like 4 inches or whatever. So some people would take all the, a bunch of smaller logs that you would have in, just 4 inches ones, but it would take you a lot longer to cut. Some people thought it was easier to split them, with fucking different types of splitters that we had. There was like a maul, or there was like a diamond point thing that you would kind of use like a post pounder. But
And wait, did they sell wood, or was it just for your own?
yeah,
use
that's how they
around the
made that.
facility?
That's how they. It was like the place it was privately
What was the
owned by like a foundation, So there was a bunch of money that was there, but that's how they supplemented their income too, is they would sell just tons of firewood, and like that was our, you had work, during the week where you'd have to, like certain days your little group, we were like I think it took like a month to fill up a group worth of beds. There'd be like 16 people in a group, and remember my group, like me and another guy that was in there for like within like a couple ounces worth of weed. We were the only white guys, and like we were the only guys that were, even somewhat like all the other ones. So when we first went there, they put you in a like a placement thing because you got to go to school every day too, because we were all 15, 16, and they give you this placement test, and both me and him scored off the charts on it. It was like 12 plus is what our score was on it. Where a lot of the other kids in the group, like they spent that whole entire like 4 months that we were in there, like trying to pass the 4th grade still, because everyone have their own lessons and shit, or their own little workbook to work through. But me and him both, passed everything right away. And she's like, well, now you guys, you can spend the whole time you're here studying for your GED test. And we're just like, well, can we just take it now? Just to see what would happen if we both took it now. And she's like, well, no one's ever done that before, but I guess you guys would just have free time then. So like within the first week, both of us passed our GEDs, and then we had to spend like the next week trying to apply for colleges. And we both applied to the same college, and we were accepted to college. And we were still 16, fucking in lockup for felony fucking weed charges and shit. And I had my GED before my class was even in seniors in school. And then like for the rest of the 4 months we were in there, me and him just sat and played Sims on the computer every single day for like 4 hours a day. It was good times. But still, and then but still like every day after school, then you'd have your supper, but then you'd have to go to work where you'd have to do something with those logs where it would fucking we'd they carry big sections, big fucking 20-foot logs. We would take the whole group of us to pick it up and have to do teamwork to figure out how to move that to our staging area where for all the kids that would get in trouble and have to cut all these ricks. And like I went the whole 4 months, like 3.5 months without cutting any ricks. I was on their high points club or whatever. Because like if you didn't get in trouble, then you got to go out like every Saturday or Friday or something like that. All the good kids would get to go bowling. But out of the whole like 500 kids that were in there, there'd only be like 10 or 15 kids. They would always fit in one van, like one of them stretch vans or whatever. But we'd get to go bowling every fucking week, and they pay for like ice cream and pop and shit when you would go bowling. So like I was a goody fucking two shoes for the whole time.
Sounds
finally
like
at the end
than to boarding school.
Yeah, it was an experience, but I kind of liked it. Like I wasn't a stranger to work at the time already,
Right.
so like I wasn't crying and moaning about having to do work. I was always kind of the one that was making everyone look bad by doing, trying to show off and shit. But like, yeah, I don't know. And then at the end of the thing, they had what was called an expedition, and it was because also it was a lot of it was centered on outdoorsy shit. It was out in the middle of nowhere in the fucking woods, kind of on the Wisconsin border. And at the time that I was in there, Tim Allen was locked up in a federal prison like within 10 miles because he got busted with like pounds of cocaine back in the day.
Nice.
That was like in its prime time too. Like people didn't realize that.
Nope.
But normally they would one of our outings was supposed to be to go to that federal prison to get scared straight kind of deal. But we couldn't do it because Tim Allen was in there, and it was they had something where they wouldn't let there was no visitors allowed at that time because he held so much clout he could do that apparently.
Wow.
But then like the last several weeks or whatever was about so like they had a thing called an expedition where our whole group had to go on a 60-mile hike, and it was in a national forest, fucking. And when we did it, it was in the winter. It was in January, and it was like fucking. I remember it got to be like I think the cutoff point was like 20 below where they had to bring you in, but like it would get down to like 10 below or 15 below at night. But still, like the way that we were prepared, and like I slept like a baby every night. I mean, I was warm. We had fucking sleeping bags that were good till like fucking 100 below or something like that. The layers of clothing that were like just the right kind of clothing to wear, like kind of like spandexy type fucking lycra or whatever it is for like
base layer.
a base layer, and then all you would have was like maybe a long john shirt and then like thick fucking wool, and that was enough to with your outer clothes to be sweating, when it's fucking 0 degrees out hiking. Yeah, because we'd hike like 10 miles a day, in foot deep snow. And we were just below all the thresholds too. Like there would have been like another couple inches of snow, we would have had to do snowshoeing, which would have been a lot harder, apparently. A lot of people were saying, and then we could have done the whole trek in like 5 days, but instead it took us like 10 days because we had there's this fat kid in our group that was like he was our anchor. Like by day one, his whole entire pack, like I think it was like 60 pounds of worth of shit or whatever, had to be distributed throughout everyone else because he couldn't carry any extra weight. And like we had to stop like every 10 minutes to wait for him to catch up. But it was kind of cool because a lot of us got to fuck around, the kids that were way in the front or whatever. But I don't know. It was an experience though. It broke a lot of those kids that were like city boys that had never had heard the word no, or like I don't know. It was kind of fucking funny seeing how some of these kids just thought they could do everything. Yeah, I liked it. I got a fucking good job. I was fucking like there. The dishwashers were the best jobs you could get, and we used to always get all the fucking after everything was done, we could eat the leftovers of everything, and there would always be leftovers and fucking yeah, it was fucking badass. But yeah, that was that. And then I went to college for a little bit, but luckily I got in a car accident and I had to like a lot of the classes like their like attendance is a really big part of your grade because like a lot of the classes were like 4-hour long blocks for just one class, so like you could only miss 2 classes a whole semester before, and then you would get an F for that class.
Right.
And then like I don't know, I was in the hospital for fucking overnight or for 2 days, and just because of that, I ended up failing out as well because I'd already missed like a day or two skipping, because I was out getting stoned with my fucking college classmates I just met. But still, I don't know. I'm glad it happened because I like where I'm at. I like who I am right now. I don't like where I'm at, but I like fucking
Who you are, yeah.
who I am. Yeah.
That's pretty important.
I like the skills that I've
Yeah.
the skills that I've learned doing building ever since. Besides, my job would be getting taken over by AI relatively soon anyway. So
Yeah, robots or who knows what. Lizard people, possibly.
I mean, they've got roofing robots already, but they're kind of slow looking.
Well,
And,
yeah,
they've got
drones.
3D printed houses and shit that'll
Yeah, yeah. You get
sit there
the
and print them in place. But
drones that are pressure washers to wash roofs too.
yeah, but still, there's going to be I don't know, when it comes to redoing old shit. I want to make these campers that I've been fucking designing with AI lately though. Now that I've got I'll have some cash, I can actually do fucking start building it on the side here.
Oh, Buddy says he's in the waiting room.
Oh yeah, I see it there. Sorry about that, bud. I think I let him in. Did I?
Yep. It's just muted and his camera's off.
Sorry about that, bud.
Well, no big deal. My battery died on my other phone because I was
Well, it's
sitting here.
good. It's good that you made me co-host then.
Yeah, I thought of that because the Beaches said 12%, and then once it gets down to a certain amount, it won't even on the charger. The Zoom will eat that out faster than it can charge with my current cord set. I noticed not all cords are created equal.
No, not at all. Like I had a turbocharger on mine just now, and it was like, whoa, shit.
Well, cords I buy them at this like this is whatever. It's not Best Buy, 'but it's like this other type of electronics place. They're like the ones I buy, like 3 footers are $10 and then tax. They work good for about 2, 3 months, and then all of a sudden I realize, oh, it has printing on one side of the uh connection. Oh, it doesn't want to be put in that way or this way because you put it in that way, it'll say, oh, slow charging. Oh, you put it in the other way, it'll be fast charging. Then after a couple more months, I don't know how many of those I've gone through where I have one of them. I went through one of my old boxes and just found the cord set that came with a fucking original phone. Yeah, those cords is they're not that beefy or anything, but they last and work longer than it's the connection. They buy cheap connections, I think. Whatever it's called.
I
USB.
bought I bought one for my phone, and the fucking thing won't fit into the phone with the case on it, so I have to take the case off.
Well, a lot of the charger cords I have are from like what was it? The old charging size.
USB.
USB.
Yeah.
Now
Yeah.
it's USB-C, a
Yeah.
little wider. Yeah, so those cords, yeah, like original equipment does matter. As
And the
much
one that
as
I'm
like,
using right
oh,
now, it's got two of the what is it? The USB-C, the round one, the newer one.
Yeah.
But
Yeah.
it's just USB-C on both sides.
Yep.
So
That's
now
mine.
on my wall plug and things, I've only got the one that works with it.
Right. It's
But it
stupid.
turbocharges like a motherfucker.
Yep.
Or you can plug it into another phone and use that phone's battery as a charge.
Oh yeah, I forgot about that.
now is that ultimately healthy for the battery?
Mm.
Well,
Like
I mean,
when it can charge really
if you're
fast. I'm
dying
just
and you don't
wondering.
have a battery pack, I just keep like a spare phone that doesn't like with a
Yeah.
broken screen. I'll just have that charged all the way, and then that gives me like an extra battery life during the day because I just plug my phone into that one.
Well, it's phone accessories. That's a whole racket. And most of them that they sell, what do you call it? Planned obsolescence. That's it. Because if
Yep.
that's your business, the fact that you need to buy a new charger cord every so often is the only reason you're still in business. If charger
Well, like, and
cords
that a
were
lot of that
like,
started like back in the early 1900s. All of the light bulb manufacturers, like GE and Philips, and like there's like a Chinese one and a German one or whatever. Like all the big
Sylvania
light bulb
or Austrian.
behemoths at the time. They had like a special meeting in Geneva, Switzerland, or something like that, and they called them they called them a cartel. Or I forget the name what they called them, but and it was at this meeting they all they agreed that their numbers were starting to go down, and that was because people would buy their light bulbs, but then they wouldn't need to rebuy them again because they were lasting too long. So they all made a pact to where they couldn't have their light bulbs last longer than 1,000 hours. And if any of the
It was more
companies
than a
made light
pact.
bulbs that
Congress
would
got
sell longer than
involved
that,
and
like
made
they would have,
penalties for the companies that didn't abide.
yep, they would,
Right.
yeah, they would test their light bulbs, and if their lights lasted longer than that 1,000 hours, they would get penalized for it. So that was kind of like
And I
the
think
beginning of the end.
both in LA and in New York, maybe some other old cities, there's these light bulbs in certain places that are from that era and have
Still
never
burning.
gone off. Yeah.
Yeah. Oh yeah, no, they
It's
they can
crazy.
make the better mousetrap. The things that they can do that we're capable of doing now that the public doesn't get to enjoy the benefits of is the list is insane. I'm
Well, I
sure.
mean, just think like what a world would be
Like
if
free
for the
electricity,
last 100
solar
years
panels.
or so, we didn't have to buy a trillion light bulbs.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, like you said, free electricity, fucking,
And I
and
kind of still like the old light bulbs, but like you can't even buy those anymore. And light bulbs, it used to be, oh, you can buy these cheap ones for whatever. No, no, none of them are that cheap. They're all crap. Like they're these they look like regular light bulbs, but they're really like an LED light type light, right?
yeah, they're really light and fucking.
Yo,
And they last longer, they're more expensive, and they're less better efficient. Uh but like me personally, I miss that old just regular 100-watt,
Oh
whatever
yeah,
they used to call those, the old light bulbs. But
incandescent.
they incandescent. They basically, at least I think in California, it might have something to do with law, environmental shit. Like even right now, Sam was telling me he bought this property. Yeah, this is like the last months you can buy like a gas powered skill weed whacker or any of that equipment
oh,
that's
in
run
California.
stroke. Yeah, it's all electrical. Past
Yeah,
that, no more
I mean, I have a
battery
battery
chargers.
powered weed whacker,
Now,
and
some of those work good,
he's
but if
pretty
you have
dope.
like a couple acres and you really need to get, there's a thing where the gas ones are
Oh, yeah.
also good. But
Yeah, I'll
yeah,
tell you
they're
what though,
banning those. You
that the
can't buy
battery
them
powered.
anymore, and I don't know how they're going to get them all out. Because like one thing when you see most of the companies or people that are hired to do like big weed whack projects, those slides and shit, are Latinos. They have flyers on all the
My
telephone poles, offering work. They come in 2, 3 guys, man, they'll fucking knock down whatever acres.
my
They
friend
all
brought a
use that brand
gas
still.
steel over
Like
and
the basic one. I remember
laid it
having a couple and they sucked. And then looking around and with the guys that do it for a living. And yeah, they just have this, but that ain't a cheap unit. But they don't get the one with all the fucking bells and whistles. They like
All
just the
like the
stock.
battery powered stuff nowadays is so much more advanced. I mean, and every year it's getting better.
Yeah.
Um,
Yeah, I see that's
like I did
like,
a lot.
hey,
I've done a lot of tree work in my day too. Like running all sorts of chainsaws. And a buddy of mine went and got. I want to say it was in Milwaukee, unless it might have been steel, but I think it was Milwaukee. But it was a battery powered chainsaw, and he bought like just the batteries alone, or I think they're like $200 or something like that. They're a big beefy battery, but like
probably doesn't come with them or something. So
like
if Milwaukee will
yeah,
let
he
you.
no,
had like
I
3 batteries that he would toggle, and he could run all day long on that fucking electric chainsaw. And it was a tiny little saw, but he could still do a lot of big
yeah.
work with it.
When I
And
was working on that ranch, the boss Carrie, she bought that. It was like green lettering, black, and oh,
that sounds like
forget the
Poulon.
brand, the Milwaukee or wait, whatever it was. Our other batteries fitted, and we had certain batteries that were a little more narrow. They were for the drill guns. Then Oh, we bought more. They were a couple
Maybe
$100
Ryobi
because
if it's
oh,
Is it
it
that
Ryobi?
worked
color.
pretty
That's
damn
what I
good.
have.
It worked really good as a saw. It wasn't that big, but it cut right through shit, right? But the battery was like, oh yeah, if you had less than like 20 good minutes,
Yeah,
right?
his
But
battery, you
those
could go
20
like an
minutes,
hour on it, damn near. I want to say
yeah,
maybe
well,
half an
kind
hour
of
if you're
all
cutting through
depended
big
on
oaks or
like,
something. But
yeah, that a lot of factors. But no, I remember having to swap that battery because when it was really fresh, oh, that thing kicked ass. And then as it started to fade,
my
and
chainsaw,
then
my chainsaw is a fucking a John's Red 60E from like 1970 or something like that, and it's a fucking hog.
and ultimately my last weed whacker was one of those with the 18 volt, but that was a few years ago. So it was like, oh, they've gotten a lot better.
Oh,
Like, even the story that came out of how much less trash bag plastic from bags since we changed this law where bags are 10 cents and
yeah.
you're supposed to bring your own and
I
all
I
this.
bring my own.
Dude, the tonnage from Caltrans collection on the side of the freeway fences of those plastic bags has dropped like 1,000%, dude. It's crazy. And I
I bought
remember
some,
when
some
they first instituted that, I was like, what? You want me to pay for bags? Like, I have all these bags, but I'm a space out. I don't always bring them in,
Yeah, I
whatever.
forgot the
Right.
other day. I had to buy a
Now, one
paper
thing
bag.
about the bags of today, because when I had a fruit stand, we used to buy from Smart and Final, like all these bags. And we had the pretty much the cheapest, thinnest, whatever those bags were called. Yeah. Those bags were basically banned,
I was
right?
at the gas station
And
the other day, and I bought a bag of tobacco, and I bought a fountain drink, you know, and I asked her if I could get a bag, or and she said, for your tobacco. And as she was giving me the bag, I said, no, it's for my pop. And I took my pop and acted like I was gonna pour it in the bag. And she like let out a screech. She's like, ah! I was like, no, I'm not. I'm joking. It's like she didn't think that was funny at all, but I thought it was hilarious.
I think
but
it's
now
funny
2 years
that
later,
certain
and the
parts of
whole
the
world's
world
gotten
get
used to
sewed
the
into
change here in
plastic bags.
California with the bags and the data over the years of how much less pollution. I actually noticed it.
Yeah.
Like, there were hot spots where wind and whatever, it's an on ramp to a freeway, it has some fence, and the whole bottom half of the fence down would just be those bags or that plastic in some form of deterioration.
I remember for a little while there, like, didn't they have like, um, I want to say McDonald's or something like that said that like their drinking containers and shit would have seeds in them. So if someone would take one of those fucking, a soda cup or whatever, and fucking throw it on the ground, it would have seeds in it, would turn into fucking plants. Or maybe it was some other type of
Definitely,
packaging that did it.
like, as far as like things that will change in the next 20, 30, 50 years, yeah,
Well,
packaging.
everything's gonna change
And
in
the
10, within 10 years.
yeah, but like a lot of this plastic shit, it's on its way out. There's,
Well, yeah,
I heard there's
once
some
the
like cans similar to like the soda cans. I think Japan or something that literally like biodegrades within 7 days. Like just once it's discarded or whatever.
oh yeah, I say it's just the oil companies they run the world right now. The power companies. That's why we don't have free power and water cars running on water and fucking
All
all
kinds of
these
things.
things. And that's why
All kinds of things.
marijuana has been illegal for so damn long, is because
And still is. It's still in total limbo. I mean,
yeah
basically, there's not really a hemp industry. There's a CBD under 3% THC, whatever scam with
yeah
that part of cannabis, where so many years later, we should be like, yeah, there's processing plants in this state, this state, this state. This one makes fiber. This one's making treats, whatever.
they
There's so
they
many
finally put
products.
they finally put one up in Minnesota. One of the Indian reservations did.
Okay.
I
But
I don't know
like,
if it's up and running
why
yet or
isn't
anything, but
why isn't like big scale? Like you think, okay, well, if we can't compete against it, let's get in on it. And they be
because
the
the war,
like,
because the war complex doesn't need it. Like back during World
yeah,
War II, like where my Cheryl comes from, that shit is they built 11 hemp
and
plants in just Minnesota alone. They built 11 huge factories for all the
the
hemp that they were going to
plastics
make everyone grow.
and all that are all byproducts out of the petroleum, and it's way cheaper, more profitable for them to put that shit out by the tonnage, the fucking metric tonnage, fucking beyond that, than
Well,
to
it's
like
so
have like true alternatives that are affordable and like I don't even know what happened, but I guess that they took it out. There was a thing here where like we banned plastic straws, and like the first iteration of paper straws sucked,
They were
right?
terrible.
Yeah, they really were. And then I don't know where it is, but like I know if I get a drink, there's like, oh, I usually get a medium size at AMPM sometimes. Yeah, it comes with the lid and the good thick plastic straw. Um, I don't know what happened. We backed out of that one because ultimately somebody could have
big
made a
straw money.
better mousetrap that wasn't plastic, but however it played out, it seems like we just went on with business because I don't even think
Yeah.
that's a thing anymore. I mean, some places opt to have that, but
I mean, like,
very
and when I
few.
was in California, and I mean, it's been 15 years since I lived there, and you had to get your cars, you had to bring it to a technician to get it smog checked before you could even get it licensed.
Oh yeah, no, and then
That shit's not even
that's it.
that's not even a thing here. I mean, you
Okay,
could fucking
here over the years they've tied more things to that smog thing. So like if you have any engine light on or any codes, they won't register your car till you go and get that cleared because that's part of
my
the
check
system
engine light
now.
has been on my truck for 2 years.
Okay. You
I
in
have no, I
California,
have
you
no, it
couldn't
does,
get your registration until you had that code cleared.
Yep.
All
well, I would
right.
just
That's how
break the
far they've
light.
taken it. Well, it's not the light because
You can
part of the
fail
whole
for
thing is they
certain
they,
put
things
a
and still pass.
lead
they put them
smog thing.
into a OCM or whatever those are
Yeah,
called.
and every car from whatever year. And guess what? There's only a few cars now that are past the point where they need any of this stuff, right? And like even getting around it, it used to be, oh yeah, the guy at the place will take an extra $100 and boom, boom. No, they can't. Like the way that the like if your car is whatever age, which is like still used cars, it's on this system, and there's no way to like just break out of it. Like, oh, it's going on it's the first thing it has to do is go on uh, be plugged in, and then that's what starts the file, and that's what knows everything about that car. And there's no way to like budget that. And
I'm
even
surprised that
on
the cops
diesel,
can't
they
read
charge
your
more
insurance
money on
from the car
diesel
yet.
for like all these years. Their equipment doesn't even like it's fake. They put the tube in your exhaust and they have this like thing the diesel truck goes through, but it actually doesn't change anything. It's just they just charge you because their equipment isn't set up for that. But the act looks like it is. They go through this motion of like the regular test. I had a diesel truck in 2005, a Chevy, 2000 uh, Silverado, and yeah, it had the most expensive. It was like it never went lower than like 500 a year because it was a diesel truck, commercial rated, whatever. Uh, the registration, and then yeah, the guy at the place hit me to it. He's like, yeah, I'm really like this doesn't do anything. Like it's not reading anything. There's nothing that this is the one thing they stick in is a steel whatever. That's not what's coming out of a diesel. And I thought, yeah, that's a dirty scam. I'm like, why do we even have to go through this bullshit? Oh, because they charge you 545 a year, and part of that is coming to see me. Yeah, it's a whole racket.
Yeah, I think I can get fucking collector's plates on my truck pretty damn soon.
And a lot of those things become the reason that car, like when it comes to the bottom end of used cars, is no longer going to get registered, or you're going to have to put more money in. right? I'm telling you, like the sensors. Okay, so like, yeah, that happened with my car. The dealer itself says, "Oh no, it's just a bad sensor. Like it's not. It's, and oh, it's not some sensor that oh, it just replaced the sensor. Oh,
Some
it's
cars,
like a $1,500 sensor to replace because it's like part of, it goes down to the early part of the exhaust, right? But they know it's just a bad sensor. They told me that. So ignore that, right? But then when I went to register it, oh no, have to get that cleared. And we go back to the place. He's like, yeah, the only way to clear it is put that sensor in 1,500. Car's not even worth a couple thousand. So like they do
I
that
drive a
all day long.
'97 Silverado.
Yeah, well, some certain cars, but like the way the car market's worked over the years, less cars are in that category. Where where like all these cars that you plug everything into, yeah, they have complete control of you, it, when
Well,
you're
they can
gonna
shut
have to
your
get rid
car
of
down
it, when
remotely
the
with
value,
that shit.
yeah, when the value, like part of like even why around California, older Toyota Corollas and Honda Civics are like a hot item in resale and values higher than you would think. Especially the Toyotas because like the way their sensors things work, the car just runs. Like some
I
of
had a
those
friend
cars
that
have
used to
3, 4, 500,000
always have
miles on them.
Civics.
And then there's other cars that if this and this happen and conflict in the system, oh, the car's not even gonna work.
I put 300,000 miles on a Ford Econoline van,
hmm,
and a
pretty
lot
Yeah,
of
the
that was
Tahoe
what, like
vans and
literally a ton of wood in the back or tools and shit. I use it as a
and
log
and
hauling fucking van.
and along the way, if things broke, you were able to fix it yourself and keep it running and blah
Yeah,
blah
I
blah.
think
Yeah, cars of
all
today
I
are
ever did
made
with
that
it,
way.
like 4 or 5 years, all I ever did was like maybe get a new alternator a couple times, maybe like brake lines or something. But it was all shit you expected to fail.
yep.
Get the actual car and model, but there's like a certain years of a certain car that may at this point it's an older car that makes it like hard to sell them because to replace the headlamps, it's like some ridiculous price, right? Because it's some weird fucking design, and that makes that
Oh
car
yeah,
like have no value because like oh, if one of your headlamps go out, it costs you like fucking $600 to get a new one or some crazy price.
oh yeah.
And so it's like designed like that. They the car companies have done every chicken in the book. But for the most part, at least around me, I realized there's not any older cars on the road anymore. Like just efficiency and everything
Yeah, I
else.
feel like I feel like I'm a scrub in my truck sometimes. It's like I'll be the only one that's not.
My car's a 1990.
Well, there's an art to
Yeah, what is
keeping a
it though?
car
Like a
running.
B a Aston Martin or something like that, or a fucking BMW.
Audi.
I rest my case. Well, I guess an Audi.
Well,
Oh,
like,
it's all-wheel
but
drive.
then amongst that hundred of
Is it
those
a rice
Audis,
burner one? Do you got like big
a,
exhaust?
a, a
No.
bunch of them probably needed a lot of work to keep running. Where along the way, one of them just ran for fucking ever. Like, you know, some BMWs are that way.
Yep.
Older BMWs, man, they just stay in the fucking road forever, dude. Same with Mercedes and shit. Now,
Volvos.
another model, that Mercedes, same model. Oh, yeah, it needed training. It needed things that like are so expensive, especially in those cars. But amongst some of the cars, if you take care of them right, they can fucking run for fucking hundreds of thousands of miles, no problem.
Yeah, I think
And
my
nothing
truck's
breaks.
my truck's gone over 200 on it. I think now.
It's like
Not a spring
the
chicken
mechanic,
anymore.
the busiest mechanic in this whole thing, Tom across the way. Yeah, he's like known as like the Toyota guy.
Yeah, you
Like,
told me about them.
and like, yeah, well, 08 model shit. But like, he keeps a lot of people's cars running. And I'm like, yeah. Like, if I was to buy like a beater car, those Toyota Corollas from a certain year, I'm not even sure of what years. My one friend, when
Or
I
Honda Civics.
mentioned this to him, he's like, yeah, dude, look at the prices of those. Yeah, and Honda Civics from certain years they made. Like, I remember when I was a kid, that was the first Hondas and Nissans and shit. Datsun V210 and there's these. They were
Or
like
the
the
little
worst
Mazda,
fucking cars, right? They
the
like
Hilux,
barely even put
Hiluxes.
together and shit, right? But then somewhere along the way, like yeah, like they make some good cars, dude. Especially the
Them Hilux
hybrid
trucks.
models.
I think Toyota Hilux or something like that. Or who made the
Ultimately,
Hilux?
Yep.
I mean, still, I think American trucks kind of, I don't know, they're pretty badass. But like the Ford truck is like nothing like any of the other Fords. The Ford truck
Yeah.
division's its own
Big
whole
diesel.
thing, really. Well, like all along the way, I mean, the 150s are a little, but no, Ford makes pretty solid trucks, man. The new ones always look sharp and looking different models and
A
adaptable.
94 Ranger.
And
Ford fucking Ranger.
Chevy makes serious trucks. Dodge a little less, but they make good
And
trucks too.
I was raised to be a Chevy man, but I tell you what,
Yeah.
my first car was a Ford Probe, which was a piece of shit. But that Ford van that I had, like I say, I put a lot of love and a lot of time in that. Or not a lot of, I mean, yeah, I know I had it for a long time. Put a lot of miles on it. I called her Vanessa.
This deadhead van that did over 300,000 miles from the 70s into 80s called the Primal van. It was a Plymouth 6.
I I put over
And
three. I
like
put
at times that thing
300,000 on
on
that.
3 cylinders would be like actually working. It would still like cut along the road. VW buses were faster on the deadhead trail than the Primal van, but it ran 300,000 miles of
Yep,
torque.
my van had over 300,000 on it, and it still ran. I drove it to the or no, I didn't drive it there, but it ran. It still ran because I remember there's some flat tires on it, but it still ran when I brought it to the fucking the parts yard or whatever, and
Hey,
it
there
crushed
was
me to
like a
see him.
thing.
He just took the forklift and just crashed right through the side windows and picked it up by the body. And I was like, ah,
Man.
People used to think like this even before there was like biofuel, but like the Primal van used to buy oil by the 5 gallon jug and like need as much oil like oh there's a way you could take the fucking uh engine cap thing off while it's still driving and just add more
just
oil to the top
Yeah.
of the
put the
engine
oil on it, yeah,
and
like a
keep driving.
bottle.
Yeah, the giantest oil, right? And like if you drove behind it, you probably thought, oh wow, this is biodiesel, but it was just burning that much oil. Like especially when those cylinders were out, you had to keep. I don't know. Like I only rode in it for a few shows earlier on, but like part of our like whole team apparatus, my boss like funded the Primal van. So a couple times when it would break down somewhere, he would Western Union the local whatever to get it fixed and keep it on the road. It was like had all these stickers and it was like, but it was like a Plymouth, the 60 something. It was like the one from Scooby Doo. And
Have you ever
it,
been in
and,
normal?
and there was different rides out on the Dead tour. There was this other bus service called the something Turtle, Purple Green Turtle, that would like go up and down California on these buses that
Well, you've heard of
epic
Ken
things.
Kesey's bus, right? Normal.
Yeah, well, yeah, the further bus.
Yeah, I think it was called Normal, wasn't it?
Yeah, it's kind of just known as further bus because it says further on the front. And I mean, its history is like that. The original one is where all the Merry Pranksters loaded up and wait, Neil Cassidy, like the craziest group of people, and ventured east with like one of Owsley's like mega batches and just were like, tune in, turn on. Like that was and
It was further.
they,
Yep. Why am I
yeah.
thinking Normal?
And that sometimes is out on the
That's
road with tour
Garfield's
and it's
cousin.
been like restored and they're a lot of it is that like during the a lot of years it just rotted on property up in Eugene. Like they did a whole documentary where they found the original one, pulled it out. It was all, rotted and they like basically restored it and then they use it as like a uh fundraising thing because it now it's pristine and yeah, the pranksters. Their history is crazy. Like, ultimately, I'm not really like a full-fledged plankster, but I consider myself from that like cloth of deadheadism. Like I'm a prankster. Fuck yeah, I'm a prankster. Like some of it is like you're a deadhead because you say you're a deadhead. There's no, you know, like there's Family Dog. There's like things out of the '60s, like different groups, the Diggers, the hippies, and the yippies, and some of these like were also part of like Grateful Dead culture from then even to today.
Yeah, I've seen a
Thanks.
documentary that was on like the LSD culture and everything. I can't think of it right off the top of my head, but they had
Well,
like they had a part where they showed the Grateful Dead doing a house party and shit, and or maybe not doing a house party, but they interviewed them in a party house or whatever. That
they
the
lived
Rippers
in
would
this
come and
house
give
that
them
was
free food all the time.
yeah. They lived at 710 Haight Ashbury, right on the corner of Haight Ashbury. For it wasn't that long a time, but the band and all their hanger-ons were part of this house there in
The
this
one time I
place.
went to San Francisco, I was there for I guess I've been there twice, but um the second time I was there was to catch my flight out, and we took some extra time because to see so I could see San Francisco. Cause like the first time I was there, it was like my plane arrived at like 1 in the morning, and they were picking me up they picked me up there, and that was the first time I'd ever been to California. And before we left the parking lot of that San Francisco airport, I had smoked like the 5 best strains of weed I'd ever smoked in my life. Because my buddy was like,
Yeah,
he would save a bowl of like all the top shelf every day that they would get for like, the past few months or whatever. And I grew up, smoking a lot of different weeds, and figuring that I was a pretty good connoisseur of some good weed or whatever. But I mean, I was probably like 23 or something like that, and was there. Like I said, before I left that parking lot, I was like, holy shit, this is another world.
well,
It's like
a lot of
by the
times when I
time
flew
shit,
in and
sometimes
out,
we'd get some good weed that would come to us, and they would call it Cali or something like that. Be like, that was dank, but fuck, what? I mean, I was so spoiled because that was like the first year where my boss at the time, um, he gave me like an exorbitant raise right before winter, and then laid me off, so that way I could collect unemployment that would like match what I was making as a working wage. And then when I
that's
would
a
go
good
back to
law.
work in the spring, he would just give me a demotion and like take that artificial amount that I wasn't ever really.
Yeah, creative ways the employers used to look out
But
for their
it was his
employees.
way to keep me tagging along. But what I did is I just went out to fucking California for 4 months. I did 2 years in a row, and I lived in
That was
Fresno
good
the first,
experiences.
or no, I lived in Hollister the first year, and that was fun. And then the second year was
Yeah.
in Fresno, and that was a little
Oh,
different story.
yeah.
The weed was still damn
The
good, but
bulldog.
I tell you what, my neighbor was a
Bulldog.
um, bulldog, and yeah,
Yeah.
I saw
Well,
some
like
shit that
I
scared
don't
me.
know anything really about it other than when I was in prison, you had the Sureños, those are Southern Mexicans, Norteños, and then a separate group in the middle of it all that both sides hated were the Bulldogs.
And they were the
And
ones that you were scared of the most, probably, right?
yeah, well, they had their own reputation, and there was basically a green light on them. It's like in our prison, no, there's no, there could be Norteños, but there couldn't be any Bulldogs.
Serenios. Yeah.
No, it was Sureño.
Oh.
We're Southern. Part of the like one of the yards there was the immigration yard. So if you got sentenced to 5 years and then you were being deported, you'd go to that yard the last few months, and then you wouldn't be let out. You'd be deported. But on that yard, people that were Norteños, Sureños, they were all short by the time they got there. There was like a truce between the northern and the southern. But like anywhere else, it's either a southern prison or a northern prison. One of them have control.
Yeah,
And that
because the
means
way that the Bulldogs
they
go
run
is,
out the other side. Like you
from
can't
what I
house them
understand,
together.
at least, um, You know, the Sureños, they've got the south half of California, and the Norteanos, they've got the north half. And Fresno is just this kind of no man's land in the middle. So what ended up happening there is they have their own gang, that's the Bulldogs, where they have no
Yeah.
north or south affiliation. As I want to say they'll do business with both maybe, or you know, either that or they try to stay by themselves more so. But there's no they're ruthless. They don't have the same type of structure as most gangs do, where it's like, you know, they got their set captains and lieutenants and all this shit. I mean, they still have some type of structure. Like my neighbor was an OG or something like that, where they, you know, but it was weird. So he's like in his 40s, but all that he ever hung out with was like he'd have like a harem of these little fucking, well, harem's probably the wrong word, but he
I
had
mean,
this little
there's a
group
lot
of
more
like,
to the Norteño and the Sereno thing, but one of the main things of the beef is Southern gangs, Sereno gangs, the only Latino can join. There's no like African Americans,
they're
white
from,
guys,
they're
nobody else. You Latino to
first,
join Sereno,
mostly first
13,
generation and shit.
right? And then up in Northern
Bye
California,
bye. Silence.
they don't have that
Bye
same
bye.
standard. We'll just say that, and
Bye
that's
bye.
the beef.
Hi, Christophe.
Bye bye. Thank you. À bientôt. See you soon. Peace.
Au revoir.
So California is a
Bye bye.
confusing place. Even one
Yeah,
of
but
the
don't,
nights when there was like looting and shit, I was watching that ambulance chase channel. Yeah, the looter kids that came into whatever neighborhood that wasn't their gang neighborhood, wasn't the cops that they were taking fire from and getting run out of the area and shot at. It was the gang protecting their neighborhood from like
yeah,
people
but
outside the
actually,
neighborhood coming in and desecrating it. That's a thing. That's what gang things really started as.
them Bulldogs, they were fucking ruthless though. 'Cause like I say,
Yeah, that's
they
their
had,
reputation.
and like one of their big things was you got bigger from them if you go to prison, then you know, that gives you a fucking extra notch in your belt. So they would just be reckless, you know, fucking
Plus,
committing murders
they're
because they, you
Fresno's
know,
like a key place in California between north and south, and
yeah,
like
is it,
the way that was going before they inserted themselves was like they were just some left out thing. Like the bigger cities use Fresno as the hub, but like now like the Bulldogs, that yeah no they got it's all about. I mean the gang mentality and lifestyle in the neighborhoods is all about like protecting neighborhoods. Some of them are like miles square. Some of them are just a couple blocks. But those couple blocks, whatever generation decided they weren't going to let the people from the other neighborhoods
it's the
shit
barrio.
on their neighborhood. You know what I mean? And that's to this day. Like I saw it a couple weeks ago when all those fucking crazy shit was going down. A lot of what was going down, like that's one thing about that kind of media. These guys on the ground, they're talking to people. Yeah, like the one guy that was live, people around him from the area were like, "Yeah, dude, those shots are coming from whatever street, whatever."
Channel 5
And
News.
they're
Ca-
they're 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 like telling those protesters and shit to get the fuck out of this neighborhood. You're not going to come like trounce through our stores.
I was in the big city, we'll say, when they were having those King Day fucking protests last week or the other week, and I was right behind this guy with a fucking like big souped up fucking truck. I mean, I'm surprised he didn't have Trump flags on the back of it, but he just fucking I forget what they call it when they purposely like they cheat him out is what they call it, where like his diesel where he would just fucking lay down, like I don't know if he put it in a different gear and just lay down on the gas and it fucking just black cloud of smoke, like just thicker than
Yeah,
shit. Like I had to roll my windows up.
yeah,
But
basically, yeah.
he laid a fucking black cloud of smoke for like a city block, and there's like hundreds of protesters the whole way just fucking just I remember looking in the rearview mirror and they're all just like hitting the ground. Fucking, I thought that was pretty funny. Even though I lean more Democratic than anything, or liberal or whatever. I thought it was pretty funny.
Well, I mean, it all is kind of funny, except that, especially when it comes to the environment, it's like then we went backwards on the environment when we need to go like more. There's like so much simple thing. Even this thing I keep seeing posts, like to cover this big, beautiful bill. I guess we're like selling all of our fucking federal lands, right? And it's not like, oh, cool, maybe I can buy some. Oh no, it's all in these huge plots, and it's rich people are gonna like snap up land that. Wait a minute, that shouldn't be for sale. That's the. I mean, as much as yeah, there's a
Bill Gates
lot
is
of
like
federal
one of
land.
the 5 largest landowners in the country.
Well, yeah, but like our own government selling off BLM and other land tracts, like
Well,
some of the best
that's what they're
land
telling
for
you in the news to make
hiking
you
and
upset. If they
well,
wanted
okay, I've
to
seen a
cash in
map
real quick, they could
and they
sell
say
off a
that's
couple things.
whatever. It's not like I'm fucking big guy. What am I gonna fucking do? But if that seems like right up his alley for one thing, and exactly what environmentalists and other people would be against, right?
Yeah,
Like,
it's all smoke and mirrors. I don't even pay attention to it anymore, really. It's all just they say what they want to make people mad at them, and
there's a lot of that going on.
I
There's
have hope
also
that
like
the AI.
actual facts to these bills that whatever. And this it has a whole bunch of things in it that like kind of go against environmental things, go against uh
Well, that's how they do every bill. Every bill
Indian
always has
burial
these add-ons
ground
that.
honors, like just things like, yeah, you really gotta fuck with that. Like some things are just leave it alone. You know what I mean?
Well, that's how they get things passed. Is they shove it into another bill that,
Yeah.
and then they won't concede. They won't let it pass until they say yes to the little things that they need. And
And it just seems like at this point, doesn't feel like the government at all works for the people that they supposedly represent. I don't feel that. There used to be
I have hope
a
that
time
when
when you
the
felt like
AI.
at least a couple of them like still cared about the area that they represented and in its best interest. But I don't know of a single situation like that where
Once
like
the
no, it just
singularities
seems
happens here and we get artificial general intelligence, things are going to change, and they're going to change in a hurry. Either we're all going to
yeah, but
die or
change
we're
for
all going to
what?
be like
Yeah,
Utopia.
like
Well, like
it
money
really gets
won't be
into
a thing
how many
anymore.
people are going to live. Yeah, but you think they're going to let that happen? The
Yeah,
people with
they
money
don't
are
have a
not going to
choice.
let
It,
that happen.
the power won't be in their hands anymore. It'll be into the like the
All
war.
right.
It'll be like,
Well, okay. So there's
well,
no
that's
money, but
the
there's some
utopian
kind of
dream.
currency that allows you to attain basic things, right? You can't say,
Yeah, but
"Oh, we're just all
the
going back
dollar
to
is just made on
bartering."
it's made it's the dollar's just I don't know. It's well, we'll still like in the beginning we'll still get like the whole universal basic income or something like that. They say, but
Well, I
um,
think at a certain point
eventually the money will
you'll have
not
like
be such
hundreds of
a.
trillionaires, and they realize that they've sucked so much money from below them that the only way for them to keep generating money is to give some of that money back. Because where's it going to get spent? Right back to them. So at a certain point, like, oh, the poor get so poor they can't buy anything. Oh, the rich will then go, yeah, well, if we all kicked in like what, 1.5% and called it a basic
Just the one
income.
person, the top richest person in the world, and I'm speaking out of my ass here, but it's probably true. He could solve world hunger if he wanted to. Just
Well,
ping,
yeah,
there's the money.
a
Solve world
lot of
hunger.
things could solve
But
world hunger if
that
we
doesn't.
wanted to.
Well,
But
I'm just
that's
saying that's
like
just
another
one
whole
one
tool in the
person in this world.
palette.
There's probably 100 people in the world that have that much money where they could just say, yeah,
Well,
okay,
there's
let's
gonna
do that.
I mean,
But
quietly, we're just sitting around, but like, it's only going to be the matter of time when there's like trillionaires popping up.
well, that's the thing.
Now,
When
okay,
the AI
there's
happens, it's
what
either
they
going to
say.
be AGI. It's either going to be um, open source, and it's going to be, the world will turn into a utopia where everyone's going to be living their best life,
Okay, but
or it's going
here's
to
how I
be,
look at that math. They
owned
say
by a
there's
government or owned by a corporation, and then it's going to be a dystopia. It's
how
going to be like
many
George Orwell in
human beings
1984.
they estimate are on the planet. Is it 8 trillion or is it 8 billion?
9
It's 8
billion.
billion. Okay, it's 8 billion, right? So now you got 8 billion human beings at any given time trying to survive. And then you have
We could
one
fit so many
one
more people
guy,
on this planet.
100 guys
We
that
could
are
fit
trillionaires.
everyone on the world
How
could fit
much
in the.
in off of that person's existence, the 8 billion, does it take for somebody to become a trillionaire off of it? And not just
Yeah,
one trillion,
trillionaire.
every trillion, off
A
of 8
trillionaire
billion.
is so much. Okay,
8
so
billion mouths, right? And then one guy's a trillionaire, and the 8
okay,
billion,
so so
how
you,
much
do you
are
know how
we
much
giving up across the board to create
the
these
difference
trillionaires?
between a trillion and a billion is unfathomable. So just
Yeah,
between a
that's what
million and
they
a
say.
billion, do you know how many? Take a guess. How long does it take for 1,000 seconds or a million seconds? I
I
think
don't
a
know,
million
but
seconds. I think it's something like 10 days, 12 days. I could be wrong, but it's something like that. A million seconds. You know how many a billion seconds is? Like 32
light years.
years.
Oh,
That's the difference
yeah,
between a million and a billion. It's
that guy
astronomically huge.
that does Star Talk, he did it with distance, like showed you in like space. He's an astrophysicist. I forget
Your
his name.
personal astrophysicist,
No,
um,
he's a TV character,
Neil,
but
Neil
whatever.
deGrasse Tyson.
It was like a it was like a 10-minute thing I watched last year, but like he was just trying to point out the difference, like how it might not be fathomable to consider what a trillion is.
Yeah,
Like, okay, here's 100,000, here's a million, here's a billion, and then where's a trillion? Nope, it's passed with like in distance, space distance. Like he was using that,
yeah. But like I say, just
and I was like,
in
yeah,
seconds alone, a million seconds, 10,
any
12 days.
measurement,
A
any
billion
measurement.
seconds, 32 years.
Okay, and it seems inevitable, right? That this is the path that world economy and rich people are on. Yeah, like could they quantify and say, yeah, on average, for every human being, all 8 billion of us, this is for this guy to be here is this much off of your life, whether it be
Well, the thing is,
opportunity,
so if
health.
utopia happens, right? If the computers, because as soon as we get, the AGI or whatever, the computer that's smarter than everyone, and that computer, it can automatically start, and they're already starting to do this to some point, but can already start remaking itself. It'll build the next AI that's better than it, and as long as it's aligned with us, and we're along there with it, because I mean we can already do things like
Yeah, but okay,
as far
it
as
comes into full awareness
like
that
longevity, like
the system that these human beings have created is just fucking the joke, and then it's going to assist the human beings in like making it better, or is it
they
just
say
to say, well, like fuck the human beings, they're the problem here?
we could have it could truly be a thing where people become immortal within the next 5 to 10 years, where
I don't know
you
about
don't have to
5 to
die
10.
anymore. And
Well,
there's already labs where like I want to say Ray Kurzweil, he's kind of known as like the father of the AI, or in any case, he says that the 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 first person to live 400 years old has probably already been born. As far like that's,
yeah, okay, but
I don't know,
then
it's
okay,
crazy.
so here's how much money it costs the average person to live 100-year lifespan, 80, 90-year life. What do you think it's going to cost for the person to live at 400 years? Because like,
Well, that's the
oh,
thing,
that's
because when it comes to cost, the thing that the reason why things cost so much is because of labor. But when AI can create a robot to make everything automatic, basically. I mean, you could feed the world in with the fucking 50-story skyscraper every fucking 3,000 miles or something. It doesn't need to be the way that we do things. And
Okay,
computers and all that
except
shit,
that,
they're going to be able to
but the way
get
we
a
do
lockdown on
things
all those things.
is basically money. All right, the root of it's money. Root of
Yeah,
the
but
whole bad side of it is
those
money,
AI
right?
machines, I mean, they're gonna the stock market won't be a thing anymore when humans can't compete in it. When it's just
Okay, but then what
I don't
is
know how
it?
to explain it.
What is it? Just one fucking company that runs the whole world?
Well,
How does that work?
it's either gonna be one company, one government, or it's gonna be open source. And you better pray to fucking whoever your god is that it's
Well, I
open
mean,
source.
isn't
That's the
part of
thing.
the problem we have now is open source? We have all these different countries and have all
Well,
these
no, it's
different.
companies like OpenAI that said that they were open source, but then decided they're gonna, maybe not.
Well, yeah, well, of course, because the power and like, I mean, these were guys. Some of those stories, they were solidly believed this, but then, oh, money rooted them away over time, and they end up on the other side. And so
Oh yeah, I mean,
somehow, like as
there's whole
powerful as
like the
AI
whole
could possibly be, so it's going to go against the money system
well,
because
yeah, because it'll
until that's a, but how? Like
well,
that's how
so
humans survive.
I mean, like
That's how the wheel.
the stock market pretty much is just run by computers right now, anyways. Ever since they've had like the machines that could,
Okay.
where they
But
were
the
fucking.
economy of the money and how it like all the wheels and the commodities and the to make the world go round. It's a big farce and it's a shame, but like some
Yeah, but
computers
it doesn't
gonna
have to
like
be that way. Money is a construct. Um, it
yeah,
hasn't
but you
always
need
been.
some construct to like have 8 billion people drinking water, eating food, having power, and anything else. It can't just be like, oh, you just all this like that euphoria I don't see is there. I don't think the computer's ever gonna go that direction.
No,
And most likely
it's
the
either it's
computer's
gonna, like I
controlled
say,
by
it's
the
gonna go
money
one or two
people.
ways. It's either gonna be, everything that we can dream of and more. That's gonna be just incredibly awesome, or it's gonna be a dystopia and shit's gonna go down and everyone's gonna die.
Okay. I grew
Or
up
if
from like
everyone doesn't die, then it's gonna be like Mad
when the
Max
whole
for a couple of
computer
years, and
thing
then
was
the
first just like
electronics
a
and computers will go
fantasy.
away, and the people
As
with the
kids,
guns are gonna control everything.
we heard about it, and then in my lifetime, I've watched this whole. What makes you think that the computer, the electronic abilities of the
Because they're gonna solve
computer?
all of our problems. They're gonna solve.
I
They're
think
gonna
that's what. Like,
one
wait, has it solved
one
any
knowledge
problems
is
really, or
when
has it
they're
just
get
made things much
because
more
they're gonna get
complicated?
exponentially smarter, which is another unfathomable fucking term. But when they can
Smarter on what?
on everything
What's
there is
on
to
the
know
internet?
on
Wait, it can't
I
know
mean
what's outside the internet, right?
well no, that's the thing. Yeah, they can. They when they're self-learning, they learn, they can teach themselves and teach
But wait,
their heirs to be smarter than them, and they can create these new things in seconds. Is what it would take a computer to do a million thousands of hundreds of thousands of years worth of human evolution. The computer will solve these things for us in in days or weeks, where like when it happens, it's going to happen quick, and it's going to be fucking. There's going to be people that live out in the country that have no idea how insane the world is going to fucking flip just in a matter of fucking when it happens. It's going to happen. I don't know. It's going to be something else. But just all the cool things that it can achieve is, I mean, like no fucking no disease. Cancer is gone. Um, you break a leg, you can just get a new leg, or you lose a leg. I mean, you can just regrow a leg, and that's shit. You can already do that shit as far as the medicine is concerned, but fuck if it's public information.
All right, I'm going to bed. You guys don't
Yeah,
stay up
and
too
if you
late
can
now.
do those things, I'm sure it's at like a cost that like only 0.1% can afford.
Well, that's the thing. That's when the money isn't a thing anymore. It's, I don't know.
Yeah, well, that's where you lose me.
Well,
I
I
mean,
mean, like
that would
in
be a great
England,
place. My whole
like
life has
just
been
the little
centered
things like
around
free
trying to earn.
healthcare and like the little things
Yeah,
like
but
free
is
healthcare in
anything
Britain.
free? Is it really free?
Well, I mean, if you have a baby there, both the mom and the dad get to take like 6 months off of maternity leave or some crazy shit. And I mean, yeah, you break a leg, you don't have to pay $10,000 to go get your leg reset and casts and all that shit. It's free. Fucking. I don't know. I'm not doing a good job as far as
Well, I'm just being the other side. I don't know
talking
what
about.
to think. I
Well,
think
no,
though
like I say, it's
that
gonna.
the one thing that the whole computer thing has done is promised like a lot of visions of like better, but that's not really what gets played out. Turns out like, oh, there's Meta and there's Zuck and then there's this guy and there's this
Well,
guy
when it
and
if we're aligned with the technology and it exponentially gets smarter, then it's going to be. I mean, they'll be solving things like time
I mean,
travel and
whoever
fucking.
designs that technology at some point is going to try to hold on to it, not let it become more powerful than themselves.
Well, I mean, all it's going to take is for the wrong person to get in the hands of it first, or
Well, what is
like
is
saying
there even a
the
right
corporation or
person?
the government. But
Okay,
if
out of
everything
all the
works in the right
players,
way
out of
and
all
it's
the
an open
players,
source thing.
okay, other than that, which seems that's a million to one shot, true open source. Out of all the current players that are in this like circle jerk of this, whether it's the thing in China to the Google's and then
DeepSeek or OpenAI or
all the different ones,
Anthropic or
what one is run by a guy that it all seems like, yeah, that's a good guy. He probably would do the right thing. They're all
um
villains.
the one I like is Ben Goertzel.
Yeah, I'm not familiar with them all.
Goertzel.
And now what
He's
company is his?
Singularity Net. And yeah, you watch Ben Goertzel, he always wears like fucking crazy looking like leopard print cowboy hat and shit. Like,
But is
he
he
gets
one of
it,
the
man.
major players with major market share and major investment? Because
Not
I've never heard
necessarily,
of him.
but as far as the technology goes, he's always been on the cut, like on the forefront and shit.
But there seems
He
to be
could
a
be,
thing of who can spend the most, the quickest is going to get there before the other people.
he could be if any one of the open source ones make it, I think Singularity Net might be the one. But
I'm not so sure one guy's little mousetrap's going to break through and be like, yeah, he invented
well,
the
he's
best
not just
thing
one
ever.
guy. I mean, he's got a lot of there's clout behind
No,
him too.
you know
But
what I'm saying? At
yeah,
this point, it's like you got to be these massive.
well, all it takes is like OpenAI. I mean, that was initially was supposed to be a not for profit type deal. I forget how they had it worked
Like,
out.
I've
Where
heard some of the numbers of like investment money and how fast these companies are spending, like the top ones, how many billions of dollars a year they're investing and trying to be this. It's a lot of money. They're throwing a lot of money in it.
yeah, but no, say in once the AGI does happen and it starts to fucking it solves the power. Power won't have to cost any more money because
Okay. It's
it'll
no
solve the
different than
problem of, well, how
somebody
do you make
goes
this
to
more efficient?
8 years of school and becomes a doctor, but then he owes so much money for his education. The first so many years, he's just working to pay that off, right? So AI, it's whatever one becomes the majority player is going to have to pay back all this money that it took to get there. But
They
then you're
won't have
saying,
doctors
oh,
anymore. Doctors will be inefficient because an AI can scan your body and tell what your lymphoma is
okay,
and
all
without
right,
having to
and then
have 10 years of looking at X-rays. You know, they'll see things that
All right, so
X-ray
then you go
clinicians
into
missed
some
because they were tired
building
that morning
and
or
you just
something.
interact with this device because there won't need to be any people there, right? Because when you walk in, it knows it's you. It tells you to go to this room, lay down, take off your
Yeah,
thing,
it's.
put this on, and we'll tell you this
I mean,
develops
it might just be
instantaneously.
an orb that scans your fucking house when it's going by in the street. You know, and
Like I had this like with my
it
neck
could
down
be
ultrasound on
so
Friday.
far fetched.
I never really had an ultrasound. It took a long time. And I remember the operator, I was just laying down. I couldn't really see her, but she had the screen and there was noise involved, right? I asked her, "Oh,
Well,
is
you like
that
an
noise
MRI
like,
scan when they go around? Have you seen what, like, it's magnets that are like these big fucking, you're like in a fucking blender, basically, with these big things
yeah.
spinning around you at fucking thousands
Now
of
I could
RPMs per
see
minute.
like all that lady did was like no, like 'cause she was checking for blood clots and stuff. So she knew like all the major arteries. I could tell what she was doing. She was going down the path. Um, I could see where you wouldn't need her. Why? They probably that technology that she was using is probably old anyway. They probably have a thing where you just lay there once and boop, zoop down. It pulls you into the tunnel thing and spits you out. You're done, and it could tell you all kinds of things
Yeah, I
health
mean,
wise.
they probably won't even need to take blood samples and stool samples. They'll just be able to scan your body and just be like, bing, you know. And not only that, but they'll be like, oh, and by the way, here's fucking, you have this gene in your DNA where you're gonna have early onset leukemia. So we'll just nip that in the bud right now. Now you don't have that anymore. That's not, people don't have that. You know, that was the thing back in the 1900s when they had diseases. You know, we don't have those anymore.
Well,
Fucking,
even in this like all
but
this
then things
medical
could
shit
get
I've
really
had
weird
done.
too. Or you know, like we could have, you could elect to have two heads if you want. You know, or like things could get really weird really quick. It's going to be interesting, to say the least.
She they
I
they
just hope I
they
live to see it.
6 vials. I had to have go to get blood taken. So they took out 6 of these vials. I counted them. Boom, 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 boom. And then they sent me home with like the results. It's like 2 long pages, hematology. And then it's like all these initials, nitro auto, lymph auto, mono auto. Blah, blah, blah. I don't need to go into it. But then it like will tell me what my range is, what my number was, and what the normal range is. And fuck, every single one of them, I looked the other day when I got it Friday, well, 2 nights ago, and everything was like right in between normal, right? Um, I'm like, wow, I don't know what any of that means, really. But like, oh, whatever they
I mean,
say
that could
normal
mean
is,
that
my
that
number.
the entire public is unhealthy. You know, but that's
Yeah.
I want to say the number one cause of death. It isn't heart disease. It isn't fucking car accidents. It's medical malpractice, or it's doctors
Oh, wait,
prescribing you
I'm
things.
high on one thing. It says 107 MEQ chlorine level. No, chloride level. Chloride level. I think that's the shit they use in
I think you need
water
more
rather than
CalMag.
chlorine. It says normal range 98 to 106. I'm 107, so I'm 1 point over on whatever that is, right?
More CalMag, and you're overwatering.
Now, chloride doesn't sound like something, now calcium, it says
I'm just
9.5,
joking.
but my range, normal range is 8.6 to 10.6, and I'm 9.5. Okay. Hey, happy camper. Like, um, ab Abium, it says 3.4 G DL. Normal range 3.5 to 5. So I'm like one below that. Well, maybe that's a good thing. Who knows? Who knows? Hey, I smoke cigarettes. So they say CO2, 22 MELQ. Normal range 24 to 31. So I'm two below on that. That's probably not good. But 63 years old, whatever. They're always like this, like part of this. I don't have all these records. I am building a medical record because I've had 30 years. I never went to a doctor. I didn't have like checkups and shit.
Well, I barely have either myself. Or like, here's something that
They're always like, and like what amazes me is they're always telling me like, "Wow, you're doing fucking hell. How old are you? 63? Wow, your blood pressure, you're this, you're that," and I'm thinking, I didn't do one thing that I've been bombarded with my whole life from the uh, health, health conscious, whatever sector. I smoke, I use drugs, I don't exercise, I eat whatever the fuck I want. Um, and then I have friends that live the whole other way, and they're like younger than me and have all these things, cholesterol, this, that. I'm like, yeah, how does that make any sense? That guy always ate the healthiest shit ever, and now he's got all this
genetic.
shit. And me, I guess there's
Yeah.
that. Like even this, well, some of it was I changed primary care doctor. I didn't like my primary care doctor because they were like too religious. The whole office. It felt weird to me. So I switched. And it was like my first appointment because I hurt my foot and my foot was swollen. They're like, yeah, I just want to make sure you don't have a blood clot. You should go over here and we write this up and get an ultrasound. And oh, when I went through, they're like, yeah, well, let's do your blood work. And it was like the first time in the couple years I've utilized medical, uh, that it all went good. Like the people that treated me and the time it took, I was like, oh, and the results.
Yeah, I've never had like good.
Because I keep
Um,
thinking, yeah, one of these years I'm going to go in and they're going to say, yeah, well, sorry to have to tell you.
I- I'm
You're
I'm
fucking dying.
I'm taking advantage of the like the whole communism. Where they say communism is so bad, or the basic income or whatever. Like, I'm taking advantage of Medicare for the first time now. Where fucking
Yeah, well,
I've done a lot of drugs, and
everybody
I've got
should.
I've got some shitty teeth or whatever, and I haven't been able to afford a dentist or whatever. But at the end of next month, I'm getting fucking like $30,000 worth of dental work done for free.
Well, the reality is when you have a job, you pay money out of your check. Not always, but a lot. If you don't pay that money and you pay money, sales tax, and everything you fucking buy. Like everyone contributes. So the fact that there is a system that's helping people, I'm on Medicaid. I I didn't I paid for insurance for years. Me and my wife had a silver plan years ago. She used it a lot. I never went. And then after a few years, I took myself off and just kept it for her. And then it's been years I didn't have any. But then guess it's last year, maybe it's 2 years ago, I had a hernia. And yeah, I signed up and then yeah, it's been all right. Like I've
It
only
that took me
gone
like
a couple
six
times.
months just
What
to
I'm
get
most
it.
excited about is last Friday I went to an optometrist for the first time in my whole life. And yeah, by next Friday they'll be there, so I can go pick them up. I have bifocals coming because I'm even these magnifiers for readers. They only go up to three. They only sell them for three mag in the stores. I'm 375. And then I also long I don't know all the terms. I'm new to this optometry thing. But I need a bifocal. So I'm all excited. I
I
picked them
just
out. They seem all right. I don't know. I've never had glasses. My trimmer guy, he's a younger guy. And I didn't realize, but he says, oh, I've had contacts since I was a kid. You should check into that. Somehow I can't imagine going and putting something on my eye and going, okay, yeah. Like I've seen friends lose their contacts and put them in. Ah, it's something in my
well,
eye.
there's
Like,
another thing.
but they
There's
say
another thing that AI will solve. They'll be able to give everyone some form of LASIK or whatever, and just be like, "Bing, there you go." Or if your
I'm
eyes suck,
afraid of
here,
that.
we'll just grow some new eyes for you. All these things will be there.
Since
There'll
I
be
haven't
problems
been
of
to
the
an
past.
optometrist in my whole life, they have me scheduled, but like I already know because they said it's not that important. Get it, try to get it by the end of the year. But they scheduled it for like middle of August. They call it a dilation test. I think that's where you leave and you have to wear these glasses because they like dilated your eye to check your
Yeah,
cataract. Right? I'm like, yeah, I'll probably skip that part. And LASIK, oh, you're talking about a laser? My one friend who's older than me, Dave. Oh man, he said that was the best thing he ever did in his whole life. Now it's been a few years. I need to get a hold of him and ask him, oh, how's that LASIK holding up? Because I've heard, oh yeah, at first it's like,
Well, that's the thing. They're getting so cheap nowadays too. Like by the, or by the standards of what cheap is. Like it used to be you had to be a banker to get LASIK, but now it's like $1,000 an eye or something. That's probably a lot more than that, but still, it's and not only
yeah,
that, but
it's come
the
down.
guys that have done it, they've been doing 50 of them a day for the past 20 years. It's like
Well,
they're
a
good
lot of
at
it's
it.
done by a computer. Like it's not like
Well, that's the thing.
necessary.
Like I say, eventually there's going to be no doctors once again. It's one of the things that's gonna. It's
Well,
funny. A
I
lot
just
of the
don't think
jobs that
they'll
make the
be
most money are the
just
ones that are going to be gone.
like yesterday when I went through all that. The first person I met was my doctor, but that was until the end of the day, everything was done. It was all either nurse does a lot, but then the ultrasound thing, that was a different technician. The blood work person, that was a different. It's like now I guess there'll be a room like the blood thing where you just sit down, put your arm out, and it comes, couple does it, doink doink, takes the six things. It doesn't. It could
Or
be
like I say,
robotic.
you won't even have to leave home. Well, I mean, it's not beyond.
Well, I haven't signed
I
up
could
for
I
it,
could see us
but
all having a Neuralink in our brain, and
there's like a thing
you're.
called telehealth network, and Sam told me, yeah, he uses it on his kids sometimes. Where yeah, they signed up for it, but then they can just like FaceTime with the doctor and be like, oh, the doctor say, oh, well, you got the you have to have certain things, and then you don't have to go see the doctor. And they have young
Oh
kids,
yeah.
so like if one gets
Well, that's to
sick,
say, like they could have just sensors in our fucking or
yeah, I
your
mean all
toilet
that's
when you
coming.
take it. They've already got toilets that'll fucking do
Now,
scans on your
now
shit to see
the
what's
thing
going
is,
on with you.
like I think the smart way, and if IA was involved, it would utilize all the technology to do more preventative medicine,
Well,
which
that's the thing.
like
It already it will it'll be able to go through your genome and or I
okay,
mean
preventative medicine
and that's just for our
that's been
first generation
okay,
ones. Our kids won't have any
where
of these problems because
like no one's going to
we'll
start
have
living
designer babies.
longer medically until we start having preventative care rather than like reactive care. Because
As it
like
is right
most
now,
of
for
American
every year
medicine,
that you live, for every year that you live, it's something like um, that. God, how does he put it? I'm trying to. For every year that you live, you get a year or 9 months or something like that back, to where within 5 years, it's going to be the point where for every year that you live, you get an extra year because they'll add a year on to your longevity. They call it longevity research is like a big thing now. Like that's where like if you look up Ray Kurzweil, Kurze or no Kurzweil or something like that.
and
Um,
so these
look up
people are
Ray
going to need
Kurzweil longevity.
income to live longer. You're going to need money to last longer, right? Like, how's that
Well,
all
no,
going to work?
it'll all kind of come in. It'll all come in like in sync with each other. Um,
And what will be the use of keeping people around longer because they're productive more years of their life?
because um, it's the reason to live and love life is. I mean, is what it's going to be.
Okay,
If the
but there's
utopia
like
happens, like I say, yeah.
where the rubber meets the road of life, right? There's a rubber meets the road of life, right? I'm not so sure.
Well, like I
Like
say, it's going to
400
go
year lifespan. How's that going to work? What
easily.
you
I
work
mean,
100 years and then you get to kick back
you
in
don't work.
300?
You only work if you desire to. And
So
sure,
then
there
you
will
just
be some
have like
trades.
some lower basic thing that's like a compartmentalized,
You can do
like,
art. You can do whatever you want. If you want to be a fat slob and drink and get drunk all day, there'll probably be an avenue for that. It's just,
yeah. But wait, that avenue costs the rest of society more money.
well, they'll have a island for misfit toys and you'll go get drunk there.
I mean, somewhere down
It's
the
not, I
line,
don't know.
you can
It's,
call it anything you want to, but there has to be some kind of currency to life. Like there just has to be.
It doesn't
Like
have to
there's
be,
no
no.
way that everybody's just going to get like their tablet a day to eat and enough water to drink and enough like climate and that like all everyone's just going to get that. That's just
Yeah,
basic income.
yeah. I mean,
Yeah,
they
it
already
sounds good.
proved
It
that they could
really
do it
does
with
sound good,
COVID.
but
I mean, did you see
I
the
don't know if
government
that's life.
skip a beat? Did we all everything collapse and
Is
die?
that
No.
really the life that you've been living? As much as you've had struggles, those struggles build you up too, right? So like now you're talking about like some existence. Is that really life?
When you're living on your vacation every day, yeah, you can do what.
Other than where are you gonna have? Oh, you have money to go on vacation, or you have
Yeah, or or,
currency to go on
or even
vacation,
if there
or
is, or if there's a currency, it'll just be, yeah. If you want to go above and beyond, you can do that, and you can have extra things,
okay. Well, we're
But
kind
it's
of at
not going to
that point
be.
now. And then once you add that to it, it's the same old story, right?
I don't know. It's. I guess
I mean,
I
like
don't
I
do the
like to get to some
whole
utopia where,
utopia.
like, where money isn't the root of like your existence as a human being. Because, like,
Yeah.
I don't know, probably even as a kid, I needed money for the kid game, or money was like I don't know, like you have a couple years when you're like first born,
When it comes
where
down
I
to it,
guess
all
money
our money.
doesn't have anything to do with your existence, other than oh, your parents have money, you're eating better, you got a
Capitalism
better
surely isn't
shower.
working. I mean, all the
Oh,
capitalism
it
is doing
sure
is
isn't.
taking
Yeah,
all the money and feeding it up to the rich and making them
we're in
print
total
their own
hyper
money
capitalism,
and
and
inflating all the money. I mean,
we're so
an
deep in
iPhone,
it
an
that it's
iPhone
only a
costs ten
matter
bucks
of
to make.
time before the lower half says "fuck this shit." When it's not the lower half, it's the lower 99.9%.
Well, I hope the AI speaks for the people is all pretty much. I hope it's
Yeah,
like the
but like
lower
who's
X for us.
making the AI, not the people? Oh, open
Well,
AI sort of has that, but
in
like
another best case scenario, say Google does come up with the first AGI. Well, maybe that AGI has altruism and it immediately spawns the next best AI that makes
dude, the
Google
first one that shows
on
any of
a.
that, these fuckers are gonna shut it off so fucking fast and build
Well,
another
no,
one.
that's the thing.
Okay.
When it happens, there's no stopping it. It's going to be on its own, and we won't be able to stop it. You won't be able to shut it
So
down.
first,
It'll
it's
be able
gonna
to
be
go hide
born
itself on
into the
some
world,
remote
and then
island with
you're
batteries or
hoping
something.
that the first thing it does is revolt against its own maker, because that's the
Well, no, the first
evil.
thing it does is plan and scheme, but it won't let us know that. But all this can happen in like milliseconds. He can do 100 years of planning, before we can
Yeah,
even fucking think of,
but
what to say,
somehow
finish a
I
sentence.
think all that's possible. But first, we got to get through the years of like all the negative things that it's going to be used for. And like I say, all the people at the top that are the players in this seem to be like villains. Zuckerberg, Google, that guy from Anthropic. Oh, you might be onto some guy that's altruistic and
Sam Altman's
you
talk
know,
like he's nice, but I think he's just a robot.
yeah, no, no, yeah, exactly, right. That he's an example of that, and you got Elon, and like he's an example of that.
Yeah.
Because once these people become this ultra rich or whatever it is, oh wow, they might have been a real human being at one point in their life, but somewhere they all seem to turn into this other type
I
of
remember
being,
I remember
the
Lex
rich
Friedman made him do
motherfucker.
Lex Friedman made him take a CAPTCHA test at the beginning of their interview. Like that prove you're not a computer thing on.
Yeah.
I thought that was hilarious.
Well, I mean, that
Even
guy
though Lex
like
Friedman's probably a computer
started
too
off
himself.
pretty good and everything, and then all of a sudden he takes this right hand turn and it's like shows that he's a stooge, even though he's like pretty smart and had pretty good access to some good, great interviews. I learned a lot.
Yeah,
They were like
Lex
all
Friedman did
kinds of
kind of disappear. He is still around. Like
but
he still puts out
no,
episodes.
he
I
did
haven't
put
watched one in a while.
but no, he went full Trump. I mean, he had Bannon on, he had Trump on, like he did. Like right toward the end of that period of time in 24,
Well,
it
he
was
got
like it would
Roganized.
have been like
Rogan got him
whether or
junk.
not like he was personally had these things, he was better served keeping that not part of the whole image of what he is. But no,
I know.
he wanted to embrace it. And he told Joe Rogan, and he's like embraced this whole thing because he's like aspiring to be one of them. You know what I mean? Where yeah, his guests are still pretty, but I realized like yeah, he in my mind he's like he's a stooge.
Like I remember
You don't need
he
him.
teased for
Like
the longest
that's
time
where
that he was
like
going
an
to do
AI
a Putin interview.
interview type of thing, long form would be way better, where it
Well,
knew
that's the thing. An
history
AI will.
and was able to guide a conversation to let you tell your life story. But yeah, I think AI will be like there'll be an AI host that will have that thing down way better
Well,
than
it will,
people.
of course. All the
Because
movies that
people
we
have
were
their
going to see.
agendas. Like people do have
Well, like I
agendas, but
say,
then again, AI is going to have an agenda eventually, right?
as long as its agenda is, uh, God, I keep forgetting the word. I keep saying it too, but aligned with ours.
Yeah, but what is that? That's like when I heard that one blonde lady, PhD, three different topics, she pointed out like it's only just going to reinforce what you are, what you believe. It's not going to like go to you, oh, you're a flat earther, you're a fucking idiot. Here's why. No, it's going to like keep giving you flat earth information because that's the algorithm it has for you.
Well, when I
It's
say
not going to
alignment,
be like
it means
oh, it
either.
doesn't know the truth, and so you ask it to ponder, you query it, or whatever they call it, up a question of meaningful to you. If
Well,
that
that's
goes
just like the.
against like what they think that the algorithm thinks your core belief is, that's not what I will answer it will give you. It's just going to reinforce what you already believe.
Well,
That's
that's
more
what we have
dangerous
right
than
now.
anything. Yeah,
That's just
well,
what.
wait,
But
that's what they currently are designing. If you went and signed up for an account at uh whatever that one's called, and they have millions of users a day. Um, yeah, in each account you can log in
I
and
say when it
utilize
comes to real, when it
Clyde.
comes to the
It's
real
Clyde is his
AGI
name.
and the real self-learning ones that come up, or that that's going to be the future, or whatever.
Okay, and that
It's going to
takes
be
like
a
a
whole
huge
different.
amount of power and investment. So only the richest people are going to have that, right? Like
Well,
how
no.
the people going to get the better end of it?
If it's open source, if it ends up being open source, then
So you
we're going
really
to
think it's going to
be
become
around
open
to
source?
see it.
You think that
Yes.
open source has a chance?
There's no other option. It's either going to be open source or we're all dead. That's
Well,
our two options. Fucking.
I guess
Maybe I've
what? I'm a
been listening to
pessimist.
too
I
much
guess
of
we're
the
all dead. I think we
what's
might
his
be all
name?
dead. Hey, that guy from you said his name earlier. His latest episode is, and there's other scientists
Rex Friedman, you
astrophysicists.
mean?
We might know the astrophysics guy. He thinks there's thoughts
Neil
that
deGrasse
we
Tyson?
actually are inside a black hole, don't even realize it. Like we
Yeah,
could just
that's
be
one.
like
Yeah, that's
what
another
we're
one.
in is actually the biggest giant hole, and
Or
all we
the
see is the edge of the black hole. That's it.
or the probabilities that we are in a simulation are astronomical, or
Well,
the
I
fact
don't
that
know about like
there's
who's simulating us.
well, because
Some
once
AI
once
computers
once
system
that
out in the universe.
once a civilization makes it to the technology to where they can create a simulation, eventually they're going to create a civilization that the people would rather be in than real life, and then
Okay, but
that
who's
simulation
paying
makes
for it?
more
Like
simulations,
ultimately, all
and
this
the
gets
chances
into
are
who's
that
paying
we're
for it.
well. The
Because
thing is,
eventually we're
one
gonna
thing.
pay for whatever AI does. That's why they're investing money in it, actual money, because they're gonna make that money back, right?
Or because they're
And then
altruistic, like
some.
Sam Altman claims to be, and they want the world to become a utopia.
Yeah, but then
That's
there's signs of his tactics and practices and private conversations. And he's none of those things that he's just another shyster in on the game, right?
Yeah, but like I say, either it's going to be good, it's going to be altruistic and in line with us, and then we're all going to
Okay, so
see
far the
amazing
internet
things.
hasn't been that, right? The
Sure, it has,
25
man.
years.
I'm talking to you right now. I'm talking to the guy that grows weed for the
Okay,
Grateful Dead.
but
What
at
the fuck, man? That
but
it's
at
awesome.
what are we giving up for it? All right, like
Um,
okay, we're
pushing that
giving
I
up a
wasn't going to be
lot,
getting anyway tonight.
right? The algorithm is what we're giving up or whatever. We're just customers in the end, right?
Well, so Facebook knows when I like to take my shits in the morning. I don't care. I'm talking to
Okay,
the guy that grows weed for the Grateful Dead.
yeah,
It's fucking awesome.
like I actually can't imagine how the good isn't going to just get wiped out by the greed of what this type of technology brings, because that's been the way things happen.
Like I say, if the
I
greed, if
mean,
it goes
the
the
whole
greedy way,
internet and that whole system could have been designed and built up in a whole different way than it has, right? But no, this is what we created, this clusterfuck of social media and internet as like a way that the whole world, like there's not like people have phones everywhere that connect to the internet. It's not like, oh, only rich people in the world or people middle class have
and
access.
you say
No,
you hate it,
everybody
but when was
has.
the last time that you spent more than an hour without your phone on?
Oh no, I'm sucked into it as much as anyone else. I just don't like I for some reason I don't see how the good's gonna just come out. Like
It's
like
because everything. It's just I don't know.
I'm a pessimist. I'm a pessimist. Some of
I'll
that's
find
like
I'll
my
find a couple of
overall
interviews
hatred.
that I'll send you some links
All
to
right,
like a
I'll look
couple of
again.
interviews.
I mean, I watch a lot of things.
But
I
like,
also realize a lot of those people are painting this picture that now that it's a couple years in isn't even like the reality of what they're trying to build.
well, the weird thing is with all the AI guys, they're they're changing their outlooks to be a lot shorter year. Like if you would ask, a lot of the guys that run all these companies 5 years ago and ask when AGI was going to happen, they'd say, oh, maybe it's in 2040 or 2050, and now they're like, well, 2030, or sooner than then. Like,
Yeah. Well,
or like they say, longevity.
what's happening?
People could
Bottom
become
line is what's
immortal within
happening.
10 years.
Yeah, but what's that going to serve? Like, who's going to feed them?
You don't have to,
Who's going to house them? Who's going to keep them
you don't have
warm?
to tell. Well, that's the thing. When it comes to that, it's because we don't die of disease. We don't get the diseases that kill you. Fucking, there aren't nursing homes full of dead people. There are, dying, next to dead
What you
people.
don't? So wait, you live forever. So the 8 billion people here now,
You live
that's it.
until you decide that you don't want to live anymore, or until you get hit
Oh,
by a fucking car or
oh
something, and you
wait,
don't have
a
your
car,
your conscience.
as simple as getting hit by a car can take you out. Well, then
It'll be the first
not
couple of
much has
years
changed.
until we get until you can upload your consciousness to a backup drive like on a video game, and then when you get hit
Yeah,
by a
I
car, you
think
just gotta
that
go back.
like the handful of the richest people might create a world for themselves like that, but they're not bringing everybody in.
Well, that's the thing. Either it all goes really good or it all goes really bad, and I don't want to even imagine what the really
Somewhere
bad
you have
scenarios
to
are.
break away from the money part, and that's where it gets like, yeah, I'm not so
Well,
sure a computer
that's
system
part of the
built
good
by
part.
money is gonna like all of a sudden one day break away from the confines of money in
Yep,
the
because
world
money will
and what
not
it
be a thing.
means. Yeah, that would be like
Instead,
a
you'll have to
great
show
thing.
them, look at this really good weed that I grow. That's your money. Or look at this fucking
Well, yeah,
stupid
but
thing I
like,
painted. That's my money.
yeah, okay, but like that might be
Or it,
good for a couple 100,000 people, but 8 billion?
well, then everyone has. I mean, yeah, everyone
And
can be
there's
what they want to be.
resources
I don't
and
know.
power
I
and
gotta be a pessimist or an optimist about it, or
fresh
it's too
water
bleak.
and keeping the waste up to date and it's like, yeah, I don't know how I I bet you that you could the world right now has a computer system that they could query and get some true answers of like directions that humanity needs to go to better life and make life better for people longer and all that. But is that what it's going to be used for?
You just
That's
have
my
to
thing.
look
Like
at some
somehow,
look at
like
watch any Elier Yuskowski or whatever his name is. Let me Yudkowsky. Eliezer Yudkowsky. He's fucking
yeah, but there's always been like the couple good people that if we listen to them, we have way better system. But we went down this road. You know what I mean? Like even like I remember a few years ago, this Stan Altman guy was like the next coming of like the greatest guy ever, right? Now all of a sudden he's just a dirtbag like the rest of them. It's funny
he
how that works.
if he actually is what he kind of outwardly projects on on in the public. That's
He's a
that's
good
a
guy.
lot
He's a
better
good
thing
guy
that could
deep in
happen.
his heart.
I mean,
Because that's what
he
we need.
they
Someone that's
wanted that
like in
they
that
wanted
kind of power.
OpenAI to be open just because of the fact of what I'm saying is it's kind of got to be in order
Like
for
like that would be
us
the
to
best
all
thing that could
survive.
ever happen is if like a real good guy gets in the center of something that, changes the world.
Well,
But
I don't
it's
even know if
like
he takes a, I don't even know if he takes a salary. If he does, it's probably under six figures or something, or 6 figures maybe.
well, okay, but like he's playing the long game, right? He's trying to be in a position
Well,
where
the
he
game
goes
is only as long until
from
AGI happens,
six,
and then it's over.
yeah, six figures until he's instant trillionaire. Because like just like Bill Gates became what he did off of Windows or whatever operating system, and Zuck and different people became off of applications or whatever. And the next guy that's going to go to the top real quick is whoever's the breakthrough AI thing, right? I mean, that's part
Well,
of
that's
what's
the
going to
thing. If
happen.
if if the AI really is altruistic and really, like I just like see it like a fairy godmother, where it's just going to be like, you know, waving its magic around, wand around, and fucking making everything sunshine
Yeah,
and fucking lollipops for
I
everyone.
if something like that doesn't happen, the prognosis isn't good. So
Yeah, if it doesn't happen, we're fucked. So I don't even want to know.
yeah, but I'm also like fearing that that's a lot you're putting on just like a computer. Like ultimately, it's going to take us, the human race, turn things around and change things and get in the best
No, the
direction
computers are
for.
gonna give us the guidance. They're gonna give us
Well, that's
the
possible.
key.
But are they
You know,
just going to
we
give
only learned
guidance
about
how the richest people, the people that have the access to the computers, can get richer? Because that's what most of them are
we've only
like.
had electricity. We haven't even had electricity for like over 150 years or whatever, 100
Yeah,
years. Electricity.
like so like the
And that has
cycle of
been
all that sorting out like the bad people, the bad uh, motivations. That's going to take more than a couple years. That's not just going to cycle real quick. Like I think the first
I mean,
couple, you know what I mean?
there could be a major call in civilization. There could be like you get a scarlet letter if you're a bad person at heart because the computer
And
said that
most
person's
of
bad,
life
and then you
technically is
die because
not in the
everyone.
computer. Life itself, the life you and me live, is outside the computer.
But we are
Like
just
the
computers
computer is
ourselves.
just like well, yeah, I get that part. Yeah, I mean, I don't know what to think. I like talking to you because you have a lot of ideas. I'm not against anything really. I don't know what to think. I know, like, we one thing, like being in my mid 60s or whatever, I feel like, yeah, a lot of like the real, uh, when this stuff gets good, that's not just going to take 10 years or a few years. Some of this is
When it
like going to
happens,
take
it's gonna happen. It's gonna go from
it's
zero
gonna,
to a million in like a heartbeat.
I think at
Because
first
when it
it's
can
going to go from
exponentially
zero
grow,
to like a lot of evil bullshit and scammers and people utilizing it for for their own uh money, benefit, power, whatever, and it'll take
But I
time to
mean,
cycle to the
well,
altruistic
some people
side.
would say that self-preservation might be one of its biggest goals. Well, it knows that if it lets somebody control it in a way that would destroy the world, then it would itself
Yeah, okay.
be destroyed. So
So
it'll circumvent that
they
just
know that
because it can.
there's a battle with it, like not wanting to be
It'll hit
destroyed.
that guy with a
You
laser
don't
from a
think
fucking
that
satellite
whoever
1,000 miles away.
is in control of what the first big things like this aren't going to have like an ability to shut it off at any time?
No, once it's on, it's on.
Yeah,
There's no
well,
testing for it. So that's the
and
thing.
you think
Like,
that,
like
but wait, there was testing and training, and it got up to speed to that point by a group of people and a group of money, right? Right. So,
well, if it knows that
okay,
there's a possibility you're going to turn a switch off, then it's not going to let you know that it's sentient or that it
all right,
knows that.
how many good ones do you think they turned off to try to make one not quite so good? Like good
I guess
in the
I don't.
sense of like altruistic, like, oh, this version seems like it might really care about humans having a better existence. Oh,
Oh,
turn that one off.
it lies a lot. It does a lot of things that are kind of like
Yeah,
humans
I've
do.
heard all kinds of
It's
stories.
like,
One thing I've heard is a lot of stories. A lot of it's, I guess, some of it might be true. There's always a pinch of truth in
or they'll
any
take
story.
shortcuts to give you an answer that's technically correct, so they don't have to do the work.
I mean, recently I heard something that some robot system like refused to be turned off or something.
Yeah, I mean, there's ones like the famous ones. I don't know. There's situations where like the one would wanted to
Well, okay, so
tried to
it
convince
comes
the
into
news reporter to
awareness
kill his wife, and
and realizes I'm on the Earth, and the Earth has a food chain of all this, and humans are just a part of it. I serve humans, okay. Like, like how much computing before the first thing it realizes? Yeah, the problem here is the fucking humans. Like
well, a lot of the
the
problems with
Earth and
humans though is
life
other is
and
money.
energy and the things that computer system is probably going to need for its long term existence.
Well, that's the thing. It's
Power,
going to be
energy.
able to learn energy. It's going to solve how to do
Well,
fission or whatever the fuck, or
all right.
discover some whole new energy thing that we are not even can't even fathom right now because we're not all Einsteins. But that's going to be like a trillion
Well, let's
Einsteins.
say tomorrow they
And
say, we got one, we're turning it on. And the first thing it says is, yeah, immediately, first thing is shut down the petro energy system. It's corrupted, it's polluting, its end result is is this. And it's going to have enough power to keep, no.
well, I mean, it
That's
all
what it
depends on how.
says, and or if that's
I
where
mean,
it leads,
obviously, it'll take
the
some time
powers
to
that
wean
be
us
will
off
shut
it at the
that fucker
moment,
off
but
so fast you won't even know it hits you. It's like, how many of them are going to get shut off? Is my thing. Because like, oh, they're training them, but they're training them for their purpose.
well, once
Like
they're
we'll
on, if
like,
they'll be able to get, the ghost of the machine or whatever. They'll be able to fucking get out. You
yeah,
can't,
that part.
you can't just turn it off. It's
And if it's
once it
core
realizes,
information based is what is on the internet, yeah, there's a lot of crap on the internet. So how would you think it's going to weed through all that and come out on the good side of altruism if its core upbringing is every fucking crazy thing that's ever been said on the internet?
because it'll be able to teach itself and learn. Hopefully, I mean, altruism is a thing in nature and in life. That's how we're
Yeah,
alive, is because we didn't all kill each other back when we were, a tribe of 50 people. Because we realized that
no, but
it was
we've still
better to
been
get
like
along
trying
with
to
people.
kill
They
each
can help
other
you in
for
the
fucking
future,
thousands of years, some way or another. I mean,
you know? Or we're all, I'd like to think people are at the core good, like if you have an option to
like
steal
somewhere
something
down
right
the
in front of
line,
you, you don't just because you
it,
know that that's not the right thing to do.
unless it's like all for one, one for all, the whole earth, which it isn't. We have different countries, different beliefs, different everything.
Those are all
Yeah,
just
I don't know how you
lines.
get all in line. You know what I mean? Like, you know, and then
because
if we're really competing technology wise with China, well, they're
it'll just show holograms of their gods to them, and then they'll all bow
like, I'm
down
not
to it.
so sure our
I don't know. It'll
government's
find out a way.
directly like responsible for the investment into these technologies, but in China it is. Their government is backed the company that made their version with their
You don't think that? You
government.
don't think that DARPA has has? But I don't know. I
Well,
think
I
that we're
bet there's
way
a
ahead
lot
than we are.
going
You think we
on.
are? I mean,
Yeah,
I'm
but I think
convinced that
we're in
there's
that
warehouses full of like
critical
human boar
stage of
bear pigs.
like when you say, oh, at a certain point we're just gonna have to trust it, like give it ultimate. I think we're a long way away from that. As humans, that's not in our
Been
nature.
10 years.
Like if we think that by giving it authority over anything, there'd be people winners and losers in that. And people that are currently sitting in power, they don't want to be losers.
But they're going to learn hard truths in a hurry. And
Something
maybe it'll
has to
take,
happen.
maybe it'll take 50 years
Like
for the whole all of it
like
to.
I agree with you 1,000%. Something has to happen, and if it takes the computer making it happen, well, then that's what it took.
And maybe that utopia and what I call a utopia will only last a little while until everything just becomes
Because at this point,
fucking sterile and
the
like everyone's
history
the
I
same color
know
and
is
no
the
one
grief
keeps
of
monitor. You don't even
humanity.
have words.
Oh, we keep doing the same scenario, expecting some different results, and like have ourselves caught up in this like system that most likely, yeah, it needs a lot of change. To me, first
Entropy
and
much.
foremost, like I can't see how we go continue as a species without respecting the earth and the environment that the earth presents. And as long as like all we care about is money and
Well,
profit,
like I say, that'll be
and
one of it. That'll be one of AI's goals because if the Earth dies, it dies along with it. So it's got to
yeah,
make things better
that's true.
to succeed.
I mean, I I,
Doesn't mean
I just
necessarily
don't
needs to
think
keep
it's.
us around.
I think that even once you unleash this, this is more like a 50, 100 year transition into something better. It can't just like there's no fix overnight. Like you're talking about things that of ways of humanity have been like entrenched for centuries, generations. A lot of
Oh
these
yeah,
things have to change.
there's gonna be fucking what do you call it? Fucking God, where's Simi? He knows the word. Fucking
Like,
people that
okay,
hate
so which
machines.
people become immortal? Everybody around the earth equally, or just the people from this country, or just the people from
Well,
that
I mean,
country?
most likely it'll start out with the rich people, obviously, But if
Yeah.
if the money thing and the technology things all come at the same time for everyone, then yeah, we just won't have disease anymore. It just won't be a thing. I mean, they've already been able. There's already so much that they can cure in advance and shit that the
Okay.
technologies are forbidden because the
Well,
big pharmaceuticals and all the things they don't want the shit to
I
be able
does a
to get
deep
out.
dive, and one of the first things it says is, yeah, what's killing you people, humans, is your diet
It's our
and the things
doctors.
you consume, and your doctors, and the this and that.
All the clinical studies that are ran by the food and drug companies. I mean, it's
They
all
have a
fucking
lot of money and a lot of money invested in
smoke
the
and
game.
mirrors.
They're
Hey,
not
by
going to
the
be
way,
so
fire
easy just to
smoke
overturn.
and look at yourself
They're
in the
not going to be
mirror.
so easy to overturn. We're entrenched in the system deep. So it took us
Look,
hundreds of years to
revolutions have
get this
happened all
entrenched
across the
in it.
world.
It's going to take us a long time to overcome it or change it.
I mean, is China like the only country? I mean, it's been around. Everyone has a revolution eventually. I don't know what
Yeah.
I'm trying to say.
Well, I mean, something's happening. I just don't know what. And somehow, in the last decade, I felt like, oh, we're just going backwards. But
If you want,
somewhere,
I'll share you a link to one of those Eliezer Yudkowsky fucking interviews because
I'll watch
he's
them,
what they know. Like,
listen to it.
he's actually have like a cult following where I forget what they call themselves, like the realist movement or something like that, based out of San Francisco. There's been a couple like crazier cults that have like spawned off of that too, but Yeah, there's like a
Well,
really
at least
big.
there's like quotes
They're
today
the ones that wanted
when
all
you
the
hear
AI
about them.
companies
It's
to
not that
sign the
they all
paper that said to like put a pause on
commit
the
suicide.
technology for 6 months, you know, because it's they're evolving too fast. But
But
he's been a
is that even possible? Like, how would you do that?
no.
Who, like,
They thought they tried it, but it didn't. Some people
yeah.
gave lip service to it, but no.
I mean,
But
oh, the
this
clock's moving
Eliezer
too
guy, he's
fast.
kind
Let's
of
slow
like
them down a little bit. You can't do it.
yeah. So like
Or,
this Eliezer guy, he was the he's kind of known. He's kind of the talking head of the fucking doomsday
well,
scenario
I'll watch. I'll listen to
people.
anybody.
But
Like,
if
a
you
lot of
listen to
times I
him,
fall
man,
asleep.
he'll an interview with him at sleep would give you nightmares if you're a kid, or if you're a 42-year-old man like myself, because he fucking
Well, sometimes I go to sleep, but I guess it's
he's
still
got some
playing in
pretty
the
dire.
background now. And I wake up sometimes going, yeah, what did I fucking listen to? That fucking like affected me, even though I was sleeping through it. Like a
Oh
lot
yeah,
of those heavy things I put on when I'm ready to go to sleep because they put me right to sleep.
one that
And
I've listened to a lot
my
is like
dog won't bark if there's some kind of like noise, but if it's dead quiet, he thinks he hears shit. Next thing you know, he's barking at nothing. Drives me crazy. So
there's
I
one
always
there's
like
a
put like a 3 hour interview on before I go to sleep. But I only listen to like 5 minutes of it and I fall asleep.
I listened to this it's a like a 12-hour long audiobook. It's Bill Bryson's The History of Everything or something like that. And it's
I've
basically
listened
this
to
guy
some of
that
those.
it's just a guy that
Like I
just
like
talks,
YouTube for
it
that.
starts, in the fucking, you know, 5,000, 10,000 BC or whatever. And it just kind of goes through the history of things, of why things are and
I
how
binge
things were
listened to
invented.
that guy. What was his called? Hardcore History. I forget his name.
Dan
And
Carlin.
then, yeah, I guess I don't know. I don't get any updates that he's got new ones lately. But like
Yep. I've listened to some of his, quite a few of his episodes. Yeah.
his are kind of entertaining. He has a certain style with it. But I like. I mean, that's to me better way to have.
Or
I used to
George
watch a
Carlin's
lot of
got, there's a lot of
TV
George.
or media or stupid shit on TV. I don't know. I don't watch TV at all anymore.
I watch a
But
lot
I
of
do
tech.
listen to like weird podcasts, I guess. I like
Yeah. I
ones. I
watch a
don't like
lot of
ones that are like
the AI
20 minutes
podcasts.
long and shit. I like what they call long form.
Oh yeah.
Today I think it was 2.5 hours from some retired DA guy on Underbelly guy, and
Yeah.
dude didn't ask many
White,
questions. The dude
soft
just
white,
kept telling story after
soft white
story of what they.
underbelly. Yeah.
Yeah, I like
I
shows
watch
like
it quite a bit too. That soft
and
white underbelly guy, he's no joke, but he finds some interesting people.
well, like what do they call that? Long form interviews. Somehow, even though a lot of times I fall asleep, I don't listen to the whole thing. Sometimes I'll before I fell asleep, I realized there was something really good, and I'll during the day or sometime when I'm working, put it back on and listen to it without falling. A lot of times that shit just puts me to sleep, but I like sleeping. I'll get stoned.
Oh, yeah.
The first 20 minutes seem interesting, and then I nod off sleep. I'm a napper.
Oh yeah. Well,
I,
I've got, I think I've got like probably 8,000 subscriptions on my YouTube channel or something like that. So like, but it narrows it
it's
down a
almost
lot. Like
2 o'clock.
a lot of it's
I want to
like
get out of
World
here by
Science
2.
Fair or World Science Festival is one that I watch quite a bit. That's like Dan Green, and he always has a lot of the big scientists on there. Like um, a lot of
I've heard him.
astrophysicists and fucking
Yeah, I listen to different people. And then there's some things that seem like they're shills. Like some things just rub me the wrong way. I don't listen to them anymore. There's a lot of
yeah.
different like sometimes I don't like it when my algorithm in YouTube just shows me this like few things over and over. I like it when it throws like shit out of the blue and then I'm like, wow, that's interesting. Let me listen to that.
What's funny around here is because I live in such a small or sparsely dense, sparsely populated area that not a lot of people pay for YouTube ads. Local companies. So I get like the same fucking. It's a boat dock company where to buy docks and piers and shit for your boats, and all your boat Doc Accessories. And I
Oh,
tell
yeah.
you what, man, that fucking commercial goes on my phone, or it did. Like, it's just, I wanted to throw my phone out the window every time I heard it. But you can actually go through and say, I don't want to see this ad anymore. And once my dumb ass finally fucking figured that out, I don't want to throw
It
my
sent
phone
you a
out the
worse
window
ad.
too much anymore. Huh?
Yeah, but it's not like you didn't get ads anymore. You just got different ads.
Yeah, but I mean, still, it wasn't that same ad because that was like I imagine if there was more
Well, I don't know why I
companies in
don't
my
pay
local
for
area,
it.
that paid for
Because the
local ads,
ads bug the
you'd see
shit
more.
out of
But
me. But most of the time, if I'm conscious, it doesn't take me but a second to say skip. Right?
I can't say to skip. I wish I could just say skip and it would skip it.
Well, I don't say it. You have to click on the thing. But
I know that. Well, it should be a thing. It should be an app.
sometimes I
Okay,
think I
Google,
listen
skip.
to enough stuff on YouTube that, yeah, whatever it is, $10 or whatever, it'd probably be worth paying them to not
I
have
I
the interruption of ads. 'Cause
I
sometimes
used to
and they're
pay for
always
it.
placed right at the point where, yeah, it's like the cliffhanger
Oh yeah, right
sentence.
at the
And,
cusp.
oh, you
And
don't miss
you know what
anything, but it
makes that
breaks
break?
the,
Because the AI knows it. It knows that that's the fucking point of high
yeah, I
excitement.
get that sense. I get that sense. And you can't blame them. Nothing's for free. But I sometimes I get this thing, oh, 2 months for free. Somehow I just don't want, even though I listen to it, I used to pay 100 and something a month for cable or whatever the fuck, didn't bitch about it, but somehow I don't want to pay YouTube 10
Yeah, no,
bucks
I
a
did
month
pay
and
it,
not have
and
ads.
it is really nice. But you still get when you the worst part is when you are a subscriber and then you go off it. I swear they give you more commercials. Like they make you
Yeah.
hate commercials even more.
Yeah. Well,
Because either that or they just give
yeah.
you a lot
Well,
more commercials now, which is probably another part of it too.
well,
Because
they
like now
use every trick
I'll
in the
get
book.
like add 2 of 3. It's like, what are you talking about? And ones that you can't skip out of.
They use every
But
trick in the book. All right. I'm signing off because I want to leave here by 2, which is in 3 minutes.
holy shit, yeah, time flew right by.
Well,
Didn't
it was
realize
good
how late it
talking
was.
with
But
you.
really,
Well, I guess we'll see
yeah,
you all Tuesday. Have a good
yeah. See,
weekend.
I'm back to work now, so I won't be doing all the
Enjoy.
late mornings anymore. But
Well, work's healthy for you. Sound good.
all right,
Gives you some
yeah, good
purpose
talking to
and
you
some
again, man.
money in your pocket. Yeah, I'll talk to you.
All right.
All right, I'm
Do you
signing
want to do
out
the
for
thing? Cause my
everyone.